it's a blue sky setup, but we'll have a good amount of room, let's say 59.30 as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It has everything you need to know on it. Every single morning before we come on at 8:30 shows up right in your inbox. Let's start with Coreweave this morning. Initial reaction was nice. Quickly faded that though back to 64. We were kind of chopping around at that 64 early on this morning. This overall market move has this thing almost back to positive here, just 0.4.
All right, Brendo. Yeah, not a bad look here on revenue. Let's talk about how they did. $981 million in revenue. That's a 420% bump year over year, and also beating analyst expectations of 853. So it's a beat there. Earnings per share, more like loss per share. They're losing about $1.49 per share, and the net loss widened substantially. So they lost about $314 million. That's up substantially from the $129 they lost last year. They're also paying a lot of their employees using stock-based compensation here, $177 million, but that's probably a one-off event really tied to the IPO. Let's talk about their growth and their guidance numbers here, Brendo. Q2 revenue guidance, they're guiding 1.06 to 1.1 billion, well ahead of that 986.7 the street was looking for. Full year 2025 revenue outlook as well, 4.9 to 5.1 billion. That would be a bump of 363% year over year. But this is where it gets a little murky, Brendo. CapEx, 20 to 23 billion. So let's take their full year, $5.1 billion. That's what they make on the year. They're anteing up though 20 to 23 billion. Kind of hard to see how this is going to be profitable, but as you and I were talking about off camera, this is a good business for NVIDIA. Some of the key drivers here, OpenAI partnership. They signed basically a $12 billion 5-year deal in Q1. That's a $4 billion follow-up deal signed post Q1, and Microsoft as well accounted for about 62% of their 2024 revenue, and they have a substantial backlog. There's a lot of people that want to get their chips, and they're also trying to buy more chips. So not a bad business, just want to see some profitability.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time, as we were saying. I mean, that like mid-tier business size that they don't even know what they're going to do with AI yet, or don't have a significant plan, or going to need this type of compute capacity at some point. Coreweave, just about, hold your breath here, will probably be green in the next couple of minutes. It's worth noting, there was I was just reading this story on the PPI print this morning, if you were with us at 8:30. Biggest single downside print for PPI since COVID. So nothing. I think the market did like that back higher.
The market seems to like that, at least for now. The market didn't quite go green, but it made an attempt to. Coreweave, as you mentioned, just wait a second and it'll be green. Yeah, because it's right here, and it's a good recovery off the lows. Clearly, as you can tell from what we were saying earlier in last night and what Sharif is telling you, that there's a lot for this business to figure out to get to profitability. They're spending a lot of money, and they need a lot of growth to get to that profitability spot. That said, we've seen companies that don't make money or have ridiculous multiples go ham before. So, you try to put that away and just sort of look at what's happening here. And what we have is, now this candle is reflective of the aftermarket move. So on the daily, so just kind of ignore that. The pre-high, that $65 level, that's where we were going into the top here 2 days ago. That's where support came in. So there's a nice zone, 65 to 67, where I think as long as you're holding on to that prior high, like that was made a couple of days after the IPO, you're on a bullish run. Once it loses that, you're in a failed breakout, and I think the pullback can be pretty severe. That's the level I'm looking to hold at the open. If it holds 65 at the open, that's the over-under spot for me. And it's bullish above and it's bearish underneath on Coreweave. Again, I'm not a shareholder of it. You better really like something when you're getting in, when the business is figuring itself out. It's really easy to say I like Meta, or even when I liked Eli Lilly, it was easy to say. Like, they had some new emerging business, but they had a great pipeline and it was a solid company. So even though it was something that could go 4 or 5x, it was something that you feel pretty comfortable didn't have as much downside risk. Coreweave, not really going to be a shareholder of that name.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, you know, we talk about getting into some IPOs. I mean, this name had fallen back in, so I think you just got to use that same logic for all the IPOs. And if you like them, let them run up early, come back in, let them have their first report, and now we can see where Coreweave sits, right? I mean, it was just a couple weeks ago that April 22nd, so less than a month ago, this was a $35 name. Now it's a $70 name. Like, is it worth a double from where we were just a month ago? I mean, now the picture's a little more clear. So if you like Coreweave, I think you buy some right now, and you buy a little bit today, you buy a little bit next week, and you figure out where this stock is going to go, because, you know, we've seen a name like Reddit been bouncing around again, and this was a perfect example of, you know, what can happen where the momentum gets behind some of these names. And again, like, here's the IPO of Reddit. I mean, and if we had talked about this one down here at 46 bucks and then it came into here 75, it's that same kind of play. But look, it still does fade out months later. So this is from March to July, makes that top, then comes back and makes a bottom again in August. So Coreweave probably still will make a little bit of a jump here, up or down. Definitely the volatility is not done. Reddit pulling back. I think Reddit you can actually buy right now at some of these levels, as it looks like it's trying to base out as well. I really like Reddit, man. Huge opportunity here in North America, but they don't have much in Europe right now. So I think that if they can get that expansion going, Reddit, I think, will continue to work. And again, a big AI play too, as they signing deals with OpenAI and many of the large language models to use their data, right? Reddit is still one of the better resources to go to for self-help and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of answers, like if I, you know, query which bat to buy my daughter or something like that, they'll search, you know, different forums and get better answers than just AI generated garbage text, which you get a lot of the time, right? So yeah, man, I really like Reddit down here as well. And I know we're talking about Coreweave. I don't know if I like the business or not, but I mean, I think it does pin a little bit of downside there to some of the chip names, because their business is still relatively strong. So as long as that keeps on going, I think NVIDIA and the likes of it will continue to work as well. So Coreweave, a new business that I'm not really super excited about, but some people are.
Let's keep going. 2.8% here for Cisco this morning on a decent report. It's worth noting it did come in pretty hard there at 8:30 after making a new high off that aftermarket close level yesterday. But pretty good right across the board. I mean, guidance a little bit questionable, but that was about it.
Yeah, there was a couple of questionable parts here, but the actual report, Brendo, for Q3 handily beat here. Revenue, EPS adjusted 96 pennies. The street was looking for 92. Revenue of 14.15 billion. The street wanted 14.08. So a beat on the top and bottom line. Revenue as well grew 11% year over year, with net income, their take-home money, just shy of $2.5 billion. Compare that to last year when they were just shy of 1.9. Not a bad look. EPS. For their guide, they're guiding 96 to 98 pennies. The street was looking for 95, so a beat there. Revenue 14.5 to 14.7, which is decent here. The street was expecting 14.58, so the midpoint at or just a little bit higher. And the CEO, Chuck Robbins, confirmed that Trump's new tariffs, 30% on China and 25% on Canada and Mexico, were factored already into the guidance, so we needn't adjust that. He also noted no signs of customer slowdown or stockpiling ahead of the tariffs. And let's talk about how they did in their segments. Networking revenue accounted for 7.07 billion of their earnings, up 8% year over year, a beat there. But this is where they missed. Security revenue, they printed 2.01 billion, which was a 54, believe it or not, % year over year increase, but that missed the street's expectations, a lofty 2.17 billion. And last but not least, AI infrastructure orders, web companies, $600 million this quarter. Brendo, that's what they're expecting.
Yeah, we are. If you go to a daily chart, we are finally clearing a significant level, the last kind of line in the sand here from the move down. So we're gapping above that this morning to 63, but 62 it was struggling with here the past couple of days.
Maybe the resurgence has come back here. I was saying in the post-market show, or the market recap, this is the only one of the four horsemen that has never been a part of my personal portfolio. And it's probably going to stay that way. I'm not really looking at this for a trade today, but I think, as Brendan mentioned, anytime you have, and there's a few stocks that have this same look, where you have this April resistance, where everything fell apart, and you want to try to bounce off that. So I think if you're looking at this today, 62 would be your kind of line in the sand for dip buys if you want to play it in the direction of the earnings. As I said, one of these names that I'm looking at is And just because Intel was one of the four horsemen, I'll mention it here. Oracle and Microsoft, the others. I'm dating myself by even saying that, but distinctly different from the rest of the market yesterday, which leads me to want to be short this name. So we're going to try and grab it. I'm sitting here, you know what, that's way too far. When it looked like maybe we'd be trending up on that number, I'm thinking, yeah, we can go into the 2180 where the resistance was before, but I'm thinking 21.5 is the other spot. In the prior day close, it's already been resistance to support before. Let's see if it can do it again, and if it loses that level, then I like the 2180 for a short. So I'm not going to be trading Cisco, but it's a good look. It's actually a pretty solid run for that company. I think a lot of people have forgotten about that. Everyone keeps saying, oh, NVIDIA is the next Cisco because of what Cisco did in the dot-com bubble burst. It's good to see it recover.
All right, I mean, beating everywhere, beating on the forward guide as well. I mean, I like Cisco. I think up today, was up higher, kind of just fading out a little bit, trying to watch out for the market. I mean, the market dips here. Cisco dips a little bit, market comes back, market trying to figure it out. So I feel like this is going to be a safe name today, and I think this is a long around. I like to see it around 62 just to hold something, because if you look at yesterday's sort of levels, 62 is where we started the day, and then we dropped off there. I don't know if people were a little nervous about earnings or whatever was happening yesterday because the NASDAQ was green. But then earnings came out and we popped, right? And so definitely some overhang over here around 63.50, but that would be nice if you got up to there today, pushing this thing up about 4% or so. So yeah, I think down into 62 is a level here, maybe a little bit earlier than that, 62, like the tops here. Because if you just go back a couple of days, we've already been here. It's not like this is an absolute rocket. It hasn't done anything for a minute. Like, I don't know, just looking back at where Cisco's been, there's the level that we like. So a little bit of a pullback into that. I take that back. It's actually starting to trend a little bit higher there, 58 up to 63. That's a nice little week there for sure. So even without the earnings, maybe, you know, if it was a bad report, you would have fallen a lot more than we had gone up. But the report was good. And if you're trying to buy good companies, they sort of solidified now with a better than expected guide and a better than expected last quarter. I mean, it should be a winner unless management has no idea, you know, what they're looking at, and I believe that that's not the case. So again, a well-positioned company there. We talked about PanW and some of the, you know, safety that people are looking at with, you know, web and all this crypto and just everything like that. Cisco there, you know, with the routers and with the internet safety. I like it. I like the space here. PanW, CrowdStrike, Cisco, some of the cybersecurity names seem to be working out right now. I like Cisco down here, but I'd prefer it at 62. Maybe I should have added that to the sticky note, but we'll wait. We'll keep it on the side note and see what it does.
All right, let's go to Coinbase. Pulling back here after 2 days to the upside. Huge moves past couple days. 2.3%. Crazy story here involving this potential, I guess, cybersecurity threat. Nothing ever really comes of it, it seems, but they received this random email wanting $20 million. And I mean, long story short, no data was breached, it seemed. No customer information was disclosed or given out to anyone, but they asked for $20 million, and Brian Armstrong turns around and says, there's a $20 million bounty on anyone who finds these people. So
yeah, I love that
good move.
I love that move, Brendo. I mean, look, you're gonna ante up the money. You might as well give it and catch the people. So I like the move. So Coinbase did suffer a major cyber attack, guys, exposing internal data and some customer information. The extortion attempt involved a $20 million ransom, which Coinbase refused. According to some estimates here, the financial impact could range from about $180 to $400 million. I know that is a wide margin, but that is what's being reported. The criminal bribed, this is how they did it. The criminals bribed foreign support contractors to gain access. And some of the data that includes names, addresses, phone numbers, but a lot of masked information. So Social Security was masked, so were the bank information, so were the government IDs, some account details. There was no access, though, gained to passwords, two-factor authentication codes, passkeys, or customer funds. So they were able to protect all that because that was all on a different database. The response and the recovery here, obviously law enforcement involved. Coinbase terminated the contracts with those compromised contractors. They're also launching a new US-based support hub, and they're upgrading monitoring for high-risk transactions and insider threats, which is exactly how this happened. And here's the kicker. This is what we're talking about, offering a $20 million reward for information leading to the attackers and the rest in conviction. And they're committed, Brendo, to reimbursing any impacted users here, including victims of scams impersonators.
Yeah, as we said, though, it looks like things are a little bit under control.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out. But 2.4%, I mean, the market clearly thinking that this isn't as bad as it potentially could have been after a couple of really good days, guys, for Coin.
Yeah, and of course, we'll see what happens tomorrow at the close. So hopefully it's a great trade for everybody. But we do know that oftentimes when you get added to the index, you get the bump, and there's this kind of a sell the news type of event. Now, sometimes that waits until after you've been added to the index, but we've seen at least a couple times in the last year where it happens before. The thing I'll be focused on is not necessarily Coinbase, but I think when you look at the 251 to 52 area on this little bull flag, you might also be looking at IBIT, which I will be, 400K to 101 on the dip, because Bitcoin hasn't been as strong as you would have liked to see in the last couple of days, and we fell back in and retested 101.5. We're bouncing from it now, but we're back underneath the 103, which was a good support level. And as long as we hold underneath 103, I'm thinking we can retest the 100 to 101. It's around 57 on IBIT, but the approach the last couple of days has just been, when IBIT makes a trend down, and get rid of the one that we've already used, just play the trend break when it goes into support. So before I like 58.5, but now I'm liking that 100 to 101 zone, which is in around 56.5 to 57 on IBIT. So until we dip down into there, I'm going to be hands off on crypto.
Yeah, so Coinbase, I would sort of take these stories for not worth that much. I mean, if they're getting down because of a hack and stuff like that, I think that's something that, especially when they're saying that there was really no damage done, I'm not too worried about that. I mean, that shows that they do have pretty decent security, I guess, if no information was able to get out. And I don't know, they're a huge market cap company, and I believe that they're going to be able to figure all of that out. I like this down at the 200 period moving average. So you get that little bit of a false bump there because of the addition into the S&P 500, but it's going to pull back. And when it does, I think that's a good buying opportunity. You gotta make plays sometimes. And I think like if you grab the 200 to 220 play there on Coinbase, I think it does have some upside. They had a good earnings report. We've seen names like Robinhood just taking out the WonderFi. We had Kevin O'Leary on yesterday to talk about that. I think Coinbase continues to work. This space is really just getting started. I mean, I know Bitcoin's been around for 14 or 15 years, but the crypto space and some of the ideas and some of the acceptance of it all now starting to become a thing. And if Coinbase can sort of turn into the Robinhood, where maybe they do, like we were talking about yesterday, allowing easier transfer of these coins, payments. We talked about Mr. Westermeyer over there taking some different coins as payments for real estate transactions and this and that. Like, I just feel like Coinbase, if people are going to start to do it, I mean, we can even ask, like, we did this before. There's only like 20 or 30% of our viewers were even invested in crypto. So if that space becomes more mainstream, like that's our audience is 20 or 30%. And
Which has got to be higher percentage, has to be.
Right, and so the mainstream is much lower than that. Like mainstream is not even close to like you guys, I would think, because we're all in that realm. We talk about this every day. So anyways, I just think Coinbase, again, proof of concept. They seem to be doing it. They had a good report. I like the stock. I just think it's a little bit bumpy right here because of some of the news surrounding the addition. And then obviously today you get that story. So we'll just wait for it to come back in a little bit, but we really like Coinbase. You had to wait for Robinhood. That happened and it was fantastic. So I think Coinbase can win just the same.
Man, that's crazy. We're just talking about Tesla here. Let's keep going. Tesla's trying to roll over a little bit right now, 2% to the downside already, trying to test this 340. But yeah, 350 billion in market cap added back to Tesla. It's up more than 50% off the April low. I mean, there's this story this morning on the cybercab angle. If you go back far enough, Tesla, essentially Elon, essentially came out and said no one was allowed to buy leased cars at the end of the lease because he wanted them for cybercabs and was going to add them to the millions of cybercabs fleet that they were going to have on the road. But he quietly then, between then and now, has been flipping them for a profit.
And he's been upgrading them, Brendo, to make them more attractive. So he did actually give them software updates to increase the resale value. Obviously, the lease buyout policy reversal follows declining demand, let's just call a spade, for used Teslas. And the reason they did this whole you can't buy a car at the end of the lease was because it was during the pandemic and there were obvious shortages, so they wanted to have some inventory to sell back to customers. Obviously, that's no longer the case, being with the supply chain back in full effect. So Tesla here, fantastic triple bottom here, though. I got to see this, Brent. I got to show this. $220 got tested multiple times. I'm sure the boys will look at this March 11th as well here in mid-April, and yet again towards the end of April, holding that level like a glove.
Yeah, just a crazy, crazy move, all the way back to 340 here, guys, for Tesla.
Absolutely a crazy move, that quad bottom. But, you know, yesterday it ran off that 3. So you go to Tuesday's high and then yesterday's lows, and you get where the support was. I think that's what you're testing in here today. Now, we did say one way or another in the afternoon, this is how the market works. One way or another, we're not going to be at 350 to trade that level at the open, because typically when you have a big hard wall like that everyone's waiting for a breakout, either it gaps above it the next day or it gaps underneath it. In this case, we gapped underneath. So, you know, to tell you that 350 is an area of interest doesn't really mean anything, but 337, 36 to 37 is the over-under area. If it holds 336.37, for me, that's where you dip buy into, I think 350 is going to be a wall again, but you lose that, I think we have some potential downside risk. So that's the only spot for me. If anything, like underneath there, it'd have to be a lot lower, I would think, and I think that gets tested pretty much right away. On Tesla. It's relatively weak. Oddly enough, the other name that I'm looking short those on note today is the same level from yesterday on Apple, which I don't even think we get to anymore. That it's like 214 to 15 if you zoom out the daily chart. In here, this is one of the Mag 7 names that has not actually broken out yet. Still want it to break. I'd love for it to break 215, but until it does, it's a short into that level. But Tesla, yeah, that 36 to 37, it's the only spot I'll look for that long.
Look, I wish I had recommended more than putting in 10% of your portfolio or whatever you're looking for on Tesla down here at 231. But those of you that did that are now in the money $100. And it's been a great run, right? I mean, the thing is that there's absolutely nobody that when Tesla was doing this, you know, I don't know, nobody, even myself, like nobody around here was thinking Tesla was going up, that's for sure. So even when it was down here, everybody was saying 180, 160, 140. And when you get talk like that, this is what can happen. So now I'm hearing people almost the other way around thinking like, oh my gosh, like how high are we going now? And I think that creates a little bit of a pullback scenario again. There's 360 right here, 362, 363. So again, I thought it was worth the risk down here to go long. That seemed to have been right. And I think it's lining up to be a little bit of a short here at these levels until we take 360. So I'm not super excited. I mean, I still like the name. We traded it yesterday. It was a huge trade yesterday. We were back and forth with this name. We had 318s long 2 days ago. You know, it continues to be good, right? So I like Tesla. We had this 345 last night into the close, which was a great trade. Tesla continues to give you amazing setups every single day. But for the daily chart, for me, it's a sell. And because Neil just mentioned Apple there as well, Apple is my #1 trade idea as well today. And it's a little bit more aggressive than that 214 or 215 or so area. I'm here at 211 on Apple today. So there it is, man, 211 short. We say good luck right here as well. But there it is, 211 short. Trump talking down India a little bit here. What do we expect from Apple? What are they going to do? We'll see today. Beating the market, double to the downside right now. I'm shorting Apple almost immediately. This is 211 to 211.50. Up to 212 would be fine as well. So let's not get too excited too early, but I do want to short Apple here today. A little nervous because the market's above VWAP right now, but I feel like that's par for the course. So with the imbalances coming out, we'll just wait to see where they go, and they're out now, so we can have a quick look to see what Apple's doing. Rivian, wow, with a big sell for Rivian. What is up with that? That's a big one. We don't see that too often. 3.7 million in Rivian now pumping through lots of volume. Look at the level 2. Look at the time in sales right now for Rivian, starting to go bump in the night a little bit on that sell side. Alibaba, we haven't talked about that yet today, which is crazy. Like, that should be on the list more than Coinbase, but it's not. But anyways, there's Alibaba downside as well. UNH some downside today. TSLA selling, so we'll have to wait to see what that does to all of these stocks. And there's there's Apple with a buy. So Apple's starting to get right into that 211 spot right now. So this is why you got to be a little careful here off the open. We'll wait to see where it goes. Apple now, which was relatively weak, double, starting to come back in a little bit here against the market. So nice upside play there for Apple. We're still watching out for that 211.50. Let's go talk about UNH.
Real quick, downside once again this morning on this investigation headline to the tune of almost 10%. That is a terrible looking daily chart that continues to leak here. We're all the way back to 280. Couldn't even hold 300 bucks.
This is ugly. All right, guys, here's the deal. U.S. Department of Justice, Brando, has launched a criminal investigation into United Health Group's Medicare Advantage business, specifically here, the Medicare Advantage business. The DOJ's healthcare fraud unit is overseeing the probe. United Health said it has not been notified by the DOJ, and it's denying all wrongdoings, standing by the integrity of what it calls its Medicare program. The background here is the probe has reportedly been active since summer of 2024. Reports to Wall Street Journal. Should be noted here that UNH responded to the Wall Street Journal report, calling it, not good. And anyway, in February, the Department of Justice also launched a civil fraud investigation into the Medicare billing practices, and Senator Chuck Grassley, he began a separate inquiry into UNH's compliance and billing oversight. And Medicare Advantage here is under fire because the DOJ just recently sued 3 different insurers for alleged kickbacks to brokers to steer patients into their Medicare Advantage plans. And Medicare Advantage actually covers about 50% of the 65 million Medicare recipients, and private insurers, they get paid more, Brendo, for sicker patients, so it incentivizes this aggressive diagnostic coding.
It just keeps going. This stock can't get out of its own way. We're trying to bounce right now at day lows here, guys, for UNH.
Just very quickly, we have 2 minutes to go. Like UNH, I don't know where the bottom is going to be on this thing. We've said, let's stop trying to guess at the bottom, and then more bad news comes out that fundamentally is not good, the fraud case, because that affects revenue. So whether or not it can even bounce off 280 and underneath that, you've got 40 and then 220. I think you're waiting for a couple of days where this can actually settle down to do anything big. Alibaba down 5%. We didn't really mention it. It's nuts. It's Alibaba, right? I mean, come on. Like Alibaba.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's already tanking. All right, yeah, so Baba's already tanking to the wrong word. We're back at the lows here. I was just looking at notes, and I liked 129.5 into 134 fade, but Alibaba has already dropped $2 into some market strength. I think this one's worth watching, and the other thing to keep in mind, Baba could lose the 50 period here today. 125, a big level. I wouldn't short on a breakdown of this stock, but certainly looks like a solid opportunity if it does lose that bid to head much further down. I don't think we see that 130 unless something crazy happens at the open. Just to check back, I know Rivian had that crazy move to Sean. Rivian's already back to where it was before. Big sell imbalance, and it's right back up at the highs on Rivian, and it's paired off that imbalance. So the big sell imbalance that got paired off on Rivian, it's back to where it was.
All right, so things are starting to go right now. We only have a minute left. I'm into a new position, our first position right here, so let's go, wake up. We're short Uber right here at $90.25. This was another name that we had written down here on our sticky note for Uber, between 90 to 90.50, so it's here right now, so we'll go halfway. We're short at 20, not 25s. We're short right here. It's printed. We got some shares, so we're now short Uber. Not going to be huge. We are bidding a little bit lower, maybe off the open. We do get a crank a little bit lower than that right now. I mean, we could probably take right now 20 cents if we wanted it, but let's just wait to see what Uber does here today. We could be dead wrong on this one. Apple also with only 10 seconds left, that's starting to get back upside. So we're waiting for 211.25 right now just to take an early position, but we don't want to get caught too early in some of these trades because we don't know where the market's going in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Adara. So we get Apple immediately right now, which means it's probably no good, but we'll wait to see. Let's see if we can take 25 cents on a little bit if it comes back into 211, but we're short this. We're also short Uber. 2 positions to start the day, short Apple, short Uber, 2 names that are on my watch list. So let's go. Let's see what winds up happening now. The market pulling back just a little bit. We'll see if we can take an early take there on Apple. I'm bidding 211 flat. If it comes down, great, and then we'll wait to see for a lower take on this one. We're wrong for sure at 212.50, I guess.
That's the first level that I'm sitting at on Apple, coincidentally. Coreweave just dropped $3 in one candle here off the open, off the $70 level. Looks like it's trying to, 65 is the over-under level for me, so if it holds on at 65, that's the only place I want to look dip by. Tesla's already fading. Intel didn't even pop. It looks like they canceled the old order. I want to sit here at 45, see if it comes to the upside, but right now it's not going on Intel. Apple is coming into the aftermarket high, so whoops, there we go. We'll see if we can't get that one to come in. Want to play this off every resistance till we get to 215, and then the aforementioned Alibaba, which we were just looking at, they reported earnings. Yeah, there it goes. Alibaba's already tanking. It just dropped another $2 on Alibaba. Wow, this is really cranking to the upside.
Okay, so yeah, Uber, I mean, things are starting to go upside right now. So we already have a target to get stopped out if Apple continues to go a little bit more than this. Our stop out's going to be $91 on Uber. So again, we're just trying to we're just trying to figure this out. I mean, the market's still early. Obviously, it's 9:31. So we don't want to layer into anything and get run over off the jump. So let's just wait. We had written down short. Right now, no shorts are printing. So we're going to have to wait. The Nasdaq's trying to go back upside. Remember, a good PPI number and Philly Fed, I think, was better, or whatever that Philly manufacturing, I don't know what it was, but better than expected. Starting the market with this rally. We did have an early pullback, but we're still looking at that high of 21.30 right now. And if the market wants to go, then it's nothing we could do about it. So Uber stopping out if it breaks through 91. I'm pretty confident with that one. And then we'll just regroup if that is what happens. So we're now short Uber right here as we're starting to go, man. There goes Apple. We're short at 211.50. I mean, this is a trade that we wanted, but again, probably a little bit too early for everything. So we're learning our lessons. Like, we're not just going to layer into these stocks and put on max amount of risks or something like that this early because, hey, the market is its own little beast here. There goes Uber. So again, we'll slap the fail on it. Probably, better time to wait than right now for just jumping into some of these trades. But Uber, again, like the stock for sure, but now it's green. It was red when we were talking about short. What an upside move there for Uber. I won't be that disappointed getting stopped out. It's not a huge, wasn't a huge position. More just working with this Apple now.
Yeah, I just got into Apple for the first time here today. It tagged 12. It broke the 12 level underneath what was the afternoon resistance. It was right at the close yesterday when it made that high. So that's the first.
Come back down.
It needs to get back down here. First test is going to be that $0.50 on the way back in. The other thing is, quickly, I'm going to bid in front of 211.50. Alibaba just broke another. It's now 7% down. All right. There's no chase here. I'm not chasing this. This is ridiculous. Maybe it pops into VWAP or something like that happens on Alibaba, but it's absolutely flushing here, down 7% on Alibaba. That's even more. I didn't think it would be that bad on Baba, but yeah, if you're looking to pick it up, I'm not, but I might consider if it goes 10% down an SSR bounce. Alibaba is the exact kind of name that I like an SSR bounce on because it's incredibly liquid. It's trickier in those other ones like the CrowdStrikes and the I guess for lack of a better, UNH.
Yeah.
But on an Alibaba, it's a different beast when that thing gets down, if that thing gets down 10%.
All right, we should be shorting the market a little bit right now if possible, so we'll get into some cues right now, going down to the downside. Come on, Apple, let's go, man. We've got Decent position on that is for sure right now. So let's wait to see if it goes. We did take, oh, sorry, that's still the TQs. All right, so we can watch out for Apple. Apple's not doing too much, just doing this right now. So we took a little bit out there at 60s, and now we'll wait to see where this fall goes here for Apple. But we're in the TQs. I was actually trying to get something a little closer to 70. We wrote down 70 to 70, 50. But I mean, the market right now is ripping. So we got to be very, very careful. We don't want to be short the market and NASDAQ all at the same, or sorry, and Apple all at the same time. But all right, we're starting to go upside right now. Apple definitely bouncing off of that 50 level for now. Let's go over Coinbase, also tanking, by the way, but let's go find out what Adara's up to.
UNH hit.
I'm just seeing here, excuse me, on X, apparently India is reportedly working with the U.S. in a joint statement on trade. So yeah, that's according to India's trade secretary. So India's trade secretary commenting that apparently India and U.S. are working together in direction of a joint statement on trade. Unclear when this is going to happen or what the results are going to be, but apparently working towards a joint trade statement, India and the U.S. UNH down really badly here, guys. Back to you.
On Apple, go. Thank you, Adara. Yeah, UNH is absolutely crushed. We're down.
Insane.
We're shorting the Qs right now. Hopefully this can get to the downside. Short just a little bit here underneath 70. Come on, Apple, man. This could be the day. A great trade here for Apple. Again, let's just wait to see where we go. Come on, Apple. Get down, man. We've got a position on, that's for sure. Come on, AAPL. We have like 2 or 3 units on. We'll wait to see where it goes. If it breaks 212, then we're out. I mean, the market seems to be pretty weak now, and Apple's actually not even going down, so maybe a bad call on that one. But never fear, because the money is here, and it's on the futures. Big call right now. Let's get to the downside on the future. Sometimes I don't even know why I'm messing around with stocks. Oh, yeah, because it's working. But here goes TQQ to the downside. Let's go. Let's see if we can get this. Again, we marked down this trade. We like it, and now it's starting to go downside. So let's go on the NASDAQ. Nice trade right there on the TQs, right? Hit that high, get that low. Now let's get low, 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 low. Especially you, Apple. You got to get a lot lower than where you are right now as well for your boy, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that. Maybe Apple's stronger than I thought.
Well, the market's holding up pretty decently, but we did just wick the high. So anything that wicked the top, I'm going to like it. We like Intel to the short side, wick above the prior high. So we go into the short. We'll play it into the volume-weighted average price for now. I don't know if we showed you guys this on UNH, but yeah. So right back to the lows. I was telling you, it bounced off 260 and was at like 65, 66 almost instantly, right back into the lows. This is absolutely bleeding right now. This is why we kept telling people, do not try to guess at where the bottom on this thing is going to be. That short is insane. All right, so Intel coming into the lows. It needs to break, hold underneath the quarters, and then work into what was a wall at 2120. Right now, the stop is above the 35, so we're risking about 4 or 5 cents on this bad boy. And Coreweave, nothing doing for me, nothing doing on Alibaba either. It's just these 2 names to the south side. And, well, Intel's been doing better than Apple, because Apple's right back.
Apple's ripping
into that 212. Apple's just strong today.
Yeah, I had to get out of it. Again, like
almost.
You know, this is the thing, like, you know.
Reggie.
Yeah, exactly. So there it goes, man. Again, like I can't hold through that level. So no matter what Apple winds up doing here, I'm out of that one. As it's just going upside. Wrong call on that. We thought that it was going to be a short today. It was not. There goes Apple. So we'll go 1 for 2. Down on Apple here, making more. Sorry, we actually lost on Uber as well. Uber's kind of just hovering around this level, though. Maybe that is a decent short. It's the NASDAQ right now that's pumping shorter, and we like that call for sure. So yeah, Apple definitely wrong on that one. We're fine. We'll take our medicine on that, and yeah, look for something else. You know what's really tanking here is Google. Google, huge move up to 167 in the pre-market, just absolutely falling down like a rock right now into 164.50. Good move there for Google. Downside, and then that UNH, before we go over to Adara, it's even lower than it was earlier. So UNH absolutely dead right now. The market getting hit on, probably the Dow getting crushed now as well. But there we go, the TQ's downside. What's up, Adara?
UNH struggling here, to put it mildly, but keep an eye on NKE. I'm seeing comments here coming from Dick's. Of course, Dick's Sporting Goods is the company that is acquiring Foot Locker. Apparently, Dick's saying that they believe Nike's business will grow at Foot Locker. So NKE getting a nice little push to the upside. This one is at day's highs. NKE potentially benefiting here from this Dick's Foot Locker deal. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, that makes some sense. All right, so I'm gonna try Apple against that high. Sure, it looks like I'm being stubborn because I kind of am, but we reshorted it again, and it's so far it's printing right now. So we'll do that. We'll get back into it again. But yeah, I don't know. We just took a oh, we didn't even. Oh, sorry, that's the TQs. That's tanking. Hopefully, here comes Apple. Let's go, Apple. So we have the short back again. Same kind of shares, but just trying to absorb some of this now. So I'm going to bid some O's here. Let's get down, man. This could be a big trade, but I don't know. We were in it early. It was a loser. So now we're just trying to lick those wounds, as we say again. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's what we're doing right now. Let's go. Come on, Apple. Get to the downside, man. And we're getting excited now. We've got the futures starting to go down near the lows again on the TQQs. So, hey, man, we're here to trade, but we got to make the right ones. Apple right now. Let's go. Making that money back on Apple. I see you're into Coreweave. How's that going?
Well, Coreweave just broke 65, hit 64. We're in here at 80s. Let's see if we can break that low. That I'll zoom out so you can sort of see some of the levels from yesterday, because we're underneath yesterday's lows with a break of 64 even on Coreweave. Now remember, these guys made they get 400% growth in revenue and then lost money. So everyone's trying to figure out how to price this business. I just thought 65 over under. So when it broke 65, came back and rejected the 65 underneath. We just scalped some out there. Intel's okay, but it's still holding at the volume-weighted average price, at least for now on Intel. But Apple got me out. I tried to get back in, but I'm not chasing the move down here. You had to grab it right away back through the 212 level, and Coreweave came into play for me almost instantaneously. I still have eyeballs on Alibaba, but not for the reasons that we did before, because, whoops. Oh, okay, now it's not going to load. There we go. I wanted to look for that SSR bounce. It might not get there anymore. I don't know what's going on, why it's over here, but decent bounce off 124. The only other place I want to short this would be at the volume-weighted average price. So I'm either waiting for VWAP on BABA, or we're looking for an SSR bounce. Would have to get 10% down for that to come into play.
All right, let's go. Come on, Apple, man. You just touched into the low 60s. We're now bidding mid 60s. Maybe we can get that for 50 cents in the money again as we make back. We're not making it all back yet that we wound up losing on Apple, but we got right back in there after we saw that top little tick there. So far, so good on that one. Obviously, the futures continue to go lower, and yes, Apple, as we get that trade over there. So, yeah, a little bit of a tough one so far this morning for that name, man. Let's go back over to the healthcare stock that we all wonder about. UNH makes that bottom at 255. I still think it's a little bit too much for me to be looking at this, but yeah, nice little move higher now, basing out down in around 258, 257. First big green candle happening right there on some relief. I would still say you're looking short. Come on, Apple. You're still looking short against that 270. That could be something. Another name that we had looked at before was also AMZN. I mean, we had put it down as the short, but unfortunately the market just kept going even before the market opened, and then Amazon got clocked right back. Yes, Apple. Yes, Apple. Boom! That's what we're doing, Neil. There it goes. Nice move to the downside there for Apple. I hope your shorts are working as well. We're now dollar clubbing right there on Apple. So a big trade alert happening right now for Apple. And oh boy, we're happy that we have that one. Two big shorts right now on the futures. Probably Uber's probably coming back. No, Uber's staying upside. So okay, good thing we're not looking over there. I'm going to buy a little bit more now at this downside push there for Apple because we got one fill at 211. Let's get another one. That's us there at 214. So 211.14. Good move there for Apple. Let's just see if the futures want to fall. Come on, Apple, get lower than this, man. Good trading over here on Apple. We've got Intel Coreweave action, and anything you guys want to talk about, man, put it in the chat. Maybe some Palantir. We haven't looked at that yet today. 128.75. I do want to look at Big Bear. That's not doing too much. I do want to look at Big Bear AI, because I do have this on the sticky note as well, 350 or so. It's getting close. So we just missed that. Let's see what happens with this at 350. Big Bear AI, but yeah, good trade here on Apple. We're out of about half of it. Let's see how much it wants to go down. Actually, a little bit less than half. I'm gonna take one more bid here at 16s. There it is. So now we have about half left of Apple. Let's see what winds up happening now.
Tanking is what's going to be happening on Apple.
Oh,
I can tell with bull flag, it's a bit of a bull flag on Intel here, so got to watch out because the chip names are going in opposite directions again. We jumped back into it off 21.33, same price as before effectively, but it could break out that high again. This is how quickly this thing snapped back above the volume weighted average price. That's violent. So I was on the bid at 25, and it snapped up without actually picking me up. So got to watch out for Intel. Like, it was going down when NVIDIA was going up, and now it's going up when NVIDIA is going to the downside, and VDA. I just got some out of Coreweave, but I always deal with the one that's not working first as opposed to the one that is working, because that matters more. So up on Intel when NVIDIA is going down. That's not the recipe I want. If it makes a fresh high, we're just going to have to get out of it. CRWV, I have to say it that way because I've typed it wrong so many times in the last few days. It's insane. Still holding under VWAP. It cannot seem to, never mind. It just broke yesterday's lows. I was about to tell you it couldn't break yesterday's lows. It just broke yesterday's lows. I'm thinking this is going to head back in, hopefully, to Tuesday's close price at 63. Take it from station to station. So I want it down at that 63 level. We'll jump out and then reassess from there. Hopefully Intel doesn't blow us out the top right now. It's a couple of pennies underneath, but it needs to work better than this when the market's rolling over. So Coreweave working, Alibaba nothing burger, because, well, honestly, Alibaba doesn't want to pop. Like, it can't short VWAP if it doesn't get to VWAP. BABA now 7%. There might be something else that I'm missing here that I actually like to the south side. Look at Tesla.
Yeah.
That's how rough. Tesla's doing nothing. Nothing. Inside day for Tesla.
Yeah, so that's why Tesla wasn't on our note today to do anything with it. We'll let it continue to watch out for that. 210 sort of is what we're looking at right now. I mean, I'll take a 210.50 if we can get anything like that. I'm going to put a bid right now, 210.75 or so on Apple. I think that we could get into this 210 area for sure here. So let's wait to see. We did try to reload. Let's go Apple. Let's go Apple, man. Yes, finally, good. We finally got, well, not finally, we do have these on, sometimes. Wow, Neil, we just called that level, and there it goes right there, 210.75. That's your face slapper there, Joey Options. Nice little move to the downside right there as we continue to go low, 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 low. Nice play there on Apple as there it goes. Nice play on the market. Let's see how much low we can get on that. We just got the low of the day on the market. We have the top of the NASDAQ. Now we have the low of the NASDAQ. Let's wait to see where we go from here, man. Apple could still lose a lot off of this. We're now green on Apple, so I don't know. I prefer red apples, but right here today, we'll see. I mean, I like the Granny Smith, but I like Golden Delicious apples. Those are my, that's my kid's favorite. So we like Golden Delicious. Baron likes those. Well, all my, they actually they love all kind of fruit, man. I mean, fruit is tasty treat, that is for sure. All right, here we go, 210.50. Let's just take a 210.50, man. This is, again, the #1 trade here on the sticky note, and it's going to be not my P&L #1 because we lost on it early. Hopefully it will be. It's the futures as P&L #1, as we almost have $1 on that one. So we'll props up those plays as well. As here comes the futures, man, right back down into the downside. All we wrote down today on the sticky note was market feels heavy. I mean, that's like, but here we go. TQQs, NASDAQ feeling heavy at these levels. Great opportunity for a slowdown today. Look for pull-ups to get pulled back. So there it goes. Nice move to the downside right now. And we did exactly that. We followed our plan. So that's a boomer right there. Down to 69. Look at this, man. Boom on the TQQs. We like that one. Maybe I should tweet this one out.
I think you should. But I'm now out of CrowdStrike. We got exactly what we wanted out of it. CrowdStrike.
Nice.
Coreweave.
Yes.
Okay, not only am I saying CrowdStrike, I was typing CrowdStrike into my level 2 when I want to go to Coreweave. It's just I'm not accustomed to the symbol. So it lost VWAP. We were able to get out in front of 63. You can see it's wicked the bottom through $63. So there's your bottoming tail candle. That was the target area, so I just jumped out of it. I don't normally think DIX is a day trade, but it's now down 14% on this Foot Locker deal. And if it breaks 180, I probably have a good long look at this at 175 for a bounce play. It just, in my gut, it feels like it's way too much to the downside for this, and whatever. It's just, I think I'm going to take a shot at this the next couple of days. I guess that'll be on probably next week. But as a day trade, if it gets to 175, I might look for an SSR bounce on DIX. That's a lot for the Foot Locker deal. We did get low of the day, but no better on Intel. So it goes top to bottom, but no break of the low. Key point is going to be whether we can break out the 7 a.m. the 8 a.m. Bottom tail candle on the NASDAQ. If that gets taken out and Intel doesn't go, then I'll be concerned about this low not breaking. If the market holds and Intel holds, then it's just doing what the market is overall doing. So Tesla's not doing anything. Alibaba, despite Oh, never mind. Alibaba just broke the low one more time. It's 2 points away from 10% down. At that point, I'm looking for some kind of a bounce play. This is looking nasty, nasty, nasty. I don't want to jump back into Coreweave yet. I want to look for a bounce. I was thinking we'd get some support at 63. It bounced initially, starting to come back in lower. I'll look to re-engage either its volume weighted average price or the prior low yesterday, which is 64. Right now, the shorts have worked. Really, the longs that I wanted were so far down. NVIDIA could come into play, though. NVIDIA could come into play at that gap the other day, 131. That's your prior day high. It's still a couple of dollars away from any kind of reasonable bounce zone. And then IBIT was the other one, Bitcoin 100K. It's down, but it's at 102,000. So you still got a ways to go to test 100,000 where I was looking for a bounce.
All right, good trading over there. Yeah, Uber, thanks for that. Uber goes right to 9. So I had written down again 90 to 90, 50. So, you know, when we have that 50-cent range and it goes 50 cents against you, I'm going to get out. But, you know, too bad because our average price was 90.50. Now it would be 50 cents in the money. But we take a 50-cent loser. So we'll have to sewer ourselves there because we can't, you know, just continue to talk about, you know, these winning trades and how we're nailing those because sometimes we do get nailed. But at least it was early and it doesn't really affect anything here. Obviously, it's a red mark on the account, but, you know, we had a red mark here with Apple and then we turned our frown upside down and now it's a big one, right? So let's go back over to Tesla and have a look there because this is another name that I wasn't too interested in it today for some reason. And maybe we should have been. I mean, it is a huge move down right now for TSLA. So I think we were right about feeling the NASDAQ a little heavy as some of the names that had moved around are continuously moving around. Like what sent this market, excuse me, what sent this, and bless you, of course, what sent this market upside is sending it downside. And we already talked about that. We talked about that yesterday with Amazon, with sort of that doji print there that it was making. We said that with Uber yesterday as well. And there goes Amazon, you know, reeling now back into the downside. And oh boy, man, this is starting to become something special. Let's see how low we can get on Apple, man. I mean, I would love to see this 210 area. Market's just getting weak right now. Will it hold these levels? I say no, hence the short. Okay, Boeing right now, not going down is Boeing. Still down up 0.1% over there. This guy's choking on 12 eggs over there. But nice downside move here for Boeing today, 208. Let's see where this one finds a home. But for me, man, I'm obsessed still with Apple as that's going downside. Coinbase as well. I talked about lows coming for Coinbase. Now that's down 6% now for Coinbase into 248. Oh. So yeah, man, let's get some more out on Apple. It does seem to be bouncing in and around this 260 area. So let's put a bid here at 210.66. See if we get a little bit lower on AAPL because the futures are kind of basing out here, right? I mean, maybe the futures want to go back upside here. I'm going to get one more piece out on the TQQs, and then we'll wait to see if we get a little bit of a higher take. There goes Apple, man. We just smoked that one as well. So far, so good here on the downside. But, yeah, Tesla, go ahead, yeah.
It's still kind of early. We're 953 here. Let's see if we can survive this bounce, right? Like the NASDAQ's trying to get above the volume-weighted average price. If it does close above, I think you wait for the highs. Coreweave, not really. See, Intel's moving, but Coreweave is not doing much to get back into VWAP. Intel, I did get some back in. We're less than before, but we got the low of the day, and now it's trying to break out that top. I'm not letting it break the top. I'm just going to leave the stop in there. If it makes a fresh high when the market's not making a fresh high, then to me that means it's no good. I'll jump into Coreweave if we get a chance at the volume-weighted average price. And I keep looking back over at Alibaba, and Alibaba keeps not bouncing. So lower and lower and lower it goes. It'll be 8% very soon. I can imagine like JD and others are probably absolutely tanking as well. I did want to acknowledge in the chat, early on some people were saying how strong SMCI is, but look at the turn on SMCI. That's looking pretty nasty. I like false breakouts, especially when they're at the previous close. So I prayed for locates, but I wanted to trade Intel first. If Intel is going to be relatively strong, and this is going to literally fail a 45 break, then I'm going to pivot over to SMCI, start looking at it to go back underneath VWAP here. If the market breaks out, different story. But as long as we hold the highs, I want to still look for some of these shorts, and I like that setup here on Super Micro.
All right, we're going to try to go short some Google if it comes through right now. We are now $1.50 in the money right now with our Apple trade as it just gets weak, man. And there it is. It's going to be P&L number 1 for me now as it continues to go downside here for Apple. Big trade, man, for that. You know, really happy to have this on. Obviously, we got stopped out there at 212 when it ripped up, but we saw that wick top. We wanted to stay short, the name that we thought short, and we did that. So there it goes, man. We'll wait to see what's happening on that one. Uber still in the middle. TQQ still doing this thing. I'm still waiting for topside on the TQs, man. I don't know. Wow, this is just I want to talk about more names, but honestly, when I have a lot. We talk about this, man. It's harder for me to jump between names because, like, if I miss certain things, like, I have to have bids out there to make sure I catch this. And I'm always trying to focus on the plays that I do prefer. So if you guys have any names that are maybe looking around, look at Robinhood, man. We flipped up. Robinhood's getting crushed. We flipped up that short yesterday. You know, like, we had 62 written down as a long. As soon as that broke, we went short. So again, like, I really wish that we were able to hold things sometimes overnight, but there it goes. Only certain trades can hold overnight, but this 62, nice downside move there into 58, into 58.50, man. That's $4 from that breaking level. Will Robinhood eventually bounce? I think it will. But yeah, I mean, again, a great trade off the lows there for Robinhood. Getting hit. I mean, we saw Coinbase some downside action there. We've seen crypto a little bit. You know, meh right now in and around still 102. Meh. So still kind of meh right there as well. So there's a look at Coinbase down to 248, 247. I still think these are all shorts, man. I'm pretty negative about the market today. Do you remember at 8:30 when I did this? So let's wait to see what winds up happening now. The market's not even really tanking to where I think it can. So I think we can get a lot lower than this. Looking at the NASDAQ, like, let's talk about 21.2. Let's talk about some of these lows again coming through. We were just there. Let's get lower now back into these levels. Break, and then, yeah, man. You know, housing market index coming out in a couple minutes. You think that's going to be good? Let's wait to see what winds up happening now. Apple still down near the lows. I'm going to put a bid at 210 and see if we can get that. I guess I can cancel my 212.50s. That's not happening. Nice downside play there for Apple. 210.20s. I'm going to bid, get a little bit more out, but futures really aren't doing anything, to be honest.
We've stayed inside the range for sure. Okay, SMCI starting to claw back up here. This will be the only thing new that I'm looking at. It's either going to hold on to VWAP or give us a run at 45 at some point. Just heard in my ear, Dix is making another low. You've got to be kidding. So Intel did the thing where it wicked out, but now I jump right back in if it wicks me out to try to play the range. Like, we're trying to get in here, hold to VWAP, which is 7-8 cents, and then try to make 10 pennies for a breakdown. So I don't mind getting in and out for a couple of pennies each time, but it keeps on breaking that top. I don't want long for longer. Punch out of that. But Dix continues to make fresh lows. I don't know where the bottom is going to be, but it's 175. That's the level that I'm kind of eyeballing here to look for a reversion play. It's done 3 million shares. It's actually pretty solid liquidity, which you want to make sure of, because if you've never traded a stock, you don't know what it looks like after the open. It looks okay to me. Like, the spread will open up every now and then, but it's tradable. 175 looks like a little bit of a low for that name. SMCI, this is starting to come back in to the volume weighted average price. I might nibble if I can get the quarters. It's about the $0.50 where I think you've lost VWAP. I want it to be at least solidly above 44 even before we get into that one. And Coreweave, that was the clean short that did work. Coming back into VWAP. There hasn't been a red candle yet, so it's a heavy bounce here on Coreweave. Let's see it reverse the volume weighted average price. Do a topping tail. Show me some weakness. I don't want to stand in front of this. We like to get it where show me the bounce, show me resistance, show me the topping tail candle, something like that for an entry, as opposed to just standing there in front of a bunch of green candles.
Ozen might be there, who knows? But you know what's here in the club? It's now $2 on Apple, as again, we stay with what we've been doing, man. This is the #1 trade idea here on the stick. You know, we like it a lot. Let's check in on Rivian. Thank you to the chat right here. I might as well just hold out to see how low we can get. What's up, Daniel T? He wants to know what's going on with Rivian and QBTS. We'll have a look at both of those for you immediately. So here we go. Rivian, yeah, what's up with that? We saw that huge, I thought when you were posting that in the chat that maybe Rivian was getting clubbed because we did see that big sell imbalance and then it came to life again real quick like. So So yeah, man, Rivian right back in there, right into yesterday's lows on that imbalance. No idea what was going on there. We pulled it up to you at 925, and it was like, okay, that was a sell imbalance, and I didn't look at it enough to say, hey, maybe if we get down into this level, it could be a buy opportunity. But I was pretty short thinking of the market today. So I don't know if I would have had that bid. But if we zoom back out a little bit here on Rivian, we can do some little bit of a deeper dive. Let's go over, we do have numbers. We do have Adara at 10 o'clock. When we come back, I'll look at Rivian. But yeah, 15 looks like a good support level. Maybe we pop from here. All right, Adara, what's up with you?
Yeah, perfect timing here. We're just waiting on this data. Let's see if it's coming out here. Business inventories and housing market index. Just waiting for my screen to refresh. And we got these prints. 34 for the NAHP housing market index. That is below the forecast of 40. Business inventories month over month also lower than expected. 0.1% versus 0.2% expected. In case you missed it this morning, PPI coming in lower than expected almost across the board. Both the PPI and core PPI on a month over month basis actually getting negative prints. PPI year over year a little bit lower than expected, but core PPI year over year flat. Here's the Nasdaq slightly making a lower high here, but pretty choppy this morning. What's certainly not choppy is UNH decisively lower today. In case you missed it, UNH, in addition to announcing the resignation of its CEO earlier this week, there's now, according to the Wall Street Journal, reportedly facing a DOJ investigation. Then we have Apple, AAPL on watch. We do know that Donald Trump, president of the United States, has expressed a little bit of annoyance with Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, because he wants to move this manufacturing to India. We know Donald Trump and his tariffs really want to move this manufacturing to the States. AAPL, UNH, just a couple names on watch. We know Foot Locker here being bought out, or I guess acquired here by Dick's Sporting Goods. So tons of catalysts to be aware of today. Back to you.
Tons of catalysts. Yeah, lots of catalysts today, that's for sure. We have a new position. I think it's a little bit early right now. It's Google. I want it up here for sure. Like, we're going to be averaging into this. If we break 165.50, that's where my stop is right now. So very early days, man. Half a unit in now on Google. Let me know if you guys like that kind of talk when we're talking about units. We've decided not to share size because, as we've said many times, there's different strategies that require different share sizes, and you guys trade however you want to. All my money is primarily made with the stuff that you're seeing right now. You do trade sometimes pink sheets on the side, but they're not really doing anything. I haven't made money on those in a couple months. So we're trying to focus right now on what we're doing right here, right now. Right here, right now. All right, we did get some more shares into TQs. Adam, man, you just told me I had a good price on the TQQs. And yeah, now I have a better one as it's all the way up. And look, we are fine being wrong. You know, stubborn is something that will kill you every single time in the marketplace. So if this market wants to rip my face off right now, then we will get out of it. I'm thinking short. If the short doesn't work, then yeah, we have to, you know, put your hands up and just say, like, that's it, you know. We get out of it, and then we look for our next trade. Like, because we did that on Apple, we're able to make everything back and turn Apple into the P&L #1 so far today, right? So there's those kind of plays that you have to focus on, and that's what I've been doing. So right here on the futures, we're short again right now. It just seems to be bouncing off 60 a little bit. So this is what I talk about when I'm trying to focus on certain things. Like, I have a lot of shares in these positions. This is what I make money on, or trying to anyways. So I'm going to do that. We're putting on some shares right now. There goes the TQQs. Let's see if we can get even lower, man. I mean, I want to be right, so I got to try to hold on. But at the same time, I mean, this is the trader's dilemma. We always talk about this, Neil, myself, everybody. Like, you know, you want to get out when you think it's right, and then if the market continues for you, you hope to have some on, and then if you don't, you try to reevaluate, maybe even buy lower prices, and just add to winning positions. You know, there's a lot of different strategies that everyone has to employ, and right now I'm going to try to hold because I think this market goes lower from here. So my next bid on the TQs is at the 50s, just to take some of this out, you know, relieve some of this move. And then I think we get back into the lows again. And if we can get the high and the low again, then we'll be laughing. So let's wait to see, or be laughing at me when we take out those highs. I'm looking at a 70 break on the TQs. If that happens, then we'll get out. So, you know, I mean, Neil, we all know this, right? Like, we're one tweet away from anything.
Well, hopefully not a tweet away.
Or truth.
I actually don't know that we've We're not expecting anything right now from the president. You never really know, but I feel like it could be a little bit quiet on that front. That's just a guess, but you got to get out when the getting is good. Intel, I played it before it got to the prior day low, but remember, like the market, like this was breaking out when Nvidia was going down. So we stopped. I'm like, let's go find something which looks weaker. SMCI. Okay, fine. Let me just cancel that because SMCI did not fill me up underneath VWAP. It had failed to break and was trending down. So I went to the other name in chip land that was yesterday selling off for most of the day, and that's underneath the volume weighted average price, and that's going to be AMD.
Come on, Google.
So go to the other name that was weak. You don't have to short the stock that's absolutely ripping faces off, at least until it gets to your level. So I'm into AMD, as that was the third name on the list that we liked. Coreweave not giving me the entry I want. Going to play inside of this range, 115.7 to 116.5. If it breaks out, then you still have a chance it could fail VWAP and then get in underneath again. So you're able to stick with that one, but just watch out here because Nvidia just, you know what, they don't need to be sitting on the offer when Nvidia is breaking out. So Nvidia is breaking out right now above the volume weighted average price. AMD for now is holding, but that's the thing you got to be concerned about. I like the fact that it's relatively weak compared to Nvidia, but if Nvidia climbs forever, sometimes it's going to have it follow along suit. A lot of people were asking about QBTS. It just made another high break. So now $12.50 for D-Wave. Wow. Big break on the daily. That's a triple top on the daily through $12. I would assume Rigetti is making a move as well, but big move here for D-Wave. Fresh highs. I suppose these would be all-time highs on D-Wave, unless people know something about the stock that I don't know. So congratulations if you got D-Wave. I will not be shorting that one. That's an easy one.
All right, we gave you another one right there because Google goes down into the 20s, and we took some profit on that play right there. I mean, we fell right back into some support, so we take that. But remember, the market is at highs right now as well, which is kind of surprising because this is still $2. What's up, Max? $2 right now on Apple. Apple's at day's low. It is go follow me at Trader TV Live, and then you can say, what was he thinking about Uber short at 90.50? But right there, Apple, we talked about it again here. Headline retail sales PPI and Powell today. There's the Apple 211 short. Trump talking down India. Apple pacing the early downside. Fade any pops. Well, that's pretty much exactly what we did there. We faded that pop, but we got popped first right there. And then, the only pop now that we're doing is popping bottles. So that's a nice move right now down to the downside for Apple. And here comes Google. Remember, we thought this was a little early. We talked about only putting on half of a unit. So if Google does come back up to the upside, like it's doing right now, we do have to watch out for this 165 area. That's VWAP. Maybe 165.50 might be a little bit too generous to give this name to that upside. We just had to move back into the 60s there. We got to put a bid there because, again, trying to just hold some capital right now and preserve on some of these plays because the market's not really doing what I really did think it was going to do. I thought we were going to head to the downside pretty good today. And I mean, not even pretty good, but just down. And we're not really doing that, man. The PPI came out nice and rallied the market. Then we had that move down and it got me a little more confident in this play. Then we bumped up basically right off the open. We kept on going upside. That's when we got stopped out. Then we found Apple's home, and Apple's still all the way down here with the market here, giving me a little bit of jitters for sure. So we'll see if we can take some of this out now. Apple was another good here. I'm gonna take one more piece and then we'll see if we can wait for that bottom on Apple, but we're short everything right now, and that's exactly why we hit this short little icon earlier on in the day. So let's just see what happens right now, and we'll just go from here. I'm going to sit on some of these plays. We talked about QBTS again. Quantum names absolutely flying, right? I mean, that was part of the momentum with Google, I feel like, over the last couple of days as well. Yep. There it goes, man. Sharply upside there off earnings, off of the 50-period moving average. Good look there for QBTS. Again, a short float, obviously present in this name. So could fade back, but when the squeeze happens, and it's happening right now. 32 million shares on QBTS and nothing but upside love for that name. The biggest of the bears is is sleeping right now. So we do want to say thank you to all 10,000 of you watching. And if you are watching, hit the like and the subscribe. And if you're watching, wake up a little bit, because right there, now the market's coming back in and the net is climbing. So far, so good here today on all of these plays, to be honest with you, except for Uber. But Uber would be in the money if we don't have that, but we do. So we'll take one L there on Uber. We'll watch out for Google. It goes, what? Why didn't I get short there? I'm at 165. It printed 164.98. So there we go, man. We would have had a little bit more shares there on Google, but we waited. A little too conservative, but conservative is as conservative does. Look at the TQs. There's another out on the 50 period, so at least we got that. Sean is definitely a morning person. Yeah, I think I'm an all-day kind of person. I mean, I don't go to bed till midnight or so, and then we're here early. So yeah, we're just here. We love the market, man. I love sitting here with the opportunity to make money every single day, to be here with everybody. We're like only one coffee in, to be honest with you, because it is freezing cold. And like these coffees, I gotta.
Reminded me that I do have.
Yeah,
I have my second.
I gotta head up to Randy here. We need to get reloaded right here. Yeah, we have the Yeti trying to go as well. There it goes, man. The highest spot we've been at all damn day, as the bears are now back and going lower. Look at what Apple just did, man. Neil, we called this play and we are still in this one. We're looking at $3 now on Apple. There's the take. Let's get lower, man. There it is. Day goal made. We were red early. We are now back. Where's the cash cow hat? You want the cash cow hat? The cash cow hat will be on my head tomorrow. There goes the TQs as well. Oh boy, man. This has been a big day, needless to say, so far. But the day is young, Neil.
It's still young and the shorts are still good. You just got to wait for your levels, wait for your prices, wait for the right stock. Look, we lost early on Intel. It was close to flattish, but we'll get it back. It just got to 2150. That was the original plan, was to short it at the prior day low. I love support to resistance and vice versa, but I am covering in front of VWAP, so a couple of chip names headed down, and NVIDIA is following as well. Let's go to Adair. We have a news update.
Keep an eye on the market here. There are some talks about ceasefire. We know that some of these geopolitical headlines can move markets. They can also move oil. What's happening here is Zelensky, of course, president of Ukraine, saying that if a ceasefire could be reached today at a technical level, a meeting with Putin can be skipped. So it seems like they are trying to negotiate this ceasefire sooner rather than later. Keep an eye on the markets. If there's any other updates to this story, I'll keep you guys posted. But it is worth noting, seems like this ceasefire deal is potentially in the works and could be figured out pretty shortly. Back to you.
Okay, it's obviously going to be good news. I don't know how much that's going to move the markets. It's, like I said, not necessarily a headline that's going to be a positive. We'd love it to be, but I don't know if it's going to be. SMCI is just continuing to flush in here. So this one, that'll be a missed opportunity. We weren't quite quick enough to pivot to this name to get the short, and it's going to break those lows. I still like the trend down, but it's not one that I want to chase over and over again. I do have to go back over to Alibaba. It's testing the lows. Just a reiteration, if it gets down 10%, thinking reversal long on Alibaba, just because it'll be SSR. Tons of volume, tons of liquidity on that name. AMD is trying to get back into underneath VWAP. Let me zoom it back in here so we can reload it in front of 116.5. Haven't been able to get filled just yet, but I think that's just a matter of time. And for everyone watching that QBTS, it's already pulled back in, but holding the prior high at 12. This now does have a distinct, well, it will in a second, distinct trend that you can slap for the open in front of the volume weighted average price. If it can hold on to this, I mean, just draw, you can connect it pretty easily there. If it can hold on to this and break the highs, this one has a chance to go flying again. Gonna throw it up on a side chart if SMCI is not gonna come back and pick me up before the party back to said downside. So we're trying to get a reload here on AMD. Still waiting on Alibaba to do something distinct here off of those lows. I am favoring, I wanted to be shorted, but I am at this point now looking for the 10% down for a bounce.
All right, so we got, we'll hit this graphic for once here. We'll see. Again, I don't know what's going to be happening here with Google, but we did get reloaded. We did take a little bit of a bid right there at 50. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower here. So this is what I mean when we talk about like favoring the short versus not, versus this versus that, because all of a sudden, all this news happens and things change, right? And so you do have to watch out there. Any sort of a ceasefire would obviously be good news there. So we'll have to play it accordingly, right? We are now into another new position. We have 4 positions so far today, which is a lot for me. 5 positions so far out of Uber, but 4 currently. There's Big Bear AI 55s. I just took a some there at 57, and again, it depends on the share size you're trading, whether or not you want to take profit for 4 or 5 cents on Big Bear AI. I'm looking for a little bit of a higher play on that one as well. The futures did come back a little bit there. We did not reload anything. We actually got some more out at VWAP, and then again at the 50 period. I'm actually going to take the opportunity now to take another piece here. Bid 43s. Did we just get that? What am I even bidding there? There we go. Now it comes back in, so we take that fill as well. The only position right now that's even against me is Google, and that one I'm not in love with this position. So I'm gonna let it go a little bit. I still think 165.50, but if this market really wants to rally, I think Google can probably go. I mean, Google had a huge move higher there in the pre-market, only before falling as soon as the market opened. So there we go. We get another reload there. That'll be it, man. We'll wait for 165, like 25 right into here, and then we're getting stopped out if it breaks that. So what's up to Hold Gang and Trade Gang out there right now? We're green today for now, but the market is looking like it wants to go higher off some of this news. So I'll pass it over to Neil when we get back, because I think, was that a call for Adara?
Was it?
Yeah, just very surface, like very specific on news, right? So let's go see what, oh no, great call on Uber, someone just said. Lack of money. But we did have Uber written down as a short. We got stopped out literally by 5 cents there, breaking through 91. Now it's $1 and change in the money. Congratulations to you there for sort of following your own plan. Mine that time didn't work, but we're green and we're having a decent day. Miss Adara, what's up?
Yeah, just keep an eye here on the market here. We have Sefcovic of the EU saying that he and Howard Lutnick, who is the U.S. Commerce Secretary, have apparently agreed to accelerate talks and that their conversation went well. So now it looks like the EU and U.S. potentially having some updates, hopefully positive ones with regards to trade talks. So keep an eye on the market. More trade-related headlines coming through. Also, we want to take a moment here to thank our friends at Easy Trading Computers. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? That is called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an older underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan the QR code right now to get a free copy of this guide. Back to you.
Rivian and Tesla.
I didn't even. Tesla just broke out. You heard. Well, we heard Joe. You guys didn't hear Joe just now. But look, the market's headed lower, but Tesla headed higher. And Rivian broke out about 15.
Oops.
This is 2 times in a row. Massive sell imbalance in the pre-market right before the open on Rivian, and it absolutely runs higher. If it does it a third time and we don't even try along, then I'll be mad at myself. But there's actually, right back into VWAP is Tesla. So it was breaking out a second ago, but it looks like that has abated a little bit. That could be a bit of a trap there on Tesla. I'm going to zoom back in. We got the reload still in range on AMD. So we continue to short the pops.
Oh yeah.
And see if we can't get down into that low of the day. Intel working back into the volume weighted average price. Alibaba's not really doing much of anything. And Dix, okay, still have this one. It's now at that 175. All I'm looking for is a break of trend. It's falling like an absolute rock. What doesn't make any sense to me is why Foot Locker is not falling with it, but that's another story. So it's now at $175, which is the first level of support for Dix on the daily chart. There's your trend line. If it can break it, looking for the long. Underneath here, I guess there's like 165, 170. They don't like them buying Foot Locker, down 16% for Dick's Sporting Goods. They got a downgrade by somebody too. I have no idea who. I don't think it should matter that much, but look, maybe fundamentally they don't think the synergies is good. I think
Oh my God, I just messaged you, dude. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Randy.
that was fast.
Yeah, did you put it in the main chat?
put
Oh,
it in
you
the-
put it in the
I
main
put it
chat.
in the
Okay, that's why I don't even have the main chat open.
Thanks, man.
Okay, so nice move down. I do have it open, but nice move down there for Apple. We got 209 and change. We're right there at 210.30 and change. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right there. Google, the short is, we just got printed huge there on Google, so pretty happy with that one. And when I'm nervous about something, and then we get a 165 VWAP and it comes right back in, and we're able to take 60 or 60s again, 40 cents, we're gonna do that. We're at the day's high for ourselves right now. That doesn't mean that we can't get lower though. Let's see if we can get lower in the market, which would mean more profits for these shorts. We're only short. We said we wanted to be short today. Let's stick with our guns and do that. Nice little call there on the short. Let me check in on Eli Lilly now to see what's going on. So 720, we bought some of this yesterday, or 2 days ago. Thank you, Randy, by the way. We bought some of this a couple days ago at 750. So, okay, that's going to be a play to look at there. Eli Lilly down, up, down. Again, what is up, Adara?
There is news, but it's also around 10:20 a.m., so I'm going to do news and small caps for you guys. We'll start with the news. Keep an eye on AMD and NVIDIA, as well as maybe any semiconductor or AI-related plays. I'm seeing this headline here circulate throughout X. Apparently, they're basically saying that the Trump administration's rush to make AI deals in Saudi Arabia and in general in the Middle East is apparently causing a rift with hawks in China. Some Trump administration officials actually want to slow down these NVIDIA and AMD sales to the Middle East. So as you can see here, NVIDIA did get a little bit of a wick to the downside on that story, but it's recovered pretty nicely. AMD didn't react too much. So again, just to clarify, apparently Trump's admin is a bit concerned about how quickly these AMD and NVIDIA deals have happened, and it's led to a bit of a rift with China hawks, which is making them want to slow down these deals potentially. So beware of that. Not a lot here in the world of small caps. We'll start here with Satellogic, SATL. Day 2 earnings play for these ones. Then we had GRYP. No new news for this one either, but that's the wrong letter. GRYP. There we go. Third time's a charm. GRYP on Watch You. This is Griffin Digital. In case you missed it, they're going to be taking this American Bitcoin public, but that was announced back on Monday. So a lot of continuation plays here in the small cap space as of right now. Again, pretty light when it comes to these small cap gappers as of this time of the day. Maybe we'll get some more later. Back to you.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. Like, the only thing that was popping up on scanners was the quantum names. And really standing out for those squeezes. So DKS here, it broke the trend. It's trying to get to the upside. A lot of times you want that, like, it breaks the trend line and it immediately has like a heavier candle like this here. We'll see. Like, this is a 3-minute chart, so I want to see it get into the 178 level. I am on the bid trying to get more shares. I didn't get them. Low of the day. Prior bar in this case is low of the day, which makes it relatively easy for this DKS.
Something else.
So if we get to it's about one, I said 179. It's actually 180 that I'm expecting to be resistance. So 180, there's your support to resistance. Go out to the daily chart, and then 180, some significance, 185 probably bigger. So we're going to play this as a pure reversion play from station to station on DKS. AMD, however,
Keep it going, Google.
AMD came through, broke my level, but held VWAP. So I got to jump back into this. It broke the lower high support, but held onto the volume weighted average price. But I was shorting this support level, not VWAP. So I will jump back in as long as we close this underneath the volume weighted average price. Intel still working, but the only new position is VIX Sporting Goods, which is now trying to bounce in here. I'm not going to pick up this bid. And now that it's traveled to 78, there's no point sitting on the bid down there at 76 again. It either gets to 79.80 at this point or break even stop. It's broken 78, so break even stop now.
All right, welcome everybody. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe button. We do have the sticky notes up on Instagram. We do have them up on X as well. Google turned out to be pretty much one of the larger positions because we kept on getting into it on VWAP. So as this collapses a little bit, I don't want to say collapse, well I did, but It needs to collapse down here into 164 and change. We do have some small bids if we do make it down into that area just to capture some profit. I thought we were going to get shorter there on the futures and we didn't. I did have another order here at 80 to get into that level. I think the fact that like I'm still hovering around the highs, considering the market is doing this, like I'm really excited if the market does fall. What's up, Sebastian? We are the cash cow. We'll have the hat on there tomorrow. There's the cash cow for Ozan, for Sebastian, and for everybody else that's trading here today. Green today. This is one of my better mornings in pretty much weeks right here, because we didn't have that initial huge hit. We did have it actually on Apple, but it wasn't huge. We did have a hit on Uber, which is making me sick a little bit, but that was, again, pretty small. We're learning to get into trades after they actually develop. And I mean, it's okay to have some ideas. We wanted the Apple short at what did I write down? 211, 212. It does rip up and we get out, right? We were like, oh my God, we're not gonna lose $1 on this trade. So we get out. We didn't lose $1. Then we see the top and we say, okay, if we like the short, let's try it again. And now, you know, to lose 60 or 70 cents and be put back in this trade, now up $2, makes a little bit of sense for me on that one. Big Bear AI was a good one. Like, again, right back into these levels. Like, we'll just take it out again. Like, you know, it's one thing if, you know, share size, we talk about that. But like, if you can take a lot of shares and make 5 cents, that's the same as making a little bit of shares and taking $5. So you got to trade within the stock that you're trading, you know, and Big Bear AI, because it's not really moving the way I thought it would today, it's down 7% right now. I'm getting out if this breaks 50. Oh boy, not to keep on saying the same crap over and over again, but there it is, man. It's Google. We are now at officially the highs of the day for ourselves as we continue to go downside right now in this market. Yeah, so far so good here. Google, nice little downside push. How's trading over there?
It's good we're green, but I want to tell everybody here that every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the Pool is changing that. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47, and that's your total risk. And you get a real shot at trading with up to $200,000 in capital, company capital that is, and you don't need a large deposit, you don't need years of experience. It's a limited risk trading platform built for any trader that wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just some small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. You can get 10% off to start your journey with Trade the Pool. Let's rock and roll, as it says there on the old shirt there. So like I said, Dix will be a break-even stop. It's okay to be wrong, but you don't want to be wrong forever. Right back into the downside.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it's exactly true. And that's sort of the thing. You want to make sure that when you win that trade that you took, if you get a win on the trade that you took, the amount that you risked on that trade is going to be something that allows the strategy to be profitable long term, right? So if you make $100 on a trade and you risked $250 in that trade, good, bad, $50 on that trade, good. Like that kind of a thing is what you want to work with. So I'm taking an SSR play. If it bounces and goes to like the first resistance spot and fails it, then to me, I don't hold it back into the low anymore. Because if that's the only move that it gave me at my level and I didn't get it, then I need to be getting out of Dodge. Well, that's generally a rule I like to follow. Intel, we're still in that one. It's not really giving me VWAP just yet. So it seems to get up to 50 and can't break 40, which means, hey, we'll get some out there in front of 40. I'll still wait for the volume weighted average price at 21.35. If it breaks that, I think you wait for the 25s and the 15s like it was before. But we had to step away from that one at 35 and wait for the prior day low. Right? There's your prior day low. Trade it here, wait. Trade it here. So it's stair-stepping up, which means I had to wait for another level to be able to play it. Still nothing going for me on Alibaba. It's down, but it's not near that 10% mark where I was kind of thinking that we're going to make that low and catch a little bit of a curl. I did favor this one short, but ultimately, like this was the pre-market at 9 o'clock when it was at those highs. It just fell off an absolute cliff instantly at the open, and I elected not to chase it. So a bit of a disappointment there for myself on Alibaba. And Joe was just talking about Tesla to us, how strong it was, right back underneath the volume weighted average price. So Tesla starting to lose it a little bit here. QBTS, for all of you high flyers, also underneath VWAP. If this can hold on to the prior day high, I might jump on over to it, but it's getting put to the test right now. So I think it's more of a, give it to 10:30, let the next 15-minute candle close. This is a 3-minute. Let this 15-minute candle close. If it holds on to the high, then I think it looks the prior day high. Then I think it looks a little bit more constructive because that's a nasty looking reversal on the 15. Doesn't make you want to go long. Very nasty.
Janet Jackson, just nasty. Yeah, we are just. Shout out to Joe too. He's messaging me right now. Good job there, buddy. I'll let you tell your story today, but congratulations, on manning up. All right, 69.46 right now. Nice drip on the Qs, but I don't know. I'm just going to try to let this market fall in. If I just keep covering, it's great. We have profit. We're in the money now, but let's think a little shorter, a little longer time frame on the shorts, because to just cover every time, then when it gets down here, I'm going to have like a little bit of shares, and that's not something that I want. Like I want to be able to, if the market cracks, that we actually have something on board to do something with. So here we go, 164 and change. I'll put another bid. My next bid on Google is all the way down there, 164.10. That's my next bid over there. The TQs again, next bid low, like low of the day. If we can get into 69, we're going to do that. I'm just making sure, so I got to cancel some of it. Yeah, so I have a 69.20, then a 69.02 and lower, and then we are waiting to get shorter up here if that does come through. Apple is still cruising, and then Big Bear AI, I feel like this is going to drop out. It'll be roughly flat if we still have a little bit more than half of this trade, trying to give it a little bit of room to breathe. But as we go, Neil, we just talked about giving ourselves some more room to the downside, and now we're starting to crank lower. So it's a nice move. Can we withhold some of these bottoms? I don't know. We've been holding it so far. How about those Timberwolves? Yeah, did they beat? I guess they won.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, I went to bed and missed.
Curry's not playing, so.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, so is neither is Tatum. I mean, the thing is, man, all these guys, it's just like it's so easy to get hurt now because these guys are all so juiced up. Like, they're just getting hurt all the time. I don't mean juiced up, like, illegally. It's just that their bodies are just so finely tuned.
They're bigger, stronger, and faster.
Right. It's like they pop.
The forces.
This is ACLs and all this stuff is popping like every day.
There's a buddy of mine who's like a physiotherapist, and I had this conversation with him about Zion Williamson, and they're like, this guy has no chance to stay healthy because he's so obscenely explosive for a guy as big as he is. Like nobody's body is going to be able to hold up to that strain if he doesn't get smaller,
right?
Because it's too much, and that's why.
I mean, that's the NFL. Like that's all those guys, right? Like these linebackers are like 270 pounds, and they're running like 4.5s. Like I don't know. It's just it's insane. Hey, look, man, we love sports around here, and we thank all the athletes. They're handsomely paid. Like Tatum gets $65 million a year. He's not even touching the court next year. $65 million and not stepping a foot on the court. All right, what's up, Adara?
Once again, I'm going to be preempting our segment with a handful of headlines. For one, apparently, I'm seeing that the Trump administration is targeting billions in energy grants for the next round of audits. So keep an eye on PLUG. We know Plug Power has quite a few grants on watch. Then also here, it is worth noting, keep an eye on there. Here it is. Just be aware of the market in general. The U.S. and UAE have reportedly finalized a technology framework agreement, and this agreement will require commitments on both sides that ensure security of technology. So just some tech agreements there are going to be on watch as well. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin and crypto in general. BTC, as I've mentioned, this has kind of continued uptrend bull flag look here. We do, though, as of right now, we're kind of struggling to hold up above this 100,000. We're above the 100,000, mind you. We're making lower highs, lower lows. Now the area that I think is going to really matter is this area around 101,000. We bounced off there back on Monday, and as you can see here, there was a little bit of resistance back there going back to February. So let's see if we can hold up. Right now, hanging out about 102,000 for BTC. Ethereum down about 2% today. XRP down about 5%. Solana 5%. Dogecoin 5%. Cardano 6%. It's hard to find any positivity today. Crypto, like the rest of the market, trying to push a little bit lower. Back to you.
Yeah, why IBIT thing frozen? Sometimes it does that.
It's 101.9.
Yeah, I know. It's happened to me before on Binance. It broke
Bye-bye
102 a
lows.
while ago, but it is
Bye-bye.
it is breaking channel right now on IBIT.
Oh,
I still like that 100K. We're going to get into it at some point. If we get to 100, underneath 101, I'm looking for the reversion. We just got to the volume weighted average price and trying to see if Intel will break underneath it. So far, you've been range bound. Like you got the highs and then the prior highs to support. So you wanted to take that next step. Well, I wanted to take that next step into said downside, as obviously it's headed to the downside. I just heard Coinbase's
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
7%.
Can we find out, Adara? Because like that seems a little bit nothing new. Okay, so Adara just letting us know that this is just momentum. I don't know. I mean,
It's going into the index.
when we had it there, I was like, this froth on the index is not exciting to me to buy the tops. I do like the name, and I was calling it lower. I mean, didn't think it was this low. Oh my. We are really starting to get down on some of these plays right now, man. Google is absolutely the dream right now. I'm actually up more on Google right now than I am on Apple. TQs is my #1 trade P&L wise today. They're all right there. Unfortunately, Uber is the only L that we have, which would now be nicely in the money, but you got to be disciplined. I'm completely fine taking that hit. Thanks to everybody for trusting in some of these positions, because guess what just happened again? Now we're almost $1 in the money now on Google. And we just covered some down there at 164.10. That's my best out right there. So it is a nice one. Here okay, Google. Now we are getting excited as we continue to go a little bit lower on all of these plays, man. I'm glad you have that intel. And then we have the same news in our ears, but UNH still going lower.
It's Coinbase I'm eyeballing right now.
Yeah, Are you in Coinbase? Oh, you're watching it? Yeah. UNH still facing this investigation, man. Downside play there for sure. Market trying to bounce a little bit at the lows, which I think is important that we cover when we get into some of these plays. We said the Qs are going down there. I told you where we were bidding. That's where we got filled. So now we wait for the lows again to hit here. We're bidding, I'll tell you again, 69.02. If it comes through, we'll fill that. Our 69.20 came in. Now we have 69.02 looking to print again. Big Bear AI, the low hanging fruit today, as it just hangs out there. Apple's reversing. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. It does look like it's getting stronger. We're getting lighter and lighter on Apple. I mean, we already made the move, and it already took out the 200 period back there to the upside. So thank you for that. Who was that in the chat? This is the problem when I have too many shares or too many positions. Top VoIP, thank you so much for bringing that up, man. That is a good point. Apple does seem to be gathering some strength here. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to provide some context on Coinbase, and I want to add this is not new information. It was actually on our watch list this morning when we reported it. The part of this Coinbase story that I think has been kind of forgotten about, in addition to the fact they were hacked, they actually said they're estimating expenses between 180 million and 400 million with regards to remediating costs and voluntary customer reimbursements regarding their cyber incident. Their cyber incident, of course, involving a hacking and a $20 million ransom. So again, I want to mention this is not new. This was on the watch list when this story was initially reported, but Coinbase estimating some pretty hefty costs with regards to their hacking situation. It's also not just Coinbase that's to the downside. I think if I show you guys MSTR, you might get a better sense of why Coinbase is down. All of crypto is really weak. MicroStrategy opening here around 415 right now, below 400. So it is not a coin exclusive move. I want to make that incredibly clear. Back to you.
We are very inclusive.
Robinhood too as well.
Yeah, Robinhood downside. So here's the Qs, man. We talked about 69.02. It bounces off 69.05. So I'm going to wait. Let's just wait. Why not wait? All right, so yeah, we got it right now. Andre, so let's look at that QR code right there. If you're looking at charts, if you're looking at the chat, if you're looking at what we're doing, man, I use eSignal pretty much solely for everything that I do. I have eSignal on my top screen right here, so traders, listen up. Your first month is free. That's right. The fees have been waived. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite advantage with eSignal. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. The platform has everything. It's infinite data, over 500 symbols. You can connect over 50 plus brokers, as you guys can see there. Lightning fast scanners, game-changing charts, back testing, real-time back testing. I can test right now what just happened 10 minutes ago. Second charts, execute all your best trades on the eSignal platform and give it a shot. These screeners, man, it's what I'm always looking at to the side. So you know, I just hope that you guys, I know it's a little bit expensive once it gets going, but, you know, if you want to drive a Ferrari, guess what? It's going to cost you a little bit of cash. So right there, that's what we're doing, man. Look good, feel good, trade good with eSignal. Maybe I should tell them that. Look good, feel good, trade good. And that could be on the read. I actually don't really, I just kind of read off.
Well, how it even looks.
The top of my.
You can even custom, like, so much of it is customizable. Like, the feel of it, like the layout, it's look, man, we say this all the time. Like, the layout, pretty much any indicator that you want, you're able to put it where you want to, pop it in, pop it out. So you have all the information pretty much at your fingertips here. My goodness. Well, it's crazy because I just happen to have the UNH chart up here. I just saw 250.
Oh, yeah? It's 250 now. What do you think about those levels? Like the options levels? I know we have Joey.
Let me just go first here. Apple just wicked the volume weighted. Is that right? Oh,
Apple?
No, it didn't, did it?
Well, Apple's, yeah, it might have, because Apple is ripping.
Okay, so you know what? My black charts, which I trust a little bit more.
Yes, Neil. Yes, it did.
This one has it not doing it. This one has. It doesn't really matter.
Here it is on eSignal.
It broke that wick, and I got in. Nice. It doesn't really make a difference. It broke this wick, so I got into the short with the stop at that high, which is 210.90. But now I'll finish the thought on UNH, because I think it's, well, I mean, a lot of people are interested in where the bottom might be for this. So there's 280 on now new news, because there's an investigation going on, and it's still bleeding. This is a monthly chart of United Health, a monthly chart. 240 and then 212 are the only levels out there. And I'm not even sure there's anything worth looking at here until either you make a wipeout bottom with a bottoming tail that's just so obvious that you got to smash it, or let it sit for like 2-3 days off the same level and hold. But we're about to lose VWAP on Apple. I don't mind getting out and getting back in if it wicks this bottom or wicks this high. But once we take out, it's just underneath the 211 level or even at the 211 level, I'm jumping out of Apple. You can't fight it forever, and it looks like this one does want to get to the volume-weighted average price. I was wicked out and not fast enough to get back in. So if it does break the even dollar, I'm going to leave it on this level too, because if it's a wick, I got to be able to jump right back into the trade. We did it successfully with Intel, but I wasn't able to with Apple. Like, I was wicked out, we were able to get back in, then we got some at the low, wicked out, did not get back in that time. This time, we didn't actually take it in front of the high. This is still working to set downside, but for now, you just got to stay the course, everybody. UNH, for everyone out there, this is what it looks like. It's actually leveling off. If you're so inclined on this, what I'd be looking at is this wedge on UNH. If it can somehow break that, maybe you work it back into the volume-weighted average price. But on stocks like these, they're not that clean. Because I'll show you like Dix. Like Dix did this, reversal candle, get me out flat, and now it's at 179 bucks. So that's the other way to look at it. Like, it's not always clean on a thick name. That's why I prefer it on something like an Alibaba.
Market's starting to go back upside right now. Like, good call out. Thank you to Top VoIP IP. You just mentioned that Apple getting into that one and out. Like, me too. Like, it's starting to hurt. Not hurt, but starting to make a bigger move than expected right now. So this is why, man, we talk about covering everything when these moves happen. It got to 69.02 where I'm bidding, and we never got filled. So there it goes with the future. Sometimes you take the bad with the good, and sometimes you get great fills, and sometimes you just get missed. But at the end of the day, man, it was like for 5% of the shares, so I'll take some out more out right now, as it's kind of just like been pretty slow. Oh, Adair's at the green screen? Okay. Oh, okay. All right, then let's go over there. We're a little bit late on this one, but it's Sector Watch right now with Adair. I didn't even realize the time.
Yeah, I would say the market looks a little bit stronger than maybe the percentage suggests, and that's because, much like we are here on this green screen, a lot of these sectors actually are green, just not the ones with these larger market cap names. Finance here, tons of strength. Health technology, some strong names here as well. Utilities looking pretty good. Communications excellent here today. Consumer non-durables pretty good. Energy minerals a little bit weaker. And then let's talk about the especially weak sectors. Health services taking a tumble once again. Of course, as UNH now hits another snag, this one involving a reported DOJ investigation, according to the Wall Street Journal. Retail trade getting hit pretty hard here. Walmart earnings sending itself and Amazon to the downside. Then we have some technology weakness, specifically NVIDIA and Apple, though Cisco actually pretty strong. Last but not least, let's talk about this tech services space. Netflix strong once again. Netflix still hanging out near all-time highs above $1,100, but Google and Meta a little bit weaker today. So pretty mixed look, but a lot of these Mag 7 and tech names dragging the rest of the market a bit lower. Back to you.
Just a little bit to the left. And yeah, low, 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 low. There's that UNH. And there's your trend line. I got to hit save. I always say it out loud to remind myself, because I want that to be there. The other thing about this, the reason why I'm drawing the trend line here, it's at $250. So another thing I like for an SSR bounce play is going to be at a big, massive round level, which obviously $250 is going to be. Apple, good thing we got out of that one, because look at it churn. So it broke the prior bar and now headed back into the highs. Incredible strength here coming into Apple. That's taking things higher. Intel just broke the volume weighted average price. All right, let's get some. I want to get some out here.
I'm going to go more
I should have
Apple.
just gone to 40. There, we'll get some out there. Breaking the volume weighted average price. I want to get it all out, but that's also going to be a trend break. I can eyeball it and see that it's downward trend and punch some out there. So we're going to get some out. Not all of it. But if it gets back to the high at 21.5, we'll obviously reassess because it's a good level. I don't mind double tapping it, but I'd like to usually see like that trend break take us into the low of the day, which it absolutely did not. For now, it's still good. It's underneath the trend line. I can reload it under VWAP if it starts to look good there. But right now, just going to make sure we're only holding on to the last like 10% of the position. Bora, Coreweave's at VWAP, yes, but it's not the same as it looked before. Coreweave, when it initially broke 65, clean underneath the volume weighted average price. Now it's just distinctly different. Like you've got this, like that's a bottoming wedge that it's breaking out on a name with, you know, I think squeeze potential. So this is not one I would be getting back into. If anything, if I was taking a better look, I would go long, but I'm bearish on it underneath the 65 level. So I'm staying away from Coreweave. I don't mind being one and done on a stock. If nothing sets up again on Coreweave, then I just won't trade it for the rest of the day. We got our shot at the open, and we took it, and it worked. Don't need to compound it by trying to average or trying to go back into the short here, when really, Coreweave,
Come on,
if we're at the
Apple.
close here, you'd be closing 65 above that prior high. That's still pretty bearish, or bullish, I should say.
Yeah, come on, Apple, right there. Yeah, look, tough one, right? For Apple, for sure. But I'm not going to let 212 go. So if 212 breaks again, I'm not even going to go up to 212.50. Like, I just think that we've broken through too many levels. So sometimes it's like, you can get short all the way up to the top there. But to me, I mean, that's where right now this 50-period moving average, 200-period moving average is right now on a 5-minute chart. I kind of like to look at this just for kind of like momentum on where we're going. And, you know, if we hover, like yesterday, we're above it, right? So it stayed, the long I would have stayed in, you know, the long would have worked. It didn't, it's not like it was huge. This line, it doesn't give you everything. But as long as we're underneath, I want to stay short. So it's kind of the same thing that I'm thinking about here with this period, with this 200 period on the 5-minute chart. So I'm going to try to get a little bit more short here at 80. And then if it breaks 12, we'll get out and turn red, I guess, on Apple if that winds up happening. But we've been capturing profit everywhere else, so it's good. Oh, the biggest of the bear. Look what just happened here. Same thing on Uber happened to me again. We're flat on Big Bear AI because it goes and breaks 350. I was just like, let me get out if it breaks it, and then it just stops and pops. So if you had a little bit of a better out there, I initially had 345, but because my net, and it still is good, we're still up today. We're not at the highest spot we've been at because of some of that move on Apple, but Apple's coming back in, making me smile. You know, to stay green, and we talk about how important that is, today, you know, we've been favoring the short. I didn't want Big Bear AI to get out of control because it's down pretty good today. So I did take that break out downside there. So like I'm down right now, Big Bear AI, 15% of what I'm up on the TQs, you know? So that to me is good because we do favor this. I'm gonna bid again 45s. So we just got another out there at 45 on TQs. Hopefully we can get to the downside. Reddit, what? I said I really liked Reddit. Tell me you said Did someone say it's down 9%? Okay, good. So I actually want to buy this name, but I did see it get really excited there yesterday and thought that, hey, a pullback into like the $100 level or so for me is a buy on Reddit. So I'm actually going to buy some Reddit if it does come into this level here, and then just say, let's see about this garbage. That was, you know, obviously the lows into around $80. But again, I like newer IPOs. Not that this is new. It's still new. It's less than a year old, or just over a year old. So, you know, we'll wait to see, but Reddit coming back in today. You know what its PE is, man? 56. So it's not.
But there's a lot of names.
Yeah,
crazy
but
PEs.
people are selling down PEs.
Fresh
That would be another one with a
UNH
crazy PE.
Robinhood's getting smoked as well. It's not just a Coinbase thing. Robinhood's down 5%. The other day, I actually said I was going to sell my Coinbase for Robinhood because I liked Robinhood better. Yeah, you know, I wish I had known there was going to be this issue over at Coinbase, but for now, we'll wait for it to get down 10%. UNH just broke 250. So if it's a false break, that would still set up the break of this trend line here. So I'm just eyeballing UNH for now. I went over and I looked at AMD again and was like, you've got to be kidding me. AMD dropped like a rock after it took out the volume-weighted average price and continued to hold lower. So I'm going to favor that one for re-entry short as opposed to Intel here, or maybe Intel could give me 2150 again. That would be fine. But yeah, AMD just incredibly weak. All right, just made a fresh low. So the break of trend not in play anymore on UNH, and I can show you what's going on in Advanced Money Destroyer. It's back to being that because look at that flush into the downside. We had a couple of successive shorts, and then it broke the seller that was there at the 116.40 level. I got out, but not back in. This is clearly a relatively weak one here on AMD. Prior lows 115. That's a wick. 115.40. So I think you really need to give it into 50s and the volume weighted average price on a bounce. But yuck, yuck, yuck. Looking very nasty for advanced micro devices. And this is with NVIDIA bouncing right now. Like NVIDIA's bounced to the volume weighted average price and AMD is still chilling out at those lows. So not looking good for the second day in a row here on AMD. Let's go over to Adara at the desk.
This is Money Talks time. We're going to take a look here at the U.S. dollar. This is a 3-minute chart, nice little uptrend. Let's see if its uptrend is maintaining on the daily chart. As of right now, we still are. Yesterday, certainly a bottoming tail candle forming. Today, pretty much flat around the same level. I do want to talk about the PPI prints because it's significant not only that these month-over-month prints were negative, but also just to the extent of which they were below expectations. PPI month-over-month negative 0.5% versus positive 0.2% expected. Core PPI negative 0.4% versus positive 0.3% expected. The Fed funds watch tool isn't showing any significant changes. We still are not expecting a cut until potentially September. June and July still heavily pricing in a rate hold. PPI year over year a little bit lower than expected, 2.4% versus 2.5%, but core PPI exactly in line with expectations on a year over year basis. So that is our Money Talk segment. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. And if you're looking for fun market updates and infographics, check us out on X at TTV Research because I post those on a very regular basis. Back to you.
That one, bear market still intact. Let's see if we can keep going on that one. Look, we wrote down earlier, and just to talk about it real quickly here, we had wrote down, there it is. Oops, I'm pulling down the wrong thing. It was Amazon is sort of the level that I wanted to see. We did talk about Amazon being weak today and that we wanted the short. Well, guess what, man? Next time, maybe we'll just like not even wait for levels and just punch short, but that would not have worked on Apple. There goes Amazon. You know, we should have potentially shorted when we saw this 206 hold right there, but Amazon continues to be weak there. You know, yep, if you're looking for a downside play there that may continue, look at Amazon. We averaged into Apple there, and it was going good until it wasn't. I was like, let's go Apple. Apple just went to 211.20s, now back up to the 60s. Remember, if this breaks through 12s, we are out of Apple. And we did cover some more futures as it just made that move at 30, so we put a bid down there, and we did not. Actually, I did think we did cover some more Google there, but we did not. So I'm going to put a bid now on Google just to take something out. Oops, that's Big Bear AI, my bad. Right there on Google. So we didn't get that cover down there, so we'll take a little bit out right now. The market seems like it wants to go up, in my opinion, right now. So maybe the short is wrong, but we've been covering. The only position now in question is Apple. But you can scan right now that QR code that's on your screen and get those unbelievable and unbeatable odds. And I don't know, man, I got roped into betting the Maple Leafs last night, but the good thing was it was a much better odds on here on ProfitX than was on FanDuel or DraftKings. So they have a peer-to-peer platform. Make sure you get over there. They also have API access, so you could definitely train your models to go over, look for value there on sports gambling. Experience total control every step. ProfitX is sports playing reimagined. Make sure you do use code TraderTV. TraderTV, one word, to get your 2% cash back up to $3 bills. And the thing is that just log in and try it. Like, that's what we want you guys to do. Scan that QR code, get over there, log in if you're a sports gambler. If not, that's fine. But just the odds are there. Not available in every state, but, you know, go ahead, give it a shot. It's ProfitX. I mean, I'm always looking for the best odds. It's kind of like scalping the trades. You know, you don't know exactly when to get in or to get out, but if you want to make instant plays, ProfitX, generally speaking, from every time, we've never seen worse odds.
We've never seen worse odds.
So
at worst, it's been on par and usually better. The one thing I would advise is, and I've noticed this from looking at it, if you're looking from an event out like a day or two away, there's so much more liquidity and better prices like the day of the actual sporting event. Think of it like the trading market, right? Like an earnings play is going to have more volume the day of as opposed to like a week before. It's like anything else, like, or options. Think of it that way. So look, can we get the coin in a second? Because I see a lot of people mentioning this. Coinbase did get to 240, but before that, before it even got there, there was that bottoming tail candle at 250, which was half of the setup we're looking for in UNH, and then the close above the trend line. So it did do that. If it loses 250, I'm out. Would like it to get to VWAP. Coin, similar setup, although not down 10%. Not quite at that 240 level. And Coin's trend line, I mean, it's a harder line of fit from the beginning. You know what? I hate it when it draws a new bar right as you're trying to draw a trend line. It's frustrating because it shifts everything over. If it's not a very clean trend down, I'm looking for the 240 more than anything else on Coinbase. So UNH we're in because it did fit our parameters for that bounce play. And I'd like to see 56 and then 60 would be the levels of interest. What did AMD just do?
I don't know what anything's doing these days.
I looked over and I saw the market bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. I figured, okay, well, AMD is going to give an opportunity to fade. I suppose not. AMD's not doing anything. A little bit weird. I looked over. I have an NVIDIA chart up on my black charts, and I see NVIDIA at VWAP. That's starting to look strong. I liked NVIDIA long at 131. That obviously had no chance of coming in today, even with all this weakness. That's a good sign for NVIDIA that it couldn't retest some of those prior lows in all the market weakness that we've had. Got to start thinking about where a long might be in this stock. And if you like trend lines, then they can break in either way. They're not just short opportunities. So NVIDIA breaking above VWAP would be a break of the trend to the upside. Until that happens, I'm still looking for shorts. You know, whether it's AMD or SMCI, reloads in Intel. SMCI is not a VWAP either, so that's not going to be in play. All right. Yeah, we just have to be patient with it. I mean, Intel's still working for us here, but I think I might have my first long that's not an SSR bounce if NVIDIA can close above VWAP here. That's a pretty solid setup. Just close above the volume-weighted average price on a bar, go long, give it to the previous trend line. If it happens. Big if.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen up in here, up on these levels. But the one thing that we do know what's about to happen
is what's for lunch.
Is what's for lunch, man. Is what is for lunch right now. Okay, Adara, you may want to order takeout today. Today. Yeah. It's gochujang glazed chicken with vegetable rice, garlic bok choy, and cucumber kimchi. And I've actually found here something like this. So here it is. It's Korean, some gochujang, apparently pretty spicy. So we'll watch out for some vegetable fried rice, garlic bok choy. There it is right there. Thank you to All Recipes right there. Again, gochujang chicken today, glazed chicken with vegetable fry. I mean, it could be a little sweet and spicy, so we'll see. Hopefully it is good to go on that one. All right, so Google's good to go. HOTTOGO, Google is hot to go. Right now. So that's a nice little move to the downside here on Google. We did not reload 165 right there, but you know, we'll see how low this one wants to go. I am willing to give it all back on Apple against this 212, but this market is really, you know, back near these highs again. So we have to be careful with what we're doing. I am going to take an offer in the 80s to give me an average price in and around here, and then we'll lose 50. Well, we'll lose 30 cents, I guess, because my average price will be 70s on this Apple trade. But again, like emptied out the clip there on Apple, but now averaging back in. So we could, you know, turn red on Apple on this play. So we have to be careful with that one. Okay, Google making a move back higher. TQ's almost at a reload spot right now. I'm still waiting for that exact same price that we already got, 85s. I want the high of the day. I'm gonna put out a little bit right now, like maybe a quarter of a unit, just because we've been bouncing off this level right there, and right here and earlier, but the bigger trade has to be at a price that we like, because the market is really, it's pretty crappy today, to be honest with you. It's given the shorts a ride, it's given the longs, then the shorts again, then the long, and all it did was top out there twice, bottom out there twice, and now we're looking at another high here. With limited news out, I now feel that the risk is basically in any positions. I think the best position right now may be getting close to being cash, because there's not much going on in the market and you don't want to make stupid mistakes just because you're either bored or whatever. So there it is, man. Apple, there's the reload right now. Now we have our full position. I told you it'd be 211.70. That's exactly what we have. So right now we're out of the money and looking at a 212 break. And if it breaks it, man, we'll throw our hands up and be like, Apple, you win. That it's a long, obviously, there for Apple. It's much more aggressive than the market. Well, it's actually the same as the market right now. Just thought that it would be weaker, and it's not. So Apple, good on you, man. It looks like you want to run the high of the days again. People talking about Foot Locker.
Netflix all-time high.
Netflix all-time high. Neil's trading Foot Locker, so I'm going to leave that alone. Netflix and Adara with news. We only have 1 minute left.
Yeah, I'm going to go through this quickly, but keep an eye on ARM, Semi-Accurate, which is that's the name of the publication. They also released some intel news. They're a little bit iffy with regards to their sources, but Semi-Accurate reporting that ARM's going to be launching their own branded server CPU. Again, this is just a report from a news service called Semi-Accurate, but either way, ARM, to the upside on this report, they're going to be launching their own branded server CPU. Also, just keep an eye on the market. We know we were expecting some potential ceasefire talks between Russia and Ukraine. Now we're saying apparently they can be delayed until tomorrow. So keep an eye on these geopolitical events as well, because they can and sometimes do move the market, especially if you're trading oil or those type of commodities. Back to you.
Oil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Actually, I have not looked at oil once today, but
gas was expensive.
Netflix was at an all-time high. I'll double check in a second to see. We can do it right now. I was about to flip to oil to see what happened. I think we did just wick it with 11.7 there on Netflix. I still haven't trimmed it. I'm gonna. You know what? I'll probably do this like right after. Go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to sell some Netflix shares in my account. Probably about 10% of Netflix. Nice. I know some people say never sell at an all-time high, but you know baseball been very good to me, so I'm going to sell some of these shares and just try to respect that. UNH just made the stop to 55, like right in here. I always look at where the supply zone was, and the supply zone was 56, I should say, and there's already others trying to exit the trade. So I'm going to move my stop to just underneath this even dollar, just slightly underneath the 55 level, so we can trail out of this. Otherwise, look for the volume-weighted average price. So the volume-weighted average price would be the other exit in front of 260 on UNH. But remember, these ones are trickier. Yes. It's much, much better when you trade this on like a Alibaba or a Tesla when you get an SSR bounce, because it wasn't clean when I tried it over there on DKS. but a little bit better here on UNH. It can't do any worse than 50, like 55
Go
for me.
Apple.
But we're looking for 259, 256 here at the volume weighted average price. UNH maybe catching a bid.
Oh my God, Apple is now my #1 stock all of a sudden. There goes Apple right down to the downside. We got a good trade on this one. 212 or so was our top. Let's see where Apple goes. We're leaving you at the high of the day. Man, we're happy, for net wise for myself, we're happy with that one. There goes Apple. Get to the downside here. If we could do that, man, that would be good. We've got some units on board right now on Apple. We've got about 3 units. So let's see if we get a little bit lower. We do get our TQQ short, so we're gonna be rolling that one. We're 2 minutes over. You owe me, Sharif. All right, good job there today.
Always.
Let's go, man. I got to get over there, do some laps, hopefully come back and see Apple in around 210. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching. Ciao.
There's Donald.
Ciao,
Every
Dano.
time. He's on the screen, Katina, man. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. This guy's printing up a storm. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options, who is not Mr. Shivers today, as you can tell by the short sleeves. I'm taking over today, Mr. Shivers. I got the long
you
sleeve
got the
on,
long
right?
sleeve on. That's a
Yes, sir.
That's an anomaly.
I know, right? All right, let's shout out everybody. Who's here? We got Markin R. We got Miggy Mog Mo. We got Lee Dye, we got GTT, we got Juan Padilla, Buster Stacks, I like that. Cisco, NFL Fantasy Live News. What were you doing with that username, my friend? Ezekiel Da Prophet, a proper dang paradox. One of my favorite names in the chat. We got Sage Might, the Roaring Griffin, and it wouldn't be a day without my main man, Blue Arrow. Shout out to Dinkelberg as well. Dallas Nelk. The Nelk boys.
Ooh, the no.
Yeah, there you go. We got Tab TV Gaming, JD McNick 975 Just Living. We got Yusuf. We got 1320 Wolf. We got Alicia Sage Might. Who else? Timmons Lacrosse. We got Ken Beginner Trader. He's letting you know, Joseph, so you don't, come down hard on him. He's a beginner trader. Kurt D. Live, Love, and Sale. I like that one. Jarhead Trader. Ricky G. We got, who else, man? The OG. Jay Lee. Elon Musk. We got Emma. Jarhead Trader. Andrew Chow. Sorry, Katina, man. I had to, brother. Yeah, you can't see a name like that without doing it properly. We got Pete Rock. Clipboard. Abu Aman Khan, Bill R, Sixto V. We got Gus. We got Sam Lucic. We got Servi Mia, Vinay Menon. A couple more here, Joseph. Ashraf Jamal and Christopher. I'm not going to try to say your last name because I don't want to butcher it. Hello, Christopher. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Thursday. I don't know if you've seen the weather outside, my boy, but it is a very, very good one today.
Yeah, you can tarp off later on.
Get it, Joe.
Later on this evening, my guy, once we get outside to that workout gym. Folks, all right, let's go over our trades this morning, and you're going to see something that isn't usually your boy, right? Like, this is quite a mess here. You'd be like, Joe, what do you have going on here? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I was just like, yo, boom,
swinging.
Trying to bury bonds this out here, but it's all right. It didn't work out. So you can see I got really aggressive right here, stopped out, tried it again, stopped out. Tried it for a third time, stopped out, but then I punched heavier than everything right here, and I got some partials, but then rejected the volume weighted average price, and then I got stopped out, break even, tried it again. And I'm like, all right, no, this isn't going to work. But if I held this position a little bit longer, then I was good. But I was telling Sharif, I punched heavy, and I literally got filled on 10% of the size that I punched. And I punch out again. I'm like, no way. But yeah, it is what it is there, guys. Just churning shares on TSLA. But what we got here, and by the way, like I was really, really close to being shut down, full disclosure, because just the amount of size I was using. But then let's see what we got going on here. Why does it always do that to me?
It's embarrassing, bro.
Embarrassing
me.
Right. Stop embarrassing. Yeah, I know.
Assassino's coming hard for you these days, eh? Get him, Assassino.
Yeah, that's how it is. But guys, then we just cook up here in FL, Foot Locker. And I'm like, and I was thinking to myself, I'm like, this thing isn't the best intraday trader. It was tough sitting through this. So here, I entered and then I just cut my position, but then I just punched really heavy right there, a single entry, and I'm like, all right, let me take a walk, put a stop in and see what's going on. And then we cooked this up, guys. So coming from the depths itself, like the Immortals from 300 coming from the depths. I don't know if you have to have seen 300, Sharif. No?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, okay,
of
all right.
course.
So there we go. The Immortals
No,
reference there. I love them, but coming from the depths itself.
But they weren't very immortal though, were they?
No, they weren't. No, not when they run into the Spartans. There's no way. But yeah, here we go. Entry there, guys, and then we just slowly start taking it out. I got 6% of the position left. If we decide to crack this trend, I'll just hop out and just lock in whatever gains I have on that. But we're back. We're live now. I missed a trade on IBIT, which is slightly frustrating. But that's okay. We'll find another opportunity here. I think there's going to be plenty throughout the day. It's just patience is going to be the name of the game once again here, guys. But this 5-minute signal, I was like, oh, I'm not going to take it right now because of what I was managing with Foot Locker. But that was that print here, that 5-minute print. It gave you the opportunity to get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. But you can still see that primary trend is still to the downside, and we're rejecting it on multiple occasions. So going to be cautious, going to be patient. Let's see if Tesla can get the ball rolling. You can see that it's been a choppy mess in the overall market, but I think at some point we will find a direction, and I'm going to be patient and wait because it's my job to do so, and I'm going to look to join the direction that when we finally decide to break out of this range.
Well said, man. Very well said there. Here's what we're looking at, guys, in terms of small cap gappers. Look, you know, I would say this is a second day where I'm not very pleased with the selection, but we're gonna give this one the old college try. So let's talk about what we've got on right now. We've got one breaking down below VWAP, GRYP. This one is quickly becoming untradeable. Top left corner of your screen, so kind of keep an eye on that. KDLY though, just gave you a money fill. I didn't have eyes on that one. This one did bottom wick into that 1060 area, and now it's going up into 1120. Well, what's 1060 at? Well, it's a couple of pennies ahead of that volume weighted average price. So you get that big boy, 12.5 touch. It dumps all the way, well, almost to 10.5. So giving back, I should say, $2. But here we go. This is a kind of an intra-candle trade because we still haven't cleared the high of the previous candle. We do that when we clear 11.5. All right, so the trades I'm involved in right now are KIDZ. Hopefully, I won't make any more gaffes with the ticker kids, but I do not promise you that because sometimes we get excited when we're taking these prints and the words, it just doesn't work with the ticker. So you guys get it, all right? SATL as well involved in that one, looking for a move. Both of these are the same trade, not the same trade, but the reasons to enter them are the same. The move here into the volume weighted average price after making a high of the day is the same on KIDZ and SATL, both on the top right of your screen there. I've also got AEVA. I perceive this one to be the best of the bunch. Now, it had some bamboozlement. What is that bamboozlement, you ask? That 930 pop, we get a bull flag looking pattern. But where you would expect an area to come in as a support, AKA the volume weighted average price, doesn't act like that. In fact, it looks more like a line of best fit at the moment. So it's a little bit above VWAP, a little bit below. So I will likely not base any of my entries or my exits on AEVA on VWAP because it's shown you its intention and its propensity not to use it as either support or resistance. So why base anything off it? So that's my thinking. I happen to like the stock, so we're going to have to basically use some other technical moves to get into this one. VSAT, another very respectful one to this one of the 10 EMA. Again, it's not that big of a move. We're talking sub 10% here, 9.13. Coming into the 10 EMA, it hasn't actually touched that 10 EMA since, right at the opening bell, 9:30. Last but not least, we've got CONI over here. I know Adara's got a banger on CONL. I'm sure she'll talk about that during Happening Now. But CONI, this one is coming into the volume weighted average price. I like this 635 area here on CONI. Couple of reasons. One, it's VWAP. Number two, look at that price action spike resistance right at that 940 candle. It rejects, drops down to 620, then ends up clearing it. If it acted as resistance once, technical analysis tells us that it may act as support once cleared. Not a hard and fast rule, but something to be aware of. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're going to do it live for you guys over here, and we're going to see if we can extract some printages. And we're printing up a storm, Joseph, here on KIDZ. Oh, baby.
Oh, let's go.
All right, so let's take out some profits on. No, I don't want to take it there. Cancel it. Thank you. So I'm going to wait here. at 10s, or 9s, excuse me, for my friend KIDZ. Let me just make sure that I've got some shares on with this one because we don't want to take out too much too quickly. No, we're good. So let's throw it there, and then we're going to throw it there. Let's put the beak wetters. Throw your beak wetters, people. You don't know if the price action spike's going to come. So that's what I'm looking at right now. How's our SATL doing? We got one print. So far, not the biggest move off the volume weighted average price on SATL, but a bounce nonetheless. Don't get jammed, guys. I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. So anyway, so keeping my look at 463, then the next beak wetter 465. Hold on, man. We're printing up a storm, Fabian. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare. I appreciate that, Fabian. I'm kind of slow, brother, so you're just gonna, you're gonna have to put up with me, Fabian. I don't get these jokes because I'm 100. So we're gonna keep an eye on SATL. Now, AEVA is breaking out, Joseph. AEVA is breaking out. Here comes $18. Now this one, it's a little spready. About 95 on the ask, about 82 on the bid. Here comes 18. We could get a break of 18 right now, 25% in the green. We'll talk more about this once we get back from Madeira.
CRM Salesforce, the information reporting that there would be Salesforce set to acquire a AI agent startup called Convergent. So again, CRM and watch your potential acquisition of this AI agents startup. That is, of course, just a report. Nothing is confirmed. And back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you, Adair.
Thank you. Yeah, guys, let's pull up the old screen here. Let's see what we got going on that. Yeah, there we go. That's the right one, SSC. No, but yeah, guys, we're still cooking up 5% left of this position. Let's see if we can put in this grind here today. Up 84% here is Foot Locker. And to be honest with you guys, I don't love trading this name, but we got earnings potential buyout as well, too. I think Sharif was telling me $24, I think, per shares.
Yes, sir.
So I think it's a time where you can just start churning shares. So, yeah, let's see what we got on this one. We're going to hold on to this probably for the remainder of the day, but we'll pack our patience. I'm looking for something else here, right? It's going to be a grind. The Qs are traveling higher, so that's a positive sign here. We kind of broke out of that earlier in the day consolidation zone, and now continuing to climb. I like seeing that, filling up the gap here. Let's see if NVDA can get the ball rolling. See, that's the thing. So Nima in the chat was saying, Joe, Tesla long, I don't know about that right now. So yeah, again, just got to be patient to wait and see. I would like to take it one more time, to be honest with you, but what it's displaying to me, one more time, isn't the best. So I need that volume really to step in here, and in order for me to look to participate on that front. Clark Kent, good seeing you in the chat. Street Speak is swimming freestyle. Yeah, exactly. He's always winning the beak. And hey, I don't know if you've seen my messages from the other day, Clark Kent. I know so I said something like someone in the chat were talking, and I was like, yeah, a month of like tough trading is soft, right? Like in the grand scheme of things, it's soft. And Clark Kent said to me, and by all means, it's just a conversation. You said, Joe, you got to realize that not all of us are trading prop money. But what I said to Clark Kent was, dude, I didn't start here, right? Like I was trading on my own. Yeah, exactly. I was trading on my own for years before I got here. And I've told you guys the story of when I was just on a roll for about 3 months, and then in a span of 2 days, I gave all that 3 months profits back, and then I was in a slump for an additional month to 2 months after that. So like I've been through it all, you know what I mean? So I shouldn't say I've been through it all, but I've seen a lot. And I didn't mean it by any like negative way. It is soft, and the way to keep yourself in the game is risk measures, stop losses, and just having that max loss on a daily. I had that 1 to 2% loss, even though I did exceed it a couple times, but if you stick for it with it 99% of the time, 1 to 2% every day, if you lose that, that keeps you in the game for long enough until you start to gain your ground there.
I happen to agree completely with that, brother.
Yeah.
Let me also chime in a little bit here, guys.
Absolutely.
Everybody reacts early in your career before you have, if you don't have that natural emotional control in high stress situations, I'm not saying it can't be developed. I think it can be, but I think you're probably going to reach a max level. So here's what I mean. Like initially when I would trade, I'd be trading at home. There was really no oversight. I was responsible for everything. It was my money. I was in my condo. There was nobody to tell me what my shutdown was. Nobody tell me anything. So you know, the emotional reactions, I didn't know that that was sort of out of bounds or not good for, you know, the trading psychology and to keep everything kind of afloat. And so you kind of learn from your mistakes as you go. And I think it's entirely normal to make those mistakes and to be okay with making those mistakes as long as you are able to reflect objectively. And to say to yourself, you know, maybe this wasn't the right idea. And the only way to do that is to actually be able to go through the hard times in your mind. You have to be willing to relive them again, even though they hurt emotionally, whether because you lost money or you missed out on a big trade. If you don't confront those feelings that make you uncomfortable, you're not going to grow.
Yeah, no, exactly. So yeah, I mean, by all means, like ride the roller coaster because that's what trading is. And then it's very few come out on the other end because Jose and I were talking about this as well. It's just the loss after loss after loss after loss. But then once you've gone through that phase and you have the ability to be like, oh, okay, it's just another loss. I can put on another trade maybe tomorrow, the next day, or whatever it may be, and make that back or even a little bit more or even gain some half decent ground. So that's it. It's totally a mental game. We're never going to beat around that bush. But again, it's you versus you at the end of the day. Make sure you have those risk measures in place and you can stay in this game long enough for you to come on the other side of that learning curve. And I was talking to somebody on X who was messaging me. I said, hey, the one thing that was big for me about trading is that my expectations were slightly unrealistic because you've seen all these guys. I know you like them, Tim Sykes, and some other people that were my mentors. It's like $20,000 a day, $30,000
Ross
day.
Cameron,
right?
$100,000
$100,000 day, $250,000 day. And for me, it's like, okay, well, I can't even scratch together a $200 day here.
It is frustrating. You feel like,
right?
am I any less?
Yeah,
like, why?
No,
you know, like,
but they've been through the ringer and then it's just taking it through that next step. So you got to survive that learning curve. And that's the thing about trading. The learning curve is extremely long. And I'm talking about 3 years, for some people 4 years, 2 to 3, 4 years, even some people 5 years, but just keep at it. It's not about the end game. You're going to get knocked down. Just keep getting up and be one of those 1% individuals. So every time you get knocked down, you just get right back up after Shreve. Screen, please. Bang. Let's go football.
I want to read something Dara put in the chat as well because she was learning to trade in front of all of us, and I think this is a very important comment. She wrote, it's very different, and she capitalized very. When you learn to trade on camera, I happen to agree with that. I feel very lucky that I had the opportunity, but I feel like I didn't learn emotional control in trading until much later. Adara, I happen to echo that sentiment completely. I think your journey and mine were a little different. I didn't learn emotional control till later as a result of necessity. So that's kind of the situation. And I think everybody's journey is going to be a little different.
That's good. The emotional control is at least a 1 to 2 year journey for you to just come to the conclusion like, oh, okay, yeah, I lost.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I won.
Well, everybody's you know, like you can get your emotions a lot quicker than mine. Adara gets it quicker than both of us. You know what I mean? Whatever it is.
Yeah, you've seen me tilt out real quick, but then I'm just like, boom, all right, refocus, it's over, back to it, bang.
That's it. Yeah, you move on.
But when you first start out, it may take a day or two, right? So don't get that twisted. No. But this is what we're here for, guys. If you have any questions on the psychology aspect, yeah, I mean, because I'm red right now. I told you guys this earlier. I was pushing shares on Tesla, but we're just slowly climbing back, and I'm waiting for that next opportunity to take advantage of here.
Well said, Joseph. All right, we're taking prints here on SATL. Just got the print there at 69er. So needless to say, I'm quite pleased. So now I'm waiting at 76 SATL. It's not a big mover. It's not, and the volume is declining. So those things I don't like about it, all like flat out. What I did like about it was the respect for the volume weighted average price. Now that's typically a self-fulfilling prophecy because I'm looking long VWAP. Joseph's looking long VWAP. Neil's got 1 million shares waiting at VWAP. The whole point is we're all looking at VWAP, so it ends up being support. It's not support because it is support. It's support because everybody's looking at it, right? So SATL holding there. Now, we're involved as well in my friend K. We're trading KIDZ. And we just got the print there at 10s. It is moving back down into 1s. So I've got a few more outs here on KIDZ, but I'm displeased with the level at 10. And this has been a rinse and repeat area of resistance at $3.10. Once, twice, Obi frickin' thrice. He'll be here tomorrow, by the way, guys. I got the day off tomorrow, so your boy Obe in the house. No, but seriously, though, it keeps coming into that $3.10 area and rejecting. That displeases me. So that's the bad side of the equation. What's the good side? Well, as I mentioned earlier, the respect for the volume-weighted average price. In addition to that, until right now, we were getting higher lows. This current candle right now on the 5-minute is the first one to actually put in a lower high, or sorry, excuse me, a lower low since basically, let's see over here, the candle at 1050. So we are coming back down. I've got 92s on this one. It's showing me 96. Anything below 90, it's all over, okay? Why? Well, 90 is the volume-weighted average price. And so unless somebody's buying it up there, I'm not going to be dollar cost averaging below that level. So that's my look there. Now, our friend asked as well, Joseph asked, and I don't want anyone to get it twisted, there's a T at the end there, is also moving up. And it seems to have support over and over for the 10 EMA on the 5. Neil's looking over, he's like... Yeah, no, this is ASST, Neil.
How do you...
So this one coming into 6, finding support. The bottom of this candle right here, y'all can't see it, but let me bring it in. This is the 10 EMA. Let's zoom in. Comes right into that 10 EMA, finds a bid. Alas, we still have 3 candles in a row with lower lows and lower highs. So if I was to get in here, a breach of the 10 ends my trade. Now, I'll be more than happy to add to the trade should we make a new 5-minute candle and make a new high. Well, current candle, we got to get above 630 for that. So we'll pack our patience here. I'm going to go long on ASST. I'm going baby shares until we can, until proven otherwise. Now, I'm going to dollar cost average into 588. So let's go ahead and add right there. It just comes into 588, doesn't give me the fill, so we'll have to wait, okay? And see if we can get there. And then I'll wait at 590 as well. So we'll look to take some more shares here on our friend ASST if it does hold that level. So let's go ahead and throw in the stop and see if we can extract some profitability on this monster or if it's going to rinse us. So there we go. That's what we got. Let's see if this area holds. So we've got, what do we got? 96s on now. So let's throw on some orders up here. Let's see if we can extract some profitability if this area does hold. No, we already got stopped out, Joseph. It broke my level. No, but I still like it. No, I'm getting back in. I'm still getting back in. I'm getting it back in. All right, we're getting back in, baby. Let's do it. We're doing it live here. Let's go.
Why does everyone think it's my birthday today, though?
Because people are saying that in the chat. It's like a thing on the show. They used to do it to Luca all the time.
Oh,
They'd say happy birthday, Luca, and like it wasn't his birthday.
Really
I don't know what the hell's going on. All right, so we got 87s on Joseph. So we're going to wait here at 95s and layer the orders to see if we can extract some profitability. What do you got, my man?
Okay, yeah. I'm still, the positions board is slightly wrong, guys. I am in Foot Locker. I don't know why it's not displaying that I'm not. I've been doing transactions throughout the show, so maybe we'll get that sorted out. I'm back into some TSLA. No idea why, but it is what it is. I like what Sharif was telling me. He's like, there's a method behind my madness, and I'd like to think so sometimes. So yeah, that's the name of the game here. Qs are absolutely running, and Tesla's not participating. We do have a primary downtrend that I need to focus on, but I like this might be a potential short signal as well too. As you can see, we just barely breached those pre-market highs, and that's going to be yesterday's highs as well too. So a nice rejection of that level. All right, so maybe we'll just go with it. Today is my birthday, 33 years young, yay.
What's happening?
I don't know.
You're just going with it,
Just going with it, yeah, as well, man. So everybody wish me a happy birthday, because it is not my birthday. But yeah, guys, you can see this. So if we can sit on the backside of this here, then I think we'll be okay. But you can see that downtrend. So if we continuously reject it, then maybe I'll just hop out. Again, I'm starting really small on this. I don't want to, because I climbed out and I had all my losses throughout the today's session have been on Tesla. So I'm just asking myself, why am I looking for a long on this as we continue to pull back here? And the market does as well too. Oh, okay, yeah, I like this. Okay, I'm gonna hop out of Tesla and just realize whatever small loss this may be. And I'm gonna hop short the Qs here, guys, because I like that a lot off of that topping signal. So I'm gonna go I'm gonna go SQQQ long. For this short, I like this. Okay, we're going to start really small. If it starts working out and we're making that move back towards the volume-weighted average price, then we're going to be adding aggressively into this position here, guys. So yeah, let's go Netflix. Okay, there we go. So Foot Locker is on there correctly, and now I am long SQQQs there, guys. I'll pull it up momentarily. One thing is I always have to switch over from markets. So here we are, SQs long off of this specific signal here on the Qs. There we go. We're getting a nice little move right there. Nice topping tail signal. Gravestone, doji, shooting star, whatever you would like to call it. But that is going to be for the move back into the top of this range or the volume weighted average price. But let's see what Adair is up to, guys.
Here's TOST. Just be aware, this CNBC released a premium article. Josh Brown of Ritholtz Wealth Management saying that TOST is one of his top software plays or top plays in general here. So TOST, this came at around 11:15, got a little bit of a push, and maybe keep an eye on it throughout the day because we know usually around 12:30 he'll actually say his buys on the show itself. We got a little bit of a preview here with the CNBC piece, so keep an eye on the stock maybe an hour from now. Sometimes there is a second move in these Josh Brown plays. Back to you.
Yes, shout out to Josh.
Yeah, shout out to JB, man.
Brenda was telling me a little bit about what the gang on Compound was talking about. They were giving some really interesting data about the speed, Joseph, with which we recovered from those lows, those April lows.
Yeah.
He was saying the only other 2 times we got up that fast, Black Monday and Neil, was it 87? 87, something like that. So 82. Thank you, Brendo. Oh, so the euro is born.
Ooh, bang. There you go.
So 82,
Yep.
the Black Monday from 82, as well as 2001. I'm assuming the dot-com bubble or subsequent to the dot-com bubble.
Recovered that.
So yeah, so interesting stuff there that we recovered that quickly. So keep an eye out on that.
I like to see it. I just get.
I'm not going to complain
at all. Not whatsoever.
I ain't complaining, baby.
Yeah, that's it, Sharif. I'm still sitting in this TQ.
What are you doing over there?
If it breaks the lows here on the SQQs, then I'll just hop out of the trade. But I'm looking for that move back towards VWAP.
All right, guys, we're doing it live up in this. You know what? On ASST, we're long 76s, just wet the beak up there into 60s. Excuse me, 6-ish, high 90s. Here we go. Now I've layered the orders. Now this is the umpteenth time that a wick breaches the 10 EMA only to get above it. So when you see that, in my humble submission, the money fills in this particular instance will be, look at this thing go, will be below the 10 EMA. If it happened over here, it wicks below the 10 EMA, find support, did it again right here. So the money fills for something like this are just a smidge below the 10 EMA. That's how I observe that, okay? And we did it with another one yesterday. I forget the name of the ticker. This thing is going, bro. It just took all my levels, Joseph. We got 76s on. It just gave me 8s. So let's go ahead now and post at 10. And then we're also going to post, yeah, I still got shares on, man. We're going to post at 15. And we're going to post at, 19, Joseph, in case we, encounter some resistance there at the 10 penny level. So good look right now for my very good friend, ASST. I still have these resting orders to defend that 550 level, all have which gone unfilled. You'll see those on your screen. There is the baby blue circles and lines. So that one untriggered, that is. So here we go. We're showing 06s. Can we weasel up into 10s? And then by extension of that, print me to the high side. So that's what we're doing there. SATL is doing well as well. It's putting in that incrementally higher high, higher low situation, coming into that 70 penny area. It's this one that I feel some sort of way about. I'm talking about, I don't really want to trade this name anymore, bro. It's like anything that I say can be used with this KIDZ. I'm just going to call it KIDZ. I think that'll keep me in the clear.
That works out.
Yeah. It's coming back into VWAP, and as I mentioned, anything below the volume weighted average price on this one, I will end it. So let's go ahead and throw that right there, and it just got ended for me as it just broke the volume weighted average price. So we were put out of our misery. Still profitable on it though. Was able to extract enough profitability. Go ASST. It's taking out all my levels again, Joseph. Here we go, baby. We're going up to 19. Show me 19s on the level 2. We didn't get that 19 print. We'll pack our patience. We still have more outs. So let's go ahead and wait at 25s in addition to that 19. Come what frickin' may. Let's see if this one wants to go. We're doing it live.
We're doing it live, man. All right, let's go. We're still.
Look at Ozan, bro.
What's he saying?
Happy birthday, Bears versus Bulls.
Yeah,
Ozan, stop spreading propaganda in the chat. Now everybody's going to think it's, unless it really is Bears versus Bulls' birthday. It's not. Adair confirmed it. Ozan, You're messing up the flow.
Yeah, you're messing up the flow, man. We don't want to be wishing people happy birthdays when it's not actually their birthday.
Come on, bro. Come on now.
You know what I mean? We just want to know.
It's
when
not.
actually birthday.
Bears versus Bulls confirmed.
No. So there you go. You know what? Everybody say.
It's Joe's only.
It's Joe's. Who said that?
Get it?
Who said that?
Bears versus
No.
Bulls. I never want to call him by his real name, but I do know his real name.
Okay. No, it's Nate. It's Nate's Best Buy's birthday.
Oh.
Yeah, Nate Best Buy. So
I
everybody
wonder
say,
where he likes to get his electronics.
Yeah. So tell me, everyone say, hey, happy birthday, Nate's Best Buy. All right. So there we go. Happy birthday.
Oh, here we go.
Guys,
again.
here we go. We don't want to get too much into the birthday stuff, man. There's not much to sell. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that.
Oh.
Sharif's printing up a storm, and that's all that matters right now.
Not even, bro.
What's that?
Thank you, but that's not accurate.
Yeah, okay, so you're doing all right then.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, so I mean, it's better than, I'm at half my shutdown, but I was almost shut down on the day, so but we just climbed back in Foot Locker. We're having a good time, man. You can see we're chill, relaxed. We got the Tulum Vibes t-shirt going on, or shirt going on, so this is, this is the official summer wear that we're going to start.
Is that a Joseph pick or a Selena pick?
This is a J-Dub.
It's a J-Dub. There's my guy.
Get out of here.
No Selena.
Get out of here with that, man.
Come on, Joe.
It's all right. But yeah, guys, all fun and games. We always have a blast here on the show. And thank you all for joining us. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. That's all we ask for, really.
What
happened?
What does that mean, censure? Censure? What is that, Joseph?
I don't know. I didn't
see that guy with my name. Censure? What does that mean? See, what is that, Adara? Get in here. Yeah.
Greek mythological creature. I believe it's the dude that's got like the face of the human, and then he's got the horse legs. I believe that is a centaur.
The centaur?
I believe.
I like it. Thank you, Adara, for that. Okay. Is that kind of like the Sphinx, where like he's half human, half lion?
No, that's
correct.
Egyptian.
But he is not a Sphinx, and he is also Greek instead of Egyptian.
He's a horse. Okay, cool.
Horse
human. So what about the Minotaur, though?
Okay. I see you there, Joseph.
Yeah, you know.
I'm getting educated today, baby.
What's the horse that has wings?
The unicorn?
P. It starts with a P. Pegasus.
Okay.
All right.
Doesn't a unicorn doesn't have wings?
No, it just has the horn there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. A horn is not bad.
I mean, let's see if we can find one of those around here. What did Adara say?
The scintillating conversation that we're having.
Great. Yeah, how did it get to this?
It doesn't matter how we got to this.
It doesn't matter how we got to this, man.
Here we go, guys. You got to cover this. We're taking out levels here, Joseph Wilson. All my orders just got filled on ASST. This one's really going, guys. We're approaching the high of the day. It's a 640 high a day. I'm all done my shareage on this one, but I'm quite pleased with how I traded it. We got in at the money fill, I want to say, so to speak. I was negative on it, 0 for 2, 1 for 3 on ASST, but guess what? I'm positive. So good for me.
Oh, nice trade.
That's okay.
Nice trade on
I started 0 for 2 on it though, bro.
That's what happened.
I literally did start 0 for 2 on it, but we took more shares down here, and so yeah, we're positive on it now. And here's the deal, guys. This thing takes out 640. It's a breakout trade. Okay, it's up 33%. Here's the information. Sorry, Joseph. Just 1 second.
No, go ahead.
Here's the information. 12.66 million share float. Not much of a short float, sadly. 1.79%. And what I'm seeing here on my platform, just to compare it to what Trade Ideas has to say, is for the float, that is, guys. I've got on mine, I've got sub 1 million. So I've got 899,000 share float for ASST. Trade Ideas saying 12.66 million. So yeah, keep that in mind. Now, with respect to the market cap, it is a 90 million market cap. So not the biggest company, but also certainly not the smallest. Trade it carefully. It's doing well so far, but look for that 640 break and take, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you guys. All right, so yeah, let's see what we can get going here in SQs. It's not working out how we necessarily want to. I believe we're going to have to be more patient on this front, but I showed you guys the signal of essentially what I'm going off here, guys. So if we crack these highs of days, then I'll just get out of the trade and wait for another opportunity. But the more we hover around, I like that we have the potential to kind of break down. But you can see this signal right here. Nice topping tail. Doji, but if we crack and some of the big names get rolling, then we might be in some trouble. But go Bitcoin, that was a missed opportunity, no question. And the thing is, Tesla continuously knocking on this door of breaking this down channel, which isn't too good of a look for my short on the overall market, especially if the likes of the big, as I mentioned before, the big names get rolling. So NVDA still slowly climbing, and then you can just see Tesla sitting on the, we'll pull up on the 1 minute, but we just have this wedge here that's now forming. So need that breakdown in order for this market to kind of drag lower. But you see, we sit on top of that, then you might get that break up if the volume steps in, and that's not going to be good for shorting the market. So, and I mentioned from time and time again is that if you're going to be trading the TQs or the SQs, you want to pay attention to the big names, in my opinion, to see what they're up to. Because if I'm trying to short the market, but everyone else is trading higher, that's not a good trade. All right, that's just simply not a good trade, and you don't want to be involved in that as Tesla slowly grinds. But if we reject this channel one more time, then maybe we can break some of these key support levels and then head lower again. So until we crack that high on the on the Qs, then I'm in this trade, and I already have my order placed out. If once it starts working and we start heading back towards the volume weighted average price, I'm ready to get significantly more aggressive. So what I'm currently sitting on right here, I'm going to add 200% to that position if it does start to work and we break through some of these levels. So yeah, full disclosure on the TQs. So just going off of this 5-minute signal right here, guys, and I'm prepared once this base is broken, then I'll add to it, and then maybe we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price there, Sharif.
All right, Joseph. Well, we're back long here. ASST got a beak wetter at, I believe, almost 50. I think it was 58s, 57s. We got 46s. We're break even on it now. I am giving this one a tighter stop, okay? So my thinking here is that 630 level was kind of a bit of an area top. So I'd ideally like it to hold at 630, knowing full well that it's kind of a random area that I'm choosing over here. But we're going to give this one the old college try. I need to keep a tight stop because I can't go negative on it like that. I don't think that that would be good trade management. There we go. So already getting stopped out for a bit of a loss there. Now, here's the deal. The money fills, as I kind of suspected, are around the a little bit below the 10 EMA. So let's see if this ends up being a topping tail. It looks topping tailish right now with a huge upper wick into 57s. Now we're down into 27s. So definitely getting a bit of a sell. Wow, this is losing the bid really quickly over here. So good stop out there. Let's see if it comes down into 6. Like I always say, the topping tail candles are not the end of the matter on these small cap gappers. It is not like trading a large cap with a topping tail. I just don't think they mean the same thing. So I'm going to wait at 6, a little bit in front of 6 to see if we can get some money fills. What's going on?
Tesla's breaking out, Tesla's breaking out here.
All right.
Okay, I'm getting aggressive. I got to cover this here. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, no
TQs, I'm getting, oh, no, this is not what we want. TSLA. Yeah, so I'm getting slightly aggressive here. You can see that I'm adding to this position as we do end up on the backside of this trend. I need it to really start to get going. If it cracks the volume weighted average price, then I'll get out of this trade. We need the volume on the lower time frame to pick up and confirm this breakout. If it does, then we'll add a little bit more to this as well too, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I've got that order at 5s waiting. Here we go. 13s now coming down. It's not exactly rocketing down, but then again, I don't really want it to rocket down either because that's going to make me kind of question my idea. Bovin, I see a TYU. You're not the first person to call that out. Another individual. I got to give him credit as well. Urban Trader called out ATYU. I see it's breaking out. It's a big boy percentage winner on the day, about 77, 78%. It's likely going to find its way onto the side chart over here because CONI is breaking down below VWAP, and that no longer interests me. So ATYU is the ticker, ladies and gentlemen. AYTU, excuse me, AYTU, my mistake. So keeping an eye on that one. I'm just trying to decide whether I'm going to get back in here yet. So I'm getting back in. There we go. Let's see if we can extract some profits quick as you like. I'm keeping my dip trade, though, on ASST at exactly the level that I spoke about earlier, and then we're leaving that to cook. So we're going to see what we can get from there. But I've put in ATYU now on the side chart. AYTU. I keep saying it wrong. AYTU. Excuse me, guys. I hope I'm not confusing you. AYTU. Let's just throw that on there. so that I stop saying it incorrectly. Yeah, you're getting a big boy breakout. Now let's have a bit of an analysis here. Okay, so the pre-market level got taken out, Bovin. So everything here is setting up in the right way. The aftermarket high, which essentially shadowed the pre-market high today, telling you that the resistance level was real. Okay, that 220, 225 area, have a look at all those wicks. It's not by accident that they reject there, guys. It just doesn't work that way. So finally, we take out that level. Now we're in the clear, so to speak. Obviously, not fully in the clear. We still have to execute on the trade. But the point is, we've taken out possible bag holders or shorts that have been using that area to keep this one down. And the amount of times that we rejected there kind of has me feeling that people were looking at that. So what's the move here? Well, we could wait for a 225 retracement, maybe even start a position at around 230 with the idea that we can dollar cost average into that level. So that's my thinking right now. We're going to keep an eye on AYTU, see what we can get from there. I'm still nursing my trade on, obviously, ASST. So let's go ahead, AYTU. Let's throw that on there. Is it on the NQ? Yes, it is. Good look. Let's throw an order there. Now we're going to wait around the $0.25. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to front run it, obviously, because if I'm looking at it, other people are looking at it as well. This might be one of those situations where we might just have to punch in near the highs, which I obviously don't like, but that's kind of sometimes what we get. All right, here we go. We're doing it freaking live again on ASST, man. It's taken out all my levels, Joseph. We just got printed to the high side there again, and we don't have that order on the bottom. It wicked into my level. 1 penny off. Come on, bro. You're doing this to me. All right, so we didn't get the ad on ASST. So tough look there. We'll continue to trade with the shares that we have. All right, now let's go back into AYTU. This one doesn't look like it's coming back down. So here's what I'm doing. I'm getting in baby shares. All right, we're going to start off here, baby shares. I'm leaving that order at the $0.25, front running it there for an ad. Ideally, I would like this one to drop down into my level, but you don't get to choose, okay? So here's what we're doing. We're doing it live at 45, and then we're going to layer into that $0.50 level. Come what may from there. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm getting aggressive here on Tesla. This is officially going to be my last attempt. If we don't break out here, then that's it. So again, I'm getting really, really aggressive here, guys. And I think that's just something that I have to do here, right? Because I told you, I mentioned I'm down. If I see something, I got to kind of push those shares, push. So yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. And I mentioned that this is I promise you will not see me. Because the thing is, when I'm mincing, I told you guys before from a data collection standpoint, I know within a couple of entries if my thesis is going to be correct or not. Obviously, with timing, things can be wrong. But I give myself 3 entries, wait for the price action to display. And now I've taken probably about 5 or 6 like complete entries on this, and that's going to be it. If we don't break out, then either it's going to go on without me or my timing is off, and I'll accept the fact, right? So that's it. And I think that's a really big skill to acquire.
I think we have an
I think that's a really big skill to acquire if you're going to get to trading. Wow, but what a recovery here on IBIT, guys. That is a big-time move. What a signal this was.
Sent it to you, Adara.
I don't know why I didn't take it. Okay, let's go Tesla. Let's go Tesla.
Get it, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, let's go, man. Seriously, okay, here we go. We're now cooking up, Sharif. Let's go, break out. So yeah, again, you guys seen the aggression, and I've been trading this name throughout the whole day. Oh, wow, my days. All right, we're going to trim a little bit here. This is exactly what we want to see here, folks. Can we catch that fill? Yeah, there we did.
Catch that fill.
Yeah, we did, man. Let's go. So yeah, we're going to hold on to this. I still have, I only took about, 5% off right there. I'm going to leave the rest for a runner. Let's go 1480s and see if we can come and test that high a day. But Sharif, I got to manage this position.
Absolutely, Joseph.
My guy.
Absolutely. All right, we're in ATYU building the position right now. So did lose the bid. There we go. We got the fill at 26s. Now this is going to have to hold. All right. So the deal is anything below 20, it's all over. All right. And that's the way it is. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and wait down here. Let me just load up my blotter so that I'm jiving with the shares that I've got. All right. So there we go. We throw that in there and come what may. So we got 32s on now with the ad. So let's go ahead and layer orders. So if this does spike up, we're able to extract some profitability. So here's the situation. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. Stuart yelling about, well, not yelling, talking about BMGL. I'm the one that's yelling.
Janet
BMGL.
yelling.
We're going to keep we're going to keep a look on that one. Thank you, Stuart, for that. Up 42%, but we got to send it to Adara now.
I have some updates here. This is actually not an IPO. I want to make that incredibly clear. ARAI, Arrive AI. It's a direct listing. It is incredibly sparsely traded, about 11,000 shares traded so far right now, according to my data here on PPro8. They offer here just under 30 million shares, about 29.9 million shares. Offer amount here of estimate $372 million. But again, a little bit harder to get clear details because this is a direct listing. There are no underwriters. This is the for the deal because it's direct listing, but Maxim served as a financial advisor. I'll give you some more details on the company itself. It's actually an autonomous related company here. Autonomous last mile mailboxes is what they do here. They're developing these designed to support delivery drones, deliveries done by robots and drones. So Arrive, an autonomy play looks like here. But again, direct listing, this is not an IPO and very little volume on this, like barely any volume. Back to you.
Yeah, didn't know what the situation was. The chat was talking about it. So it's a DL, guys, not an IPO. And if you don't know what a DL is, a direct listing, just do a quick, chat search or whatever, chat inquiry. There's 3 ways to get to market, guys. Just super quick: IPO, direct listings, and SPACs. Special purpose acquisition companies is what SPAC stands for. DL obviously is direct listing, and then we know, most of us know what IPOs are: initial public offerings. That's how you get yourself into the market, into the public markets. That is, Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, let's go. It's not looking too good here in Tesla as we start to pull back. I will note that the volume was significantly lower as after we broke out. You've seen it step in, but now it's starting to pick up onto the downside, and that's not something I want to see here. So if we come back to my break even, I'm just going to hop out of this. I won't hold on to it for too long, but the market is ripping. Someone in the chat asked me, Joe, what about what happened to SQQs?
What happened?
Well, I got out because I told you if it breaks that high, then the thesis is invalid, and if the big names are trading higher, then you have to get out of that trade. You don't want to be going against the market. If you're trading TQs, SQs, whatever it may be, and you're not watching the mag or the heavy tech stocks, and you're like, well, why? Well, what's happening? Well, take a look and see what's going on. And if you're trading against them, good luck. Honestly, I wish you all the best luck, but that's not something I personally do here. Samrat, please stop doing that.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the things that the emojis there that he's putting in there. I don't know, for some reason.
Those are scary,
Yeah, exactly. I didn't. It's scary, spooky. But yeah, this is, you know that song, right? Scary.
Yeah, but that's like your thing, because you're always saying it.
Yeah, exactly. When it's scary, yeah.
Get it, Joe.
I mean, crazy, scary, spooky. But yeah, let's go. Let's break this high here on 14.7 is a key level here on Tesla. Sharif and I mentioned the high levels of open interest at 350, so there might be some room to run. Pre-market high would be an ideal target, or even we're at opening price or just slightly above opening price right now too. So again, yeah, I got to be patient to see if this market's going to continue to climb. Let's go NVDA. I want to see what Meta's up to. Bitcoin's on the absolute monstrous recovery, and I love seeing that as well. So that's a good positive look. Yeah, Meta not doing too much. So if these big boys really start to get the ball rolling, I think we'll be sitting pretty, Sharif.
All right, man. We're doing it live right now on ATYU. We've got 27s. It's giving me 37s. So we're still having trouble making a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Here we go. Can I get the print, please? We're dancing with 40s. I'm waiting at 40. Come on, bruh. You got to make me wait like that, man. All right, so it did move into my level, but it didn't cross, true to form, so we're going to have to pack our patience. Yeah, coming right back down into my entry here. Now, the money fills on this one, we're right at that $0.25. So I do have a good price, but it got to go. I mean, that's the thing. So we're at a half the position, not for a lot of profit, so I need this thing to run up. So I'm going to try to pack my patience. I already have my stop, come what may. Let's look at the other trade that we've got on at the moment. It is SATL. It is having a whole lot of trouble taking out 70s, but this feels like a possible flat top break through that 70 penny area because we've been rejecting that area over and over and over. So we've got also higher lows in addition to that. And that typically is a bit of a warning that it could be a flat top break. Not a hard and fast rule, but one to be aware of. Daniel, walk me through Rivian. What do you want to know, Daniel? Do you want the fundamentals? You want to hear about the R2, or are you looking just for technicals and levels and stuff like that? Tag me again, Daniel. Let me know what your situation is there, exactly what you want to know. I don't mind giving you my opinion, which is all that it is on RIVN. Happen to love the cars. That doesn't mean we can invest in it, though. There's two different things. Don't like Polestar.
Ooh.
Don't like any of these Polestars, but invested in it, right? So that's my little spiel there. All right, guys. So keeping my eye still on ATYU. Hold on. I'm not crazy, right? AYTU. I'm AYTU. So keeping my eye on that 5-minute chart, Daniel T. All right, we're gonna look at Rivian here for your boy Daniel. Shout out to my nephew.
Sorry, I have to go to the
His name is Daniel as well. So let's go RIVN. Oh, look at that weekly on Rivian, Joseph.
Yeah,
A good look, eh?
I wouldn't even look at that.
He wouldn't even look at that. He's leaving. He's so disgusted, he's leaving. All right, the 5-minute chart is kind of a good look. Obviously comes back, big move up, relatively speaking, of course. Comes back into that predictable level of the volume-weighted average price. Has a 4-candle hold up at VWAP, then starts putting in higher highs and higher lows. Keep your eye out, though, for a possible double top. When you have resistance at a particular area like this and you start curling back down, it could be a double top. Not really sure. The money fills, though, seem to be at the volume-weighted average price. So if you can pack your patience for that 15 retracement, all the better. If it ends up holding the 10, I would maybe start a position at 15.20, 15.23, small position, and I would give it maybe to the 20 EMA, which is around 15 low teens. Doesn't hold that, I stop out. I put a bigger position at VWAP because it's shown its propensity to hold that level, and then I look for a move back up. But yeah, Rivian doesn't really have a catalyst today. And let me just double check that. Make sure that there is no catalyst. Yesterday, Jefferies downgraded Rivian on weak demand outlook. Yeah, so Jefferies pooped on this one yesterday by downgrading it. So that's from yesterday. Not really today's news, but just wanted to let you know that, okay? So look for VWAP, maybe 15. Start a position if you want at the 10 EMA with a stop a little bit below the 20 EMA on the 5, of course, as you were saying, and let me know how that goes. So we're continuing to hold my AYTU trade, but this one, SATL, took out that 70 seller. Good. And now we're up to 73. Alas, I'm waiting at 76. So we're going to have to pack our patience for a fill on this one. AYTU, though, look, it's continuing to dance at that spot. It's not losing the $0.25, but it's not exactly zooming here either. So I'm kind of unsure. Should I be picking more up? I'm going to pick more up. All right, I'm going to pick more up, and I'm going to defend into about 15. The reason I say that is because that's where the 10 EMA is. So I'm looking to pick some more up here. I'm going to go ahead and wait over here, and then I'm going to wait also near that 15. I'm going to front run it at 17s, all right? So that's going to be my move. We pick some up there. We get the fill at, there we go, and it looks like it's just got the other fill there. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go, picked it up. So let's see what this one does right now. What do we got on? I don't know why this just didn't let me in right now. There we go. There we go. Now we picked it up. Good. Okay, so let's see what this one wants to do. We've got the 17s on now. If it ends up losing that 10 EMA, that's going to be the end of the trade over here. So we'll pack our patience there. Joseph, what are you looking at, bro?
Yeah, guys, I'm in the I'm back into SQs. I flattened out here on TSLA just because it came back. Wasn't risking it just being a choppy day and just kind of lifting that downtrend line. So yeah, that's what I'm in. I'm going to get slightly aggressive once again here on the SQs. If it starts to work out, I can pull that up. But you can see I entered here, doubled it up there, and then I tripled it up right there on TSLA, but it didn't work. So, well, I mean, I took some off, but I got stopped with the majority up there looking for the continuation. But now we're back into some SQs. You can see I entered here, stopped out here at the break of this, the lower end of this range. So that would be the high of the day right there. But now I'm back in kind of where I got stopped out. So I like this positioning, especially for this move back towards the volume weighted average price. Go Bitcoin, go. Let's
go Bitcoin.
Yeah, let's see what it dares up to, guys.
Keep an eye on Meta. The company is saying that users can now customize Meta AI to provide detailed responses on on Ray-Ban Meta glasses. There's also a volunteer feature, which is going to be launching in 18 countries where Meta AI is supported. So again, Meta AI glasses update coming from the company itself. Back to you.
For that, Adara. All right, guys, we're back in our friend ASST at 42s. It's at 50. I've got a couple of sell orders here. One a skosh above that $0.50, and then one a lofty price into the 60s. Here we go. There's a seller of note at the $0.50 like there's been all day. Can we shake them? I think we just wicked super quick into that 51 and then didn't have a follow through. So here we go again. We're zigging, we're zagging. I'm willing to bet we probably reject the area and then come back down. So if that's going to be the case, oh wow, okay, so we're taking out the levels. This one's really going here. ASST, here we go again, taking out that $0.50, still south though of that high a day, which happens to be 57s. So let's keep an eye out on this one, see what it wants to do. Still involved. SATL all done this trade, so we ended up getting that flat top break, and I got my money filled there at 76s, so that one is all done and clear. Now this one's coming down as I expected, so I'm going to throw orders here on my friend ASST for some money fills. Let's go ahead and wait at 33s, and then we're also, because the 10 EMA is a skosh below that $0.25. Let's go ahead and wait right there as well, see what we can get, and we will not get upset. My friend Neil is getting all ready and mic'd up, and oh my goodness, AYTU. This one's zigging and zagging, Joseph, but it's still not clearing that 10 EMA, so I'm going to try to pack my patience. We're break even on it now, but I don't know what to do about this one, if this one's going to go or what. I don't want to be DCAing like a schmuck over here. So I'm thinking about this one in real time. It's at the 10 EMA. Well, VWAP's at 2, but I'm not dollar cost averaging into 2. Well, I can. I'm only at 217, so it's not going to hurt me that much. That's the thing, right? I can DCA into 2, and that's the volume weighted average price. It's also the whole dollar. I've convinced myself.
You've done it. That's
I'm
all
convinced myself.
That's all it takes.
I've convinced myself. There we go. We're going to defend that $2 area come what may. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in the same position here. I'm also still cooling in Foot Locker here as well, too, guys. Again, only 3% of that position, just letting it ride. We're starting to move sideways on that one, but it's hyper-focused on the SQs. I won't be adding to Foot Locker or anything along those lines because you can see that it went on a decent run. And to be honest with you, from an intraday standpoint, it's not the best trader in my opinion. So you can see that we were in at the lows on the 5 minutes. Yeah, like look at this chart. So we were in around here, and then we got this whole move all the way to the top. I actually top ticked that wick right there on some shares. So now just sitting on a little bit of a runner to see if we decide to take a second leg higher. And I was mentioning to you guys the other day that NYSE stocks, I'm not the biggest fan of trading them. They trade just significantly different in my opinion. But let's go Bitcoin.
You're not the first person to say that, by the way.
Yeah. They do. Again, I don't want to, obviously people are like, oh, it's all stock. But no, like NYSE stocks, in my opinion, move significantly different than like NASDAQ.
And there's a bunch of different like things, like we don't get the tap. Theoretical option price on NYSE,
exactly.
And they open at weird times. Sometimes they don't open at 9:30.
Like think about like Bob, right? Sometimes takes like 3-4 minutes to open up after the market. It's like what? Like
there's a bunch of weird stuff that happens.
And what you'll notice, guys, is that like when they decide to move, it's just that in between, there's so much time in between before, like it'll chop you around and then it'll make its move. But it just takes so long for that to happen. Oh, guys, I got to pull up my notes. I don't know why I wasn't trading this here today, but I mentioned the gap fill on IBIT and I had it written down in my notes. And you can see we're starting to head back into the lower end of this, of that pre-market range there, guys. So really nice trade on Bitcoin as it started to recover here on the day. But yeah. Not looking good. NVDA looking like it wants to take another leg higher and head into those pre-market high zones. The Q's not wanting to break down, so it may take multiple attempts. I'm glad that I'm just taking small haircuts. I'm not adding any significant size just yet until the thesis starts to work. And I think that's one thing that's really important to know is that, again, you see me add aggressively into these positions, but that's usually not until things start working. I gotta go now. I gotta go with lunch.
Recess is over, Joseph.
It's crazy.
It's all over.
But yeah, I mean, so again, you'll see throughout my examples in my trading. Obviously, it doesn't work all the time, but I just try to put it in my favor. When things start to work, that's when I get aggressive. But guys, we're going to Adara with happening now, and then we're gonna go to Neil. Lesson of the day.
Get it, Neil.
Sharif, I might have a small cap for you, but I'm going to start here with the S&P 500. SPY, nice look here, up 0.25% positive on the day. NASDAQ also positive on the day, though slightly less than the S&P. And let's talk about the small cap I just saw pop up for you here, Sharif. BMGL. Now, this is not great here, about a 4.4 million share of float, but nice move here off the lows, the 15-minute chart for BMGL. So this is called Basel Medical Group. 330,000 share float and 4.5 million shares traded on the day. So very small float, nice volume for BMGL. Let's talk about some of these other tickers. UNH bouncing really nicely off lows. Not only did this company announce the resignation of its CEO and suspended its guidance on Tuesday, now we also have, as reported by Wall Street Journal, a potential DOJ investigation for fraud. Here is Coinbase. This one also bouncing very nicely off lows, giving back pretty much all of this drop to the downside. Coinbase was in watch here, and we alongside a lot of other crypto names, but Coinbase also faced a hack. So lots of tickers to keep an eye on, and lots of these names that got hit pretty hard earlier trying to come back swinging. We're going to send you over to Neil for his lesson of the day. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Back to you.
Lesson of the day brought to you by a famous saying. Well, it's probably a famous saying. I have no idea. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You know, and that's what principles priceless. I think it's one of those things that that gets said a lot. Like whatever you do that works for you to make you money, you've got to be willing to lose doing the same things. Now, willing is part of it. You never want to, but you've got to understand. If a trading setup is something that you do that 80, 90%, 60%, 55% of the time, whatever it might be, is a positive expectancy, then you've got to do it. And that's regardless of the previous result, right? So I'm going to give you probably a perfect example of that here today with Dick's Sporting Goods. Why am I so childish? I have no idea why. Anyways, I should be able to say that without. It does, and Sharif is not helping at all because every single time I say it, the guy starts laughing, and I'm trying to be professional about this. So, Dick's Sporting Goods down because of the Foot Locker deal, or presumably because of that, and a downgrade. It was an SSR bounce play, trend down like this. Whoops, I don't want to draw my trend line. There's your trend down. However you draw it, it's pretty. Regardless of how you draw the trend line, the entry was a pretty simple one. Bottoming tail wick, also at the key level of 175. It breaks the prior bar, I go into the long. Now, I generally have a rule for myself that once it goes to first resistance, I move my stop up. If I'm trying to hold it either into VWAP or like the second resistance level. In this particular case, it flat out bombed, right? Like I move the stop up. If I keep the stop at the low of the day, I'm still in this one and it goes. And it's unfortunate. And with that result, it would have been really easy to have decided not to take UNH because United Health is like about 1,000 times weaker of a stock. But ultimately, it's the same principle. We were looking for what's the key level going to be. In this particular case, there was 250 is about as obvious of a level as you're going to get. And it's a similar setup. Bleeding stock, down over 10%. Seems like it's down 10% every day, so it's been SSR forever. But there's your trend from the open. It simultaneously breaks trend line and holds the 250 level. So the long is, stop me if you've heard this before, break of the prior bar low. And until it hits first resistance, my stop goes underneath the bottom. Now, if it had hit first resistance and then done this, I would have been wicked out. Like if this initial move had gone into the money, $3, and then come back and I'd be stopped out. It didn't, so I follow the exact same pattern of action. Now keep in mind, just minutes before, we take the L on a very similar setup. But you go back and you just do it because that is something that over time works. And you, in this particular case, like you can hit one or two losers on a Dick's Sporting Goods. In this particular case, it was close to flat because I put it at break even. But I could have hit 2.5 losers on Dick's and then had the winner on UNH cover that one up as I try to stumble through that again. Phrasing is just a peach when you're talking about Dick's Sporting Goods. And that's what it comes down to. Oftentimes, we get wrapped up in trying to be perfect and every single trade is going to be good. But it's not about that. It's about is something a positive expectancy. If the last time you played, pocket queens under the gun, you raised, you got re-raised, you put in a 3-bet, and you got busted by a weaker hand. If you're then afraid to go and do it the next time, well, then you're not a poker player. And so in trading, you've got to be willing to take your positive expectancy setups regardless of what happened before. Sometimes regardless of what the overall market is doing if that specific strategy doesn't care about it. And psychologically, it can be something that's daunting to do. I actually had this conversation with, I was messaging back and forth with Obi over an unrelated stock. We saw it differently, and he made on it, and I even lost on it. And I said, you know what though, this is what I do on day one, and it works for me over a year. So I got to lose on a day like today, but I could have lost a little bit less. And that should be your attitude. Trade your strategy, and the best part about it is the more you do it like this, where I can look at Dick's Sporting Goods. That was the worst one of all the ones I said. I can look at DKS, have quite possibly the worst outcome you could imagine, where not only did I get out, but it was a perfect reversion trade all the way into the volume weighted average price. And it would be easy to just get frustrated and not take UNH after that. But you just sort of stay focused. You keep emotions out of it. Same setup happens. You hit the keys and you just do it. And if you do that enough times, eventually the emotions just aren't part of the equation. And you can just focus on the executions and the trades, and you win some and you lose some. And you won't see me get that crazy. Like, I'm not dancing around when it works, and I'm not getting overly frustrated when you see me trade when it doesn't. But that's because I boiled it down to, this is my execution strategy. This is where I get in. This is where I get out. This is my plan. And win, lose, or draw, I know that over time, I'm a consistently profitable trader, and that's all I end up caring about, as opposed to the emotions of each individual trade. So there's your lesson of the day. Regardless of the previous outcome, your job as a trader is to find positive expectancy trades and setups, and then from there, execute them consistently. And that's all you can ever do as a trader. And sometimes you're going to be put to the test where you have the worst possible outcome or bad outcome on a previous trade on a specific setup, and like 10, 20 minutes later or a half an hour later, that same setup comes on another stock, and you have to take it despite of what just happened to you, and you just got to be able to do it. And over time, that mentality is going to do you wonders. That's your lesson of the day. I'm so childish. Enjoy, everybody.
Look, man, been there with you. Been there, Neil. But yeah, look, obviously we understand exactly what he's talking about, but we're just chuckling. We're having a good time. We got 3 hours to fill, babe.
3 hours to fill.
Yeah, so that's the situation. Look, guys, at least it's not that quarter where Dick's Sporting Goods was complaining about a lot of theft. Because we know what we call theft in the retail industry, right, Joseph?
We know.
What do we call theft in the retail industry?
You tell me, brother.
Joseph.
Tell me, brother.
Dick's was experiencing a lot of shrinkage because there was a lot of theft. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's not up to me. Like.
Neil's dead. Neil's dead. He's done.
Neil's done.
Yeah.
All right, guys. No. We having a good time in this place. Yeah, the market's moving up, Joseph. You want to cover that for a second here?
You see, this is the thing, right? I don't want to get too much into this. The market is just continuously squeezing. You've seen that now that Tesla's broke through those highs. Nvidia has. So I don't want to be facing these shorts. I'm sure Bitcoin as well off a signal. But if the market wants to behave like this, then I want zero part on any form of mean reversion. So I'm going to have to be patient. I think eventually it does turn around here, but it's just slowly squeezing people out, squeezing people out, squeezing people out. So yeah, I'm holding on to it. I'm a little bit past what I would like to be, but again, we'll just hold heavy. And if it does continue to climb, then I'll just hop out and look for something else here, Sharif. But I am short Bitcoin and the overall market. Not looking. Yeah, well,
we're gonna hope you do well anyway.
Well, I mean, NVDA is going to continue to climb, and if it does so, then there's no point in shorting this market. The signals were there, but if NVDA says it wants to go the other way, then I'm on the wrong side of the trade.
Fair enough. And I love all your comments in the chat, guys. Even the ones taking shots at me, they're still funny. I'm going to let you go. You're not going to get even a warning. It's a good day today, guys. So, yeah, we're having a little fun. We all know what's going on. DKS reporting, obviously, or not reporting, looking to acquire Foot Locker, guys. That's a pretty big deal, in my opinion. For a number of reasons, obviously. I think what they're doing it for, Dick's Sporting Goods, number one, obviously, to take one of their competitors at a discount. Number two, they want international presence. They currently don't have that international presence, case in point, Canada. There is basically a Foot Locker at every mall. There's no Dick's Sporting Goods in Canada, from what I know. Anyway, if there is, maybe there's one or two, but definitely not en masse. So they're looking at getting in here now. They are going to face competition if they do get into this country, because there is a very similar type of store already established here, goes by the name of Sports Check. So there's going to be some competition there. But if we know anything about business, economies of scale dictate. And I submit to you, DKS has better economies of scale than Sports Check, which is part of a larger company, by the way, owned by another company called Canadian Tire, and it's a whole thing. I'm not going to take you guys down that road, but very interesting merger nonetheless. As Joseph mentioned earlier on, the price per share that's being floated, about $24 a share. That's basically where Foot Locker is right now, at about that price, $23 or whatever. So, very interesting. I didn't expect this to be so quick. It was announced yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, at around 5 o'clock. That's when the price action reacted on the chart. So typically when the chart reacts is when the news does come out, because we know how these algorithms go, baby. It's not humans that are punching in. It's these algorithms that are reading the news, reacting to it. And now you've just got to assume that AI is playing a part in this somehow, right? Especially with these, Assassino.
The Undertaker.
Yeah, well, you know, he giveth and he taketh away, right?
The Undertaker.
The Undertaker. Okay, you ready for a little trivia?
Yeah. No, hold on. No. Time out. The other day you asked me my 3 favorite hockey players, and then it didn't even finish after what you were leading to.
Totally forgot what I was even leading to.
And then you asked me who my favorite. I believe.
I think it was Leaf.
Yeah, you asked me who my 3 favorite.
Darcy Tucker.
No, but then
that I remember.
No, but then you asked me who I thought the best James Bond was, which essentially led to a poll, but we missed kind of what was leading up after that.
Why did we even talk about James Bond?
I don't even know, because you asked me who my 3 favorite players were, and I told you, and then you're like, all right, we'll get back to it.
I think we were talking about James Bond for the video games.
Yeah, the video game.
I'm pretty sure it was like GoldenEye, and there was a... Say that again, Adara? It was, yeah. So Derek confirming that. But I don't remember why I was asking you about the Leafs. I'm sorry. That was a couple of days ago now, man.
That's crazy.
I do apologize.
All right, trivia. Let's get into the trivia here that you're about to ask me. Yeah.
You obviously knew that bell toll there. A lot of people associate with The Undertaker, myself included.
Yeah.
What was The Undertaker's debut in the WWF at the time? Do you remember?
Like, what do you mean his debut? Like the date?
How did he debut? Because he debuted in a very specific way. It wasn't like a regular one where they had those video montages introducing the character, so to speak, like they used to do.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that at all.
Okay, I'm going to take a swing at this.
Go.
One. He came in a...
Don't look at the chat.
In a casket.
He didn't. Okay. But that's a good guess.
Or
I
the
would have thought of that. No, that motorcycle came way later. That was no. I don't look at the chat.
I'm not looking. I swear.
All right.
I swear. How did he debut?
Okay, so there, Survivor Series, right? Like that, one of their pay-per-views,
so,
4 against 4, and then everyone gets eliminated. So Ted DiBiase, who used to be called the $1 Million Man.
The $1 Million Man.
Yeah. So he had a team, but they were missing a wrestler. So he kind of he's like, okay, I'm going to introduce somebody new. Nobody's ever heard of this guy. He's the mystery guy. And then he introduced him, and he was like 6'10", like he came out as The Undertaker, and everybody was worried. He came out with Paul Bear, who's holding an urn, right?
Bear.
Like, oh, the power of the urn.
Yeah,
Anybody remembers that?
That guy's a narc for sure.
100% an art. All right, guys, we're on our last leg here on AYTU. If it loses that $2 level, it's over. That's the area where I had my dollar cost average. Now we've got 215s. We're 10 pennies out of the money on this one. If this doesn't hold that volume weighted average price in 2, it is going to end here. We're going to go negative on this name. So let's see exactly what we get, and we're hopefully not going to get upset. And this one starts curling back off and moves a little bit higher. So AYTU in focus, as well as ASST. This is coming into the 20 exponential. If it loses that $6 level, it's all over for this one. So we'll give back on this one as well. This one's a lot smaller of size than the one on AYTU. That one I'm actually looking to hold on a little bit better. So keeping my eye on the, I know he was there. I knew he was there. Big smile. Burdette, thank you very much, my man, for the $5 super chat. I just got stopped out of ASST, by the way. Did I miss?
Whoa, yeah, read it.
Hold on.
Don't read it out loud. I don't know.
Yeah, we're not reading that big file. Thank you for warning me about that. Yeah, he's a liability, bro.
Yeah.
He's done that to me before, but now I got you to read them so that I don't get exposed like that. Shout out to Big Spile. Thank you very much, brother. Hope you're doing well over there, my man. I showed you those flood pictures that he was sending me yesterday, which were kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is.
On his side of the field there. Yeah, only 2 inches of rain expected tomorrow. Hope you're not getting much rain, brother, because we're not getting anything over here. It's sunny, you know what, outside. So more pleased we could not be. What do you got over there?
I missed out on big opportunity on Tesla. I wasn't holding heavy enough and long enough. I was just looking for the quick scalp, but then I just really started to move into my direction. That one sucks as it's continuing to squeeze higher and higher here, guys. And I think this move is gonna be sustained. So not looking too good for the SQQ shorts as Tesla is just absolutely on a monstrous run. Wow. That is crazy stuff there. No, I'm not gonna chase it, guys. You know we can't do that. We have to be somewhat responsible, right? So I'm not going to chase it all the way up here, nor am I just going to start punching to punch. But this was a big-time missed opportunity. Right where I punch out, it decides that it wants to go absolutely parabolic, and that would have been a really nice trade there, guys. But it is what it is. As it continues to climb here, love it, Tesla. So that's what it is. I want to see what's going on from a daily standpoint. Why am I this market? I don't know, but here it is. You can see that we're continuing to climb. I wouldn't be surprised if we got slightly higher this market. I think eventually it will maybe turn around because it's just gone in a straight line essentially to the top side. So we just have to be patient and wait for more of these signals to display. If they come, if they don't come, then it is what it is. I'm still in a good position where I don't have too much size on this SQQ trade. I'm still short IBIT, so if that starts working and maybe we get that move back towards the volume weighted average price, we'll be okay. So I'm more than fine taking a loss here on the overall market if it decides that it wants to continue to rip Shreve. All
right, guys. AYT is on its last leg. It's the only trade I've got on at the moment. If it doesn't hold 2, it's all over. So I'm just going to pack my patience on that one. And let's do the news now that we have an opportunity, because I'm not really liking any of these small cap gappers at the moment. I'm looking at my scanner. There's really nothing. There was BMGL, but that's lost VWAP already. So many ones are just not able to hold up. So, that's kind of the situation. Oh, hold on a second over here. Do we have a bottoming tail candle starting to form on ASST? The volume is really drying up here, though, on this one, and I just got stopped out of that. So I don't want to be quick to jump in, but it does look like it's putting in a bottoming tail candle that's forming into a hammer candle, which obviously means a bit of a bullish signal. Hasn't closed. We still got 2 more minutes to this 5-minute candle closes. Here's the deal. Let's just throw an okay. I can do that. Let's go ahead and do just that. So we're going to put a breakout trade on this one for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and that's what we'll do there. So if we get something there, we get it. If we don't, we don't. That's fine. Let's load up the said news. I don't even know where it went, man. I thought I had it up in this place. Just allow me a second, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should be able to. No, you're good. You're good. I can load this up super quick anyway. So Google Docs, let's load up this. I'm going to do the news because there's a lot of interesting stuff today that we can talk about. United Health, guys. It's getting real ugly for this company. Real ugly. So let me just load up my side chart so I can see exactly what's happening. All right, Assassino, we're going to do the news, baby. All right, United Health, they're in trouble. Not just in trouble because their profits are dwindling, but now they're getting the attention of the federal government, specifically the Department of Justice Criminal Division. They had already been under investigation for civil fraud. Now they're under investigation for criminal fraud. Uh-oh. So the U.S. Department of Justice there. Can we move it a little bit that way so we can capture the tabs? Assassino, a little bit that way. Oh, amazing. So the U.S. Department of Justice has launched a criminal investigation into United Health Group's Medicare Advantage business, specifically that business, a Medicare Advantage business. It's their fraud unit that's overseeing the probe. And apparently, the United Health hasn't been actually approached by or even notified by the Department of Justice. This actually leaked from a Wall Street Journal article, which is a little bit interesting. That they're going that way. Now, the background on this is really quite interesting. Apparently, the investigation's been active since the summer of 2024, again, reported by the Wall Street Journal. In February, the Department of Justice, as I mentioned, also launched a civil fraud investigation into how they bill Medicare, their medical billing practices. There's obviously a senator as well who's kind of made it one of his prerogatives to go after this company. And this is part of a bigger move, guys, with the Department of Justice really going after these alleged kickbacks. They already sued 3 different insurers for kickbacks, allegedly, of course, to brokers to steer patients into their Medicare Advantage plans. And the reason that they do this is because private insurers, they get paid more for sicker patients. So that ends up incentivizing aggressive diagnostic coding. And I happen to know a little bit about that. My family owns some clinics, and we actually have a billing agent. We don't even allow the doctors to bill. We have a specific agent that basically knows what the codes are, knows exactly how to get the best out of the billing system. And this is, it's a bit of a gray area here. Let's just call a spade a spade. So a Medicare Advantage now covers about 50% of the 65 million different Medicare recipients. So it tells you it's not just a small group of people. So obviously all this has been unproven. None of this has been proven in court yet, obviously. So everything we're saying here is alleged. All right. Walmart. This is very obviously important because a lot of people hold Walmart in their long-term accounts. If it's not, maybe it's in your 401k, it's in your retirement, whatever. Walmart. A lot of people have exposure to Walmart. And good, because it's a good company. EPS adjusted beat, revenue missed. Look at this, Joseph. 165.61 billion in revenue. And look what their net income out of that revenue is. What kind of margins are those? Baby margins, bro.
That's not good.
Baby margins.
So I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, well, I get that. So they missed on revenue, not by that much. 165.61. The street was looking for 165.84. So potato on that one. Net income, as I mentioned, 4.49 billion. That's actually down from the 5.1 they printed last year on the quarter. So an interesting look there. Now, here's how their different segments did. So total revenue grew about 2.5%. Comparable sales, that means stores that have been opened a year. How did they do this time versus last year at this time? Okay, so you have to have been open for 1 year to be comparable sales. Okay, same store sales sometimes are called. Sam's Club also grew at about 6.7%. Not a bad look. E-commerce growth. This is where it seems the margins are, and I'm not surprised by that because obviously less infrastructure costs. 21% year-over-year growth for the U.S. e-commerce. 22% for global e-commerce. That includes Canada, obviously. And their ad revenue now, they're making money on ads. Who isn't these days, Katina, man? They're printing about 31% year over year. And it's the first time ever that e-commerce for both U.S. and global markets actually grew in tandem. Their guidance, they reaffirmed 3 to 4% growth. Full year adjusted EPS, they're guiding about $2.5 to $2.50 to $2.6 per share. Q2 net sales expected to grow about 3.5 to 4.5%. but they will not give EPS guidance. And the reason they're not giving EPS guidance is obviously due to tariff uncertainty. CFO John David Rainey saying tariffs are still too high. We're wired for everyday low prices, but this is more than any retailer or supplier can absorb. He did warn of consumer price hikes, guys, starting into late May and into June as a result of the now 30% tariffs on Chinese imports. Joseph, anything you want to add before I go on?
I'm just managing this position right now.
No problem, brother. All right, let's keep going. Alibaba, another one that we all know about. Maybe not of us, all of us have exposure to Baba, obviously. It's a Chinese company, so, you know, there's that. But look, it was kind of a crappy report. Let's just be honest about it. Net revenue, 236.5 billion yuan. The street wanted 237.2. So a miss there. Net income also. I don't know why there's expectations on net income in China, because we don't have expectations on net income here. We have expectations on EPS, which is kind of similar. Anyway, 12.4 billion yuan. The street was looking for way, way higher than that. They missed by half, okay? 24.7 billion yuan they were expecting net income. They only printed 12.4, so almost cut in half there. Year-over-year revenue did grow 7%, and year-over-year net income, I'm not sure how this is possible when we just have. So apparently their net income grew 279% year over year. Why was the street expecting 24.7 then? I need to look more into that. That's kind of weird. Anyway, their core e-commerce, which comes from the Taobao and Tmall, that segment grew about 9% year over year. Likewise with customer management revenue, about 12% year over year growth. Their cloud revenue did grow nicely, 18% year over year, but we've seen better cloud revenue growth than that in North America. How come this thing didn't go long, bro? I put an order for this piece of crap to go long. It didn't freaking go long. Oh,
I'll chime in real quick on some Baba there.
Go.
Do what you got to do.
Why didn't this go?
For me personally, I know a lot of people will,
of course.
But these ADRs are just not a space that I'd be looking to get involved into. So I'm just going to talk a little technical talk here, guys. I mean, if you're catching the lows and selling up into that, but just look at these pullbacks, overnight risks. Just there's too much uncertainty with the Chinese government, in my opinion. So for me, there's so many other names that I would look, and spaces that I would look to kind of allocate my cash into, and these ADRs are not one of them whatsoever. You can see if we just continue to climb back, it's just a lot of sideways price action, and at your peaks, you just give back the majority of the moves. So if we go to that 2020 high, it just dumps in the span of a couple of months. It just, boom, you get a 56% haircut, and then essentially you don't even recover fully from that standpoint. So for me, personally, Chinese ADRs are an absolute no-go. I like American spaces. I like the American economy, and that's exactly what I'm going to stick to for the foreseeable future. Can there be opportunities that arise? Absolutely. But for now, it's not for me, and that's all I can say about
That's fair.
Alibaba.
All right, let's bring it back in over here. I'm not sure where the hell it went. Oh boy, there we go. Sorry guys, just bringing this one over here. There we go. So their cloud revenue grew about 18% year over year, and we've seen. Hey?
Oh no, sorry, I'm talking to myself.
We've seen way better growth than that from either Azure, AWS, Google Cloud. So kind of, yeah. It's faster than the previous quarter, but it's not really meeting up to some of these American standards. Also, AI, they got good AI momentum there with their Qwen 3 launch. That's their version of the large language model. Their AI revenue grew triple digits for the 7th straight quarter. So not a bad look. Obviously, we did get word that they were looking at using DeepSeek's what's it called, large language model as well, and they were looking actually working with DeepSeek. We'll just finish this quickly, and then we'll do the ad. Some of the headwinds that they're encountering here, guys: the trade war effects, obviously tariff tensions, dented sentiment a little bit, consumer weakness in China continues to persist, especially with the weak real estate sector and the price wars, guys. JD.com, PDD, they're all competing with Baba. They're all in that online retail space, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there. Okay, so I just pulled up the TSX. But guys, every trader knows if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the pool is changing that. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk, and you get a real shot at trading up to $200,000 in company capital. You don't need a large deposit. You don't need years of experience. This is a limited risk trading platform built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just a small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital, guys. Trade the pool's QR code to get 10% off and start your journey there. But yeah, here's the TSX composite. Brando just messaged us. We're at all-time highs there, Sharif. We just touched it. So
that's the TSX.
yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, let's go.
Go Canada.
What a monster recovery. I mean, this thing is. Hey, never mind China. We want to get involved in the TSX here. I like the way this is looking, and what an absolute monster recovery from the trough here all the way to what we're currently trading at, up a big 16% move since what was that low? April 11th there, Sharif. Oh. So yeah, just a little bit over a month here. Big recovery in the market, now approaching all-time highs.
I like it.
Maybe I have to get involed in the TSX session.
Look at this guy. All right.
I like. Well, hey man, you can't argue that fact, right? That we continue to climb here.
Look, bro. Let's just call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
I'm not at all displeased of what I've seen from Mark Carney so far. I like most of what I've seen.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be
level-headed guy.
Yeah, very. He's running the government like a business. I love to see it, bro.
1% tax.
I'm not gonna take liberties like our friend Kevin O'Leary yesterday and talk about the old guy. But what I'm seeing from the new guy, Joseph.
I think people. Yeah, I mean, he's one thing. I like how he handled that Donald Trump meeting and everything along those lines, and I like how he's just cool and calm demeanor. Right. I think that's a lot. That's a lot how kind of Canadians are. I wouldn't get too far ahead, but I feel like we're more polite. Like we just like, okay, all right, relax. Well, I think a lot of Canadians are polite. Yeah, well, I think a lot of them are.
100%, yeah.
But I just like the cool, calm demeanor that he brings, and I think that's exactly what we need. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the other guy wasn't the right thing, like a radical change on some things, right? So again, there you go. Congratulations, Mr. Mark.
Look, I'm liking what I see.
Yeah.
I'm liking what I see.
I mean, we're bringing in some fiscal policy, 1%, 1% tax rate cut for the middle class there. So we'll take it.
Adara, what's going on up there?
No news, but I do think it's funny. You just went over the news there, Sharif, and I wanted to let you have all the time for that. But my interest was piqued when you mentioned that DOJ fraud investigation as reported by the Wall Street Journal into UNH once again, because if you saw this infographic here, which I debuted yesterday, UNH does not necessarily have a clean history when it comes to fraud investigations or just investigations of impropriety into their CEOs. There are two CEOs here that did have a little bit of business scandals that caused them to resign. The first is actually the founder of the company, Richard Burke, who stepped down in 1987 due to his dual role at a couple different companies. But then William W. McGuire, he was the real cherry on top here. What happened here with William McGuire is he was basically, there's an investigation here. He was accused of some swaps, some stock option swaps, improprieties there. He did actually end up having to settle with the SEC. So in case you missed this deep dive yesterday, I think it's pretty appropriate that we bring this up once again, because after this was posted a couple hours later, then we get the Wall Street Journal article. So check this out on X at TTV Research. If you enjoy fun market-related content, this is the stock performance under each of these CEOs. This is since the company's inception and IPO on X at TTV Research. And yes, there is a period where the company had no documented CEO. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Appreciate that. And sick infographic, by the way, as always.
As always, for sure. I added a little bit to my iBit short there, Sharif. I'm looking for that breakdown, a nice signal. Maybe we get this pull back into the volume-weighted average price, and I'm waiting to add into this SQQ trade. Okay. We are really extended from VWAP, so again, really strong market. NVDA is continuing to climb, but if that reversion comes into play, I'm going to be positioned relatively well. I'm looking forward to see if it comes into play or not.
That's what I like to hear, man. All right, let's talk a little Apple here, baby. Donald Trump displeased with our friend Timmy C. Why, you ask? Well, he criticized him yesterday openly during his trip to the Middle East. He says he doesn't want the company to expand production in India. Build them in America, he says. The comments come amid Apple's ongoing strategy, obviously, to diversify production away from our friends in China to expand into India. And that comes much to the chagrin of the orange one. He said, I said to him, Tim, I don't want you building in India. We put up with all the plants in China, now you got to build in brackets the US. India can take care of themselves, says Donald. So Apple's India expansion, they aim to produce about 25% of their global iPhones in India, apparently within a few years. Obviously using Foxconn, who's building a plant in India with an Indian partner, by the way, not Foxconn on their own. The primary manufacturing partner, Foxconn, just secured approval for a semiconductor plant in India with that partner, as I mentioned, HCL Group is what they're called. The move is part of a larger plan to reduce dependence on China, where actually, believe this or not, 90% of all iPhones in the world are still assembled. So obviously a big amount there that they got to move. So in February, Apple pledged about $500 billion in U.S. investments, including a Texas facility to produce servers for Apple Intelligence, as well as to continue producing the MacBook Pro in the U.S. I didn't even know that was made in the U.S. India reportedly now, to kind of get on Donald's good side, is offering a zero tariff trade deal. We're still yet to hear all the details about that, but that got floated yesterday. Does that move the needle here? Does Donald maybe switch his tune on wanting everything produced in the United States in terms of iPhones if India all of a sudden is sweetening the trade deal? We're going to have to wait to see how he reacts to that. So very interesting development there out of the Middle East, where Donald is at the moment. Today he's in, I think, the Emirates. He's in the UAE today. And today, I think we're going to get the big boy deal. So he was in Qatar yesterday. He was in Saudi Arabia the day before. Now he's going to be in the UAE today. He was apparently, he might have been going to Turkey, where Zelensky and Putin were supposed to be meeting for some peace deals. Looks like maybe Donald won't be making it there. We'll have to wait. That was scheduled for the weekend. Stay tuned to find out exactly what happens there. Anything you want to say before we go on to Cisco?
Yeah, I want to bring on, talk about a little bit about IBIT here, guys.
Go ahead.
So one thing I want to note is just how you can see the orderly and the price action to the top side. And then as we're taking a breath, a lot more disorderly type PA. This short, I think we're going to blow past this signal, and with that being said, you can see us continuously climbing here. I added for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price, but it's just not working out how I anticipated it, and NVDA is just going absolutely parabolic, so there's probably another deal being made. Being short right now isn't the best idea, in my opinion, especially how strong this market's been for the past little while. If there is going to be any form of short, I think it will be displayed in the price action and the volume profile. So we've got to keep an eye out on that one. But now NVDA 135 and change, continuing to climb, just dragging the Qs all the way up with it too.
Shout out to Dijon Mustard. Thank you for correcting me, Dijon. Not the MacBook Pro, the Mac Pro. Excuse me. Sorry, you're actually accurate about that. I got that one wrong. Thank you for correcting me. All right, Cisco guys, they beat Q3 estimates and they also boosted their guidance despite the risks that tariffs are posing. EPS adjusted 96 pennies. The street was looking for 92. Revenue as well, 14.15 billion. That beat the 14.08 expected. Revenue growth 11% year over year, and net income, that's a nice little bump there. It's about $2.5 billion. They printed about 1.9 last year. The EPS for the guide, again, a bit of a range, obviously 96 to 98 pennies. That's ahead of the expectations, even the lower end, which was with 95 pennies. Revenue, again, the guide 14.5 to 14.7. The midpoint there is ahead of that 14.58 expected. And the CEO, Chuck Robbins, he confirmed that the guidance, guys, that he's giving here already includes 30% China tariffs and 25% Canada-Mexico tariffs that were factored into guidance. So you don't need to make the adjustments. And he also noted that there was really no signs that the customer was slowing down or whether they were stockpiling ahead of the tariffs. So we don't really need to look at any front loading here as a risk. Segment highlights. So they have 3 different segments that they work out of: networking, security, and AI infrastructure. They did pretty good on most of them. So networking revenue up 8% year over year. Security revenue, this one was nice, 54% year over year. But guess what? not good enough for the analysts because that missed the expectation of 2.17 billion. They only printed 2.01. Doesn't matter if they grew 54. As Neil always says, it's always better or worse than expectations. AI infrastructure orders as well, kind of a nascent area for them, $600 million in revenue in this quarter. And the CEO said Meta and others, believe it or not, are moving away from NVIDIA's Infinity brand in favor of Cisco's Ethernet-based solutions for AI clusters. Where did we hear that? Oh, that's right, our friend Elon. Isn't he the one that invented that? Because he's the one that was able to string 100,000 H100s together. Until Elon did it, nobody had done it. Jensen was so flabbergasted, he had to fly over there himself to see it. He didn't believe Elon. I'm exaggerating for effect. So that's a look there. All right, anything before I go on to DKS?
No.
Okay, I don't want to say the other one there. I'm getting myself in a little bit of a titty there. Okay. All right, Dick's Sporting Goods. All right, so DKS, they are set to acquire Foot Locker in a $2.4 billion landmark retail deal. So here are the details. The acquirer obviously is Dick's Sporting Goods. If you don't know, ticker DKS. The target, Foot Locker, trading under FL. The value of the acquisition is going to be about $2.4 billion, or if you want to look at it on a per share basis, about $24 a share, which is an 86% premium from what Foot Locker closed at yesterday. That's huge, man. That's a monster. So if you were holding some Foot Locker shares, all of a sudden you're feeling good about yourself there because you just got an 86%. Say that again, Fabian? You got no stinky feet. I like that. This guy joker, bro. The expected close, ladies and gentlemen, the second half of this year with no specific date. And the funding, how they going to fund that acquisition, baby, is going to be cash on hand plus new debt, obviously for DKS. The market reaction obviously is what it is. DKS going down, Foot Locker going up. That's typically the case for the acquirer. Usually goes down, the acquired usually goes up. Not a hard and fast rule, something I observed over the years. The rationale, what's the rationale behind all this? So they want to expand their mall presence, and it also gives them DKS, that is, Dick's Sporting Goods. They want to expand their mall presence. They also want that global reach that Foot Locker has. Foot Locker has 2,400 stores across 20 different countries, Canada being one of those countries. So maybe we see Dick's Sporting Goods over here. This marks Dick's Sporting Goods' first international push, and it positions DKS to weather the U.S. consumer downturn if the Trump tariffs have a negative effect on retail. Foot Locker will remain apparently a standalone business unit. They will not be homogenized with the larger company. So we'll keep an eye out on that, Joseph. Anything before I go on to Coreweave?
Yeah. Let's see what we got going on with this market here, guys. I mentioned the IBIT earlier. You can see that now that those healthier prints have started to really kick in, and now you cracked through that high a day. So good exit on that front. So happy with that one. But NVDA continuing to climb, now tapping into 136. I want to take a look at the options chain to see if we have any high levels of open interest around those specific strike prices. That's far away. We don't want that. I was looking at some other calls this morning. All right, so 136, we got 47,000. So let's see if this can act as some overhead resistance, or there's enough demand for us to just push through these key levels here. So 50,000 open contracts at that 136 strike price. And then you can see at 140, we have 84,000. So, that might be in the work here for this week, guys. And I mean, with that Saudi deal that we displayed, I was talking about it this morning as well, too. This name is really strong, and Bitcoin's strong as well. So shorting the market, a tough look. You don't want to go too much against that trend. We make another high, then I'll hop out of this and then be patient. Good thing they're just little paper cuts. As frustrating as it may seem there, guys, they're just little paper cuts and totally have the ability to come back from that. So yeah, not too worried. Continue to climb. Maybe we do roll over at some point, but again, the market just can continue. You can hold on to things, and then by the time you're like, all right, I can't hold on to it anymore and punch out, the market will turn around. So just be prepared. Give yourself enough shots. Always leave enough in that clip in order for yourself to give another opportunity there, Sharif. So yeah, Tesla looking good. Big time missed opportunity on my front. Don't know what I was thinking on just hopping out like that. Yeah, so there you go, TSLA, big move there, guys. You can see we were entering aggressively. I took some off, and then I just cut it right there just before it came back to my break even. But then it makes that move into those key levels that I was looking for, and now punched through that high a day. So there you go. There has to be some form of news lingering that we don't know about just yet on NVDA, Sharif, because look at this name. It just blew past everything.
Oh, you know the Emiratis are picking up hundreds of thousands.
Oh.
The Saudis were picking up tens.
Oh,
the Emiratis are picking up hundreds of thousands.
That's what I mean. That's
it's stupid.
That's why I was talking about this name. Like I don't think I've ever seen anything along those lines like that personally from in the Saudi deal, and that's why I'm like, okay, I'm happy to have skin in the game. Yeah, man. But I'm also like, a year out, I can see this NVDA closing probably north of $200 at this pace. Yeah. Like look at this stock go. It's crazy. We filled this gap now. This gap has been completely filled. We gapped down, we filled it, liquidity grab, we hold these levels relatively well, and then now we get that one test of the volume weighted average price, and then it's like, see you later, Sharif, leaving everyone in their dust. If you're not long this name, then it's gone without you.
Then essentially you're short.
You're short. Yeah, exactly. You're short essentially because you're just missing out on pure money. But it is what it is, guys. We're gonna stay patient. Maybe these Qs come back into these levels, but Bitcoin's rolling, Tesla's rolling, and NVDA is rolling. So, but yeah, I mean, go Bitcoin. Oh, that's something positive. So yeah, we're happy about that, brother.
We got to let everybody know, Joseph, about easy trading computers. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? That's called slippage, guys. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid that pesky slippage. So go ahead, scan that QR code, or click the link in the description of the box to get a free copy of this guide. Shout out to the great folks there at Easy Trading Computer. All right, guys, here's the deal. Let's have a look here at, how we doing on these positions? We're basically break even on both, so we'll just pack our patience here. I happen to like the levels on both, so I'm gonna pack my patience. All right, let's talk about Coreweave, Assassino. What do we got over here? So Coreweave, earnings. I've got a lot to say about this company. I'm gonna talk about the earnings, and then I'm gonna wax poetic for a little bit about my opinion, okay? So they beat on revenue, but the stock slides on the loss and the CapEx concerns. That's gonna be the crux of my analysis there. So revenue, $981 million. It's a very, very respectable increase on the year of 420%, and it also beat the consensus estimate at 853. So over $100 million, almost $130 million beat there. Thumbs up. EPS. Obviously, they're losing money. You'll see why in a second. They lost $1.49 per share with a net loss totaling $314.5 million on the quarter, which widened substantially from that $130 they lost last year, obviously because they were buying more chips. Very CapEx heavy industry, guys. Their stock initially popped, but it dropped 7%. I'm not sure where it's at right now. You can check it out. CRWV, it is. All right, so growth in the guidance, their Q2 revenue guidance, they're guiding here a bit of a range, 1.06 to 1.1 billion. That's well ahead of the 986.7 expected. Their full year revenue guidance as well, 4.9 to 5.1. If that ends up holding true, it'll be a bump of 363% in a revenue increase year over year. But this is where it gets very interesting. CapEx, guys, for full year 2025, $20 to $23 billion they're spending to buy out these NVIDIA GPUs or whatever other GPUs they're using, as well as everything else that comes with being a data center, an AI data center. So they're spending, guys, let's just say, let's give them the low end of the range, $20 billion, okay? What are they making on revenue? Let's go back and have a look. They made about $1 billion a quarter on revenue. So let's say they make $4 billion. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, $5 billion a year. They're still spending $20 billion. At what point does that flip? Or doesn't it flip? Because they're going to have to upgrade these GPUs at least twice, once every 2 years. So I've got more to say about this, but we're going to have to send it to Adara for a second.
sorry to interrupt here. I just want to let you guys know, as this market breaks out to the upside, we do have the UAE president and Donald Trump talking. I'm listening to this stream, but I think the big thing that's worth noting is the UAE president is telling Trump that they're keen to continue enhancing the friendship between both of their nations for their benefit. So seems like this UAE and U.S. relationship will continue, market continuing to the high side. Back to you.
Fair enough. All right, guys, so let's go on here for a second. So they've got good partnerships. Let me just finish the entire report, and then I'll give my opinion. So OpenAI partnership. They're making about almost $12 billion of a 5-year deal that they signed with OpenAI, Altman and crew, in Q1 of this year. There's also a $4 billion follow-up deal post Q1 that you can add on to the list there. And Microsoft accounts for a substantial sum of their 2024 revenue. 62% of their 2024 revenue came from Softy. Okay, great. You got a hyperscaler, but that seems very concentrated. The backlog what's it called? Total backlog here, about $25.9 billion. And the remaining performance obligations, that's what RPO stands for, about $14.7 billion, which was slightly down from the previous quarter of 15.1. So here's what I wanted to say. I'm like, all right, so we know NVIDIA's backing up this company, right? There's a substantial amount invested by NVIDIA into Coreweave. So as I was telling Joe, and I was talking to Brendo about this, and Brendo had a really good point about this as well, which I'll get to in a second. To me, it seems very circular. NVIDIA invests in a company, and then that company buys its products. So then the ball keeps kind of turning. Now, I'm not saying Coreweave's the only one buying these H100s, but it's super interesting. Now, Brendo's point was, look, hey, brother, it's a loss leader, right? You know, when you go into Walmart and they're selling you, I don't know, whatever, paper towels for at a $5 loss. They're not doing that because they're making money off it. They want you in the store so you can buy other things. We see this a lot where, you know, you create a loss leader so that it boosts one part of the company and the other one loses. And then when you do the balance at the end, you're in the green, not in the red. That'd be great. But, you know, this thing seems like it's going to continue to bleed money. Just how much they're spending on CapEx versus how much they're bringing in revenue. I just need to see a bit more. To be fair to them, though, we just started getting their financial statements and all these financial reports. So we'll have to see how this cookie ends up crumbling. But it's an interesting position. Anything you want to say before I go on?
Yeah. Bitcoin now back to some key levels. Sharif, trading view. I want to see what actually the underlying's trading at here. Going on a nice move. As you can see, Tesla and NVDA just absolutely monstrous. Good stuff there. So what are we back around 93s? Yeah, 93s. 103.7 is what BTC, spot BTC is actually trading at right now. You can see that we have this nice consolidation. As long as we continue to hold this, I like our chances of kind of breaking through these key ranges and punching through and heading to that all-time high, because I think that's what this move can bring us. We hold these levels, and then as soon as we open at the top of the range, then that's when we can break that 109 level, and then it's just boom, maybe blue skies from that front. So that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, guys, I mean, yeah, I missed out on Tesla today. I was in it. I got out of the position way too earlier, channeling the inner Toronto Maple Leafs, as I said in the chat there. But yeah, it's okay, guys. We'll find something else. There's still plenty of time throughout the day. I think patience is going to be the name. I know we say that a lot, but it's very, very important. Adair, what's going on?
Just keep an eye here on the NASDAQ. We do have basically the UAE president saying that they're going to be investing $1.4 trillion in the U.S. over the next 10 years. So UAE to invest $1.4 trillion in the U.S. over the next 10-year period. It is worth noting, too, Trump currently speaking. He and the president of the UAE are conversing right now. Also, just keep an eye on this market. The S&P Global Ratings coming out and saying they believe the U.S.-China tariff de-escalation we got earlier this week offers temporary relief. So much like what we heard from some of these Fed speakers earlier this week as well, just because we have this temporary de-escalation does not mean that we're out of the woods. Back to you.
I just took a print there on AYTU. I'm looking for this one to move up. Well, obviously I'm long. I have way more shares than I typically ever have. So we'll be trying to monitor this one here if we really start breaking out. It was very respectful of $2. and by extension of that, VWAP. And now we're getting that higher high, higher low kind of curling effect, that rounded effect. So I'm on the verge of getting printed here, possibly at 12s. Let's pack our patience. Let's see if we're able to extract that print. I think it behooves me to probably take another print there at 15. So let's throw one out there as well. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Simple as that. Let's go on. Let's talk a little Boeing. This is a bit delayed. Obviously, Boeing secured the $96 billion jet deal with Qatar yesterday. Thanks to, did you see your boy there, Adara? He was on the trip. You want to chime in? You want to chime in?
My boy Kelly? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Trump literally praised Kelly. I don't know if he knew his last name. He did not say Ortberg.
He even called him Kelly. He's
yeah,
like,
Kelly, get in here, Kelly. Yeah, he was like, oh yeah, we're talking to Kelly. Oh, it's good. Kelly's doing a good job. So he is pro Kelly Ortberg, and I guess I will continue to face these Kelly Ortberg jokes, but I'm going to take them all in stride. Back to you.
I appreciate that, Adair. Thank you for that. All right, Sharif's mustache. Oh my God. There's Sharif's left bicep. There's Sharif Centaur or whatever, some mythical character and mythological or whatever. There's Sharif's mom, which I took offense to in the beginning, but then I found it to be actually quite funny because they weren't saying anything rude about my mom. Yeah. Then it would have been on like Donkey Kong. Ooh. Let's talk a little bit about what this deal is, guys. So Qatar Airways, one of the nicest airplane carriers you're going to find around. Very, very nice, actually. They're buying up to 210 Boeing jets. Apparently, it's going to be 137. Wow, bro. 130, excuse me, 787. This is not even the 737, guys. The 787, that's like one of their best product. 130 of those bad boys. And then the new 777, the 777-9, they're buying about 30 of those with an option to buy 50 more wide-body aircraft, not specified exactly which wide-body they're talking about. This is the largest wide-body aircraft order in Boeing's history. Wide-body. So we're not talking 737, guys. We're talking 757, 767, obviously the 747, the 777, and the 787. Those are what a wide-body. Anything 737, we know what that is. That's a smaller, more local flight things. All right, so the entire agreement, GE Aerospace is going to supply about 400 engines. So GE getting something out of this deal as well. This is also the largest engine purchase in GE Aerospace history. We're going to have to see that money come first because there's a lot of largest in history here. So the deal value and the jobs impact that this is going to have. The White House estimates it's about $96 billion in total value here. The jobs supported up to 1 million U.S. jobs, 154,000 annually. Boeing and Qatar say about 400,000 jobs are going to be directly supported. Obviously, we haven't checked that. The production site, not Seattle. Not Washington, or the Seattle area, not Washington State. It is South Carolina. And there's a reason for that. The union has something to do with that, okay? You can Google that yourself. I'm not going down that line. Yeah, I'm not going down that road. There's like, oh boy. All right, so you guys can do your own homework on that. 787, 777, we know what that all is. So that's the situation. Anything you want before I go on to Coinbase?
Yeah, let's see what this market is up to. SPY starting to approach those highs. We're still holding up relatively well. Bitcoin still continuing to climb higher, 59.04. I'd like to see this strength, guys. I was just mentioning it before and kind of what the general idea is. So you can see we've taken multiple stair-step patterns on this underlying. Starting from here, consolidation, big move up, consolidation, big move up. Are we going to repeat ourselves? Another consolidation and then a big move up, bringing us to a new all-time high, and that's what I'm looking for. Can you add into these positions at these levels? Absolutely. I believe that buying the all-time high is a solid strategy, especially after what we've seen here displayed, multiple months of consolidation. Then we get that dip by lower. Maybe we've absorbed enough liquidity in order for us to continue to climb. You know, Michael Saylor's continuously buying this finite amount of this stuff out here, so I'm not surprised at all from what I'm seeing. I would like that all-time high break, and then for me, it's 1.25. Maybe not by Sharif's birthday or anything like that, but I do believe it's in the works. And I mean, I've heard multiple analysts say $250,000 by the end of the year. We got to take one step at a time. We got to hit all of these levels first. But I would not be surprised if we hit those levels here in Bitcoin.
Well said,
Trade.
Joseph.
Yeah.
I do agree with that.
Yeah. One more thing here. What was I looking at? So yeah, Tesla coming back here as well. You can see that we're pulling back, but what an absolute monstrous move. It did fill that gap pretty much almost to a T, so a couple points away from that front, but a nice gap fill here. And that was part of my thesis. Also, NVDA, just absolutely monstrous stuff here from the king of all kings. And yeah, there it is at 136.22 high, almost breaching that high of yesterday, but we started to slow things down. Is it in the works to kind of pass this pivot high? Absolutely. I like that for a potential look, but the shorts are tough and you have to be patient. You're going to have to probably try a couple of stabs of this. You can see how extended from the volume weighted average price we are. Are we going to get all the way back to those levels? I don't know. Time will tell, but this market is most definitely strong, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Just throwing out a stop right now. Just going to do that. There we go. We're good to go on that one, Joe. All right, let's bring in here. We're going to talk about Coinbase. This is the last story, guys. This is not a good look for Coinbase, but they're trying, I guess, to deal with it here the best way they can. So they suffered a major cyber attack, which exposed internal data and customer information. I'll get to exactly what that was in a second. The extortion attempt also involved a $20 million ransom, which Coinbase refused to pay. The estimated financial impact, a bit of a big range here. They're talking about $180 million up to $400 million in damage that was done when all is said and done. We'll wait for the exact number, possibly on the next earnings report there. Here are the attack details. So the criminals bribed foreign support contractors in order to weasel access into their system. The data affected, includes names, addresses, phone numbers. However, if you have your social security on there, which I'm assuming you do, it's masked and your bank info also masked. So apparently that's encrypted and they can't get access to it. Not exactly sure. But your government ID images also were compromised, as well as some account details. They didn't specify exactly what account details, to be fair, okay? There was no access gained, however, to passwords, two-factor authentication codes, private keys, or customer funds. So those either were on a different system or encrypted or whatever else, okay? But they didn't get access to those according to the company. Now, the response and the recovery, law enforcement obviously involved. Coinbase terminated the compromised contractors that gave access to the hackers, and they're also launching a new US-based support hub. They're also upgrading monitoring for higher risk transactions as well, hopefully this time, insider threats. They're also offering $20 million as a reward for any information leading to the attacker's arrest and conviction. They're taking that $20 million that the hackers wanted as ransom, and they're putting it as a bounty on the hacker's head. I happen to like that. Let's see if it works. They're also committed to reimbursing impacted customers, including victims of scams and impersonators. So we're going to have to wait to see exactly what happens there. Cancel? Okay. Oh, no worries. Okay, get in, Adair. Just tell us from here. Hit your button there. There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Some confusion. Trump and the president of the UAE did a little pose with a plaque, and then I thought they were done, but then they went to sit back down, and then the stream ended. So I guess they're just chilling now, seated. The stream is over. They did the so that is done. Donald Trump is, in fact, no longer speaking as of right now. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah, Adair always keeping a tab on what Donald is doing, and I think given the current state of the market, we got to be doing that at all times.
We absolutely have to know what Donald is doing. Like literally, we need a tracker, like they were doing with Kawhi Leonard for that little bit. Just get the helicopter on this guy and cover him 24/7. As soon as he pulls out his phone and is about to choose something, I need to know about it immediately. So yeah, thank you very much for that, Adair. I mean, the market is continuing to climb higher. Yeah, wow, what a missed op there on TSLA. I mean, I was taking stabs at it earlier. So this isn't necessarily my style of trading, but yeah, there it is, man. That was that missed op, and you can see it just held that 1460 really, really well, and then we get that move all the way up to there. So I would love to play this reversion trade, but again, it's just gonna take some time. It is 1 o'clock, right? Will it come into play? Maybe. But today is strong, and Donald's just going around the globe striking deals. So when he tells you to buy stocks, you got to go out and buy stocks. So Here's back to NVDA's daily and take a look at what's going on. I didn't think we were going to breach this because we have like 1, 2, 3 gap up days in a row. Even though we did slightly fill this one here, but they're not completely, but establishing a new high. I mentioned that we were only 13% off of those all-time highs, probably a little bit less here now, so 11% off of those all-time highs here in NVDA. And I mean, I mentioned from what we were trading at from the troughs where we're currently sitting at right now, a 55% return. So yeah, fantastic stuff. This stock has been absolutely amazing, and you want to continue in this strength. I'll pull up. I know Sharif was doing the news, and we've talked about it for multiple days. I know Adara was covering it the other day as well too, but I think it's just important to understand why are we continuously trading higher in this name. So I believe it was over 500,000. So the Saudis are building their, here we are, no, that's Coreweave. So the Saudis are building their megawatt data center, and it's going to be powered by NVDA chips. And you can see that they're just heavily invested in it, and now we're continuing to climb. So this is exactly what we want to see, especially if you're long. So maybe we allowed to ship its artificial intelligence to the UAE as well, too, under a draft agreement between the U.S. and the UAE. Reuters reported Thursday, citing 2 sources familiar. So under the proposed agreement, the UAE will be allowed to import 500,000 of NVIDIA's AI chips a year starting in 2025. So starting now, with 100,000 going to UAE tech firm G42. So there you go, 500K of these things a year. How could you not want to buy this stock? Bro. This is why we want to get involved in this. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of cash. Never mind not being able to sell the H20 to China. This is significantly better. That's now out the door. Okay, yeah, you can't make the deals that you want with China. Well, guess what? Now you got the UAE, you got Saudi, and there you go. You got some massive deals on the forefront of NVDA. Totally justifying this move in this stock, Sharif.
All right, just 1 second. I gotta send Sassino the.
Yeah, for sure. So here goes the cues again, establishing another high. I'm glad that that's what you just got to get out. As frustrating as it may be, guys. Just listen to what the price action is telling you. So again, we took 2 attempts on the short. The first one was on this signal right here. I'm like, okay, let's see if we can get back into the volume weighted average price because we were relatively extended there. We break it, we get out. And then I tried once again up here. And then as soon as we established another high, I just got out of the trade. So just taking small paper cuts on that is totally fine because if something does turn up and it works out, unfortunately, we missed the opportunity on Tesla. It happens. But if it shows up here in the overall market, we're going to take advantage of that here, guys. And I know you guys are telling me, Joe, stay in it, be patient. Where's Luis Martinez when you need him? When you say, Joe, just sit in that trade because we've had multiple days throughout this week where Tesla has been slightly lagging the overall market, but then it breaks out and then it catches up with extreme force, and it was displayed here today, Sharif. So,
yeah, man, this market's really going here, Joseph.
Really
21.5.
Going.
Dude, all right, let's do some TA, baby. I'm not going to mention the dude's name in the chat because I don't want to hurt him, but he was telling me he'll see me at the bottom yesterday. I told him I'd see him at the top.
Bottom of what, though?
The market, the lows, which I found to be quite comical. Bruh, you see that? 22.5. Now we're just 1,000 points off the high. We're 5,000 points off the low. So I'll see you at the top. You know who you are.
You know it's lonely.
You know exactly who he is.
You know it's lonely up there too, eh?
21.5, Joseph. 21,509. Yeah, I know.
Dude, the market is 3.7% off of the all-time highs.
Yesterday it was 5. I told him we're off the
3
highs.
weeks ago, it was the world on fire, and then now we've just completely recovered. We were down 25% at one point, and now we're only down 3.5% off of those all-time highs.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I said there was 0 chance that the market was going to be at all-time highs by the end of the year.
Joseph?
I said there was no chance
tell you, brother.
with the way things were looking. But yet I'm longing NVDA and all these things. But Tesla's still climbing. The big name's still climbing. Microsoft is putting in a monster, and that's what Sharif, you and I were talking about it. That's when you're the top 3 cloud providers here. Microsoft the only one to beat, and look what's happened with the stock.
Yeah, well said, man. And obviously, take advantage of those times to add to the positions. Obviously, it's a lot easier said than done because when things are dark, they seem really dark, and you can't really see the light on the other side. But it's when you feel that way, just kind of look at the statistics, maybe help you a little bit, that in those times, what are the chances that we see more all-time highs, right? So the market's really going here, guys. So fantastic look. Now, let's talk about the trade that I've got on. I've got 05s on AYTU. Just took out some 20s there. ASST has put me negative on the day, okay? I'm negative as a result of this, whatever piece of, I tried it way too many times. I gave it to VWAP. I gave it to the 10. So this one, trouble for me. What is good for me, though, is AYTU. We're doing well on it right now. So let's see where this one just dropped. As I said that, something happened with this one. What the hell? There was a liquidity grab that went all the way up to 40s. None of my prints filled, though. Really bizarre. And I'm seeing it on both platforms, mine and this one. So this one popped up. There must be a dark pool print, but my platform typically doesn't show dark pools, so kind of weird there. Drops all the way down to 10, being bought up again into 11s. Got the print there at 20. Let's see what this one does. This one breaks that 190 area. It's going to be the end of the trade, but we've taken some good profits on it. So let's see if this one wants to continue moving up. Bit of a bamboozler there, man. Not sure. Does anybody else see that on their charts, guys? Did you guys get this on your AYTU trade, or chart, pops up into 41s or 42s, drops all the way down into 01s. None of my orders printed. Really bizarre. So let me know what you guys are seeing on your end there, because I'm certainly seeing it on mine. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing right here. You can see that it popped up all the way there, popped up all the way down. So usually those are dark pool prints that do that, but you know, typically on this platform, I don't get the dark pools. So SATL, so everybody is seeing it. Okay. Rupesh, Alan. All right, so you guys have seen it as well. Yep. Okay, Jacques as well, Chuck of all trades, saw it. Yeah, really bizarre. Not really sure what that's about there. To go back and at the time in sales, we can do that, but that's a lot easier said than done. So keep your eye out on that. Guys, also I'm keeping an eye on SATL, one that we were involved in earlier. What a move off the volume weighted average price. This has been just very respectful of that higher high, higher low situation. The worst off it was when basically it got into that volume weighted average price, and since that we haven't looked back. Get it, Katina, man. 487. This is taking out highs as we speak. 488. SATL, baby. What a fantastic look that is. So let's load that. I think we already have it up on a trading screen over here. There it is. Yeah, this is a nice flat top break through 480. Maybe we can put in an order here for that 480 retracement. This is just taking out highs. So I'm going to go ahead and wait at the low area. If it wants to come back in and test that 480 breakout, maybe we'll get involved with that one. Otherwise, you know, it's just going to go without us here. Here comes $5, 490. This one is increasing in volume as well. These volume bars are about 100,000 shares a pop now, while before that they were barely above 25 and even 10,000 at times. So the volume is picking up here on SATL, up about 18%. Not a bad look at all.
All right, Shreve, sorry, we got a $5 super chat here.
Oh.
I don't know what, there we go, bang, from our guy Alfredo Perez. I'm heartbroken.
Why?
Why are most girls so cruel? When they realize you love them, it's like you lose all the attraction they left. How do they move on so easily? Yeah, I know. Like,
Alfredo, I'm sorry, brother.
Honestly.
But this isn't the forum, Alfredo, brother.
He just needed to get it out. So
That's fine.
That's fine. We get it out.
But okay.
You're asking the wrong individual for dating advice there.
We've all been there.
So,
you're the one with a girlfriend, bro. Give the man a couple of words, bro.
Hit the gym, man. That's all I can say. That's it. It's done.
Dara's displeased with that advice.
Why?
She's like, that's the advice?
That's literally the best advice I could give any young individual who is heartbroken right now, whether you're male or female, is just let that fire burn inside and hit the gym at the end of the day. That's it. That's all I can say, is just hit the gym and they'll all go away.
And Butter, you're killing me, bro. How can she slap? Fabian, where's Fabian? Or Chile Nightmare's not here. Okay, when he gets back. Oh, that would be a sick animation if we did that. How can she slap?
By the power of Grayskull.
What kind of show is this?
Bro, that's such a good animation. Gives me goosebumps every time. Better advice than hit the bottle, says the OG Darwin.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to have to echo that sentiment.
Want to do that.
No, he said better advice than telling someone to hit the bottle.
Absolutely. Yeah, nothing good comes from that.
All right, guys. Oh, man. What is this? Oh, SJ Jack, don't be like that. I want to hang out with her new boyfriend. He seems fun. That's not nice.
Yeah, we don't.
That's not nice, SJ Jack. Come on, bro.
Just hit the gym, man.
To be supportive, bro.
That fire that you have, that stomach feeling, that fire will burn for years to come, and just use it as fuel.
I typically use Tums for that.
For that. Oh yeah, the old gut feeling there. You just throw some Tums.
You don't get it?
Yeah, I get it. But I mean,
My
like,
bad.
in real. Uh-oh.
You saw him?
No, I didn't.
He is
yeah.
here. He's arrived. Big
What
smile
did
for
he
Dad.
say?
Alfredo,
That's why, you can't read this guy's.
Nope. You're not going to get me this time, Big Smile. I'm not even going to read it. You did this to yourself, Big Smile.
Yeah.
Guys, what's it called? SATL is really going here, guys. It's really taking out highs. So this one is on the way to $5. It looks like 18 1/3 it goes. It's not even retracing here. So do we punch long for that move into 5? I mean, I'm almost certain we're going to encounter some resistance at 5, at least initially. This thing's really going. So it's on a breakout right now. This is on a breakout. So this is really incrementally moving up in a way that it really hasn't done all day. So do we involve ourselves with this one at this level? I'm going to say no. I'm going to absolutely say no. We're way too close to 5. I'm going to wait for my 480 retracement. I really like that flat top breakout. If this is really a flat top breakout, then it will come back in and test it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's the name of the game. So we'll keep tabs on that. So SATL really on a breakout here on the way to 5. Keeping an eye out on that. Alvin, mid-show is a vibe. Yeah, bro, we talk about everything on this place. Shout out to Big Smile. Sharif Joseph, I thought would catch you off guard. Dang it. We still love you, brother. But you are a little bit of a liability, my friend, and but we still like you around here. All right, what else we got? Dara's like, what's happening? Don't worry about it, Dara. We're having a good time, man. Ozan, Sharif, I have a question if I may. You didn't miss it, Ozan. Did I miss e-signal? No, man. We don't do it until we've confirmed you're in the chat. Once that is confirmed, then we go ahead and we proceed with the e-signal ad read. So, Ozan, you have not missed it. And Ozan, look, bro, you know, all these ad reads we've been doing for you, you got to do something for us.
Yeah, Ozan.
We need proof that you've got an e-signal membership. We're not going to do the ad read anymore, Ozan, while you're in the chat until we get proof that you are an e-signal member. Shout out to the great folks there.
Nor are we going to pick him up from the airport.
Nor he's going to pick. Yeah, Joseph's not going to pick you up. You can't stay at my place. So you're just setting up yourself for failure there, bro.
So.
Yeah, so that's a look. Let's go back into the position that we've got on right now, guys. AYTU. Again, that volume spike up and down has me bamboozled, but if I was to ignore that spike, I am pleased with the hold here at the volume weighted average price. In addition to that, I'm also pleased with the higher lows. Let's see if this one wants to start moving though, because right now it kind of isn't. So we're in the money on it, but for how long? That's kind of my concern there. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, Joseph, and see if we can extract some profitability, possibly to the high side. 252 high a day.
Nice look there, guys. Yeah, looking for a short on Tesla. I do like this signal, but again, starting really, really small here. I'm long TSLS, and I like this 5-minute print. But if it cracks it to the top side and heads back to the high of yesterday's high. Then we'll just get out. So it's at 3:45. We'll punch out of this trade. No worries about that, Sharif, as the market's continuing to climb. We also mentioned a high level of open interest at that 350 strike price. So we'll definitely keep that in mind. But yeah, looking like he wants to take another leg higher here, guys. So just Donald's over there just striking deals. So some of these big names are going to continue to climb, and I like seeing that. So and that's the issue, right? For me personally, I can't chase it all the way up here. Yeah, so we'll have to see on that front. But yeah, let's go all iBits. I mean, Rigetti's not really doing too much. We don't want to put that. Palantir I thought would be significantly stronger, but when the stock's already put in all-time high and the market hasn't quite caught up yet, then totally justifiable that you can pull back. But you can see this pullback is still healthy. Closing green, some indecision on it, low volume, retesting of this previous all-time high, and then now just holding around these 129 levels. So Palantir is an absolute monster as a stock. I know, guys, a lot of people are saying that Robinhood got smoked today. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, we weren't too far. We were only about 1 or 2% off of that all-time high as well, too. But we were trading around $64, and now we pulled back to a low of around $57.76 and recovering nicely on the day now, back up to the 60 level. I do believe, I like what Katina Man said as well. He's like, start buying some more of this name, and I agree. So, yeah, we'll look to get involved into this. I'll add at the break of that all-time high because maybe we'll head into some new price discovery. And I don't know if it's blue skies there at that point. Yes, Sharif, what was that all the time? 84 is like 2 days after it IPO'd is what it traded up to, but then sold off drastically, and then was at a low of around $7, which is actually astonishing there. But yeah, big time recovery, and I think we can go back into those IPO levels. So I like Robinhood for the long run. I talked about its fundamentals for a long time, just the growth on the platform, the gold membership, etc. It's just a really good look for this name, Sharif.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Yeah.
NVIDIA's taking out highs, guys, okay? NVIDIA's at the high of the day. It's up 0.66. I'm long right now NVDL. We're long 65s. It just wet the beak there at 77. And now we're going to wait in the 80s, okay? So this one's up 1.3. It's essentially 2 times levered ETF of the actual name itself, NVDA. On NVDA, the high of the day currently is 136.28. We are at 136.22, so we're essentially at the high of the day. NVIDIA is a dang rocket ship today, and there's several reasons, well, for this entire week, several reasons for that, guys, in case you're just joining us. There's a lot of Arab money being thrown around here for some of these chips. Donald is in the Middle East, and he's striking a whole bunch of deals with different countries for advanced AI chips from NVIDIA. We did see Lisa Su in Saudi Arabia meeting with MBS as well as Donald, but I haven't heard much, if at all, about these GPUs, these advanced AI chips being bought from AMD. Have you? Did you hear anything?
No, I did not.
Adira, have you heard anything about Lisa Su striking any deals?
Oh, yes, I did.
actually have.
Yeah,
Okay, good. Let us know.
So this was back, I believe, on Tuesday. The stock spiked, and interestingly enough, AMD's stock is the only one that spiked intraday on this. But AMD did announce a $10 billion strategic partnership with Humane. We know Humane is the same group that NVIDIA had a bit of a deal with there as well. So that is the deal with AMD, pun not intended. They had that $10 billion strategic combination, or not strategic, partnership, sorry, with Humane AI, which is a new Saudi AI firm. And I'm closing the door.
Thank you, Adira, for that. Yeah, I did not know that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I referenced this the other day as well too, after Adira did. So yeah, the $10 billion, and then I'm like, oh, okay, you get that, you strike that deal, and then you issue a $6 billion buyback the next day. So yeah, that is with
Funny,
Humane.
huh?
Yeah. I mean, hey, why not, right? So yeah, that's essentially what happened. So free cash flow also dropped more than 33% in the quarter ending March of. So ended March, so 727 million. AMD reported 0.5 billion in cash equivalents, 7.7 billion in current liabilities as of March 29. But we got to do is it eSignal or ProfitX, guys? All right, ProfitX. In sports playing, flexibility is everything at ProfitX. You can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spots and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to $300. Yeah, don't bet the Leafs, guys, to win ProfitX. So
that went south real quick, bro.
Hey, man.
Yeah, that went south real quick. Yeah, I turned it on. I'm like, okay, so I put on for the initial part of the game, national anthem, this, that, analysis, this, that, and the other. Then I had to take care of some work stuff. I put it back on. 4-0. Then I have to go back to work, come back, 6. I was like, wow.
Yeah, and then the part, see, these guys make $14 million a year. Our top guys are all north of $10 million, and a guy who's a part-timer comes in and has to end the 120-minute goalless drought. So
that's crazy. Yeah.
I don't know. It's laughable, man. I've been up on this. I've been talking about it. Sharif, you don't want me to go down this road now because it
bro,
can
go down whatever road you want, baby.
It starts from their entry level contracts.
Okay.
Anybody's a hockey guy. I'm gonna run over it quickly. Okay, so William Nylander, when he first came into the league, we burned 1 year of his rookie deal, his entry level contract, on bringing him in for 20 games. Okay, so he has 2 years left.
Okay.
The entry level contracts are 3 years. So now in year 2, Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, and William Nylander, these guys look promising. So what happens? Our former general manager Kyle Dubas allows those entry level contracts to expire.
Oh.
And then we're gonna send it to Adara, and then we're gonna get into it.
Get it, Adara.
Keep an eye here on Coinbase. This thing just plummeted. SEC reportedly investigating whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers. This is reported by the New York Times. Now, why is this key? Why is this important? Well, we do have Coinbase set to be added to the S&P 500. So if they did, in fact, inflate their numbers, that's certainly not a good look for the company. New York Times reporting again, in case you missed it, that the SEC is looking into whether or not Coinbase misstated its user numbers. Also, really quickly, before we throw you guys back, in light of the NVIDIA and AMD conversation, I wanted to bring up this infographic once again. If you are not aware, Lisa Su, Dr. Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, and Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, are distant cousins, though they didn't realize that growing up. This infographic, which I've just reposted on X, compares the company's revenue growth. They were actually pretty similar until 2022 when NVIDIA just shot like a rocket to the upside in revenue. Check this out on X at TTV Research. And I will be keeping a lookout here for any news on this Coinbase story because that is quite the hit. Back to you.
Oh.
We're just talking to Neil here on the side about coin. Yeah, I know, Neil. I know, brother.
It happens, brother. I mean, don't forget your boy. Don't forget your boy sold Tesla at 234 big ones.
I want to come on for a second here.
If you want to make you feel any better.
No, just so you guys know, it's like my head was down because just yesterday I was talking about selling Coinbase for Robinhood, which I like a little bit better, and I just didn't pull the trigger. It's like, you know, when you want to think about something in your long term and you're processing the decision, and you know it's for the long term, so you don't want to think too hastily. And like, you've got to be kidding me! Like Coinbase with like double barrel slap you in the face news like the day after I don't sell. Anyways, that's just how it is. I think maybe watch Coinbase to come back into the volume weighted average price if it can bounce here. I mean, come on, man! Like this, it's going to be a hard one not to be looking short on Coinbase as strong as the market is this afternoon. But it happens, everybody. And as you can see, Coinbase at least bouncing off that 240 level. Yikes. That's not a good headline. Not even a little bit.
For a couple of dollars in the money here on this short, guys, on my friend Coin. But I'm going to flatten out if it pops back up. This is really this is really not my my cup of tea. We're short 69s. That's not by design. So if it pops above 245, I'm going to get out. Looking for a move back down. I'm trying to get the short on the pop, but you know how these ones are. Here comes 245, so we likely will have to flatten out here. There it is. So we'll give back a little bit there. All good. So COIN down 7%. And here it comes again, Joseph. Maybe I took that out too quickly. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing you are there. I know you like the short. Bad news there for Coin. I'm using Coin L. I'm looking at Coin L here for a potential entry to the short side. Yeah, let's see if we can get a continuation of this big move here, guys. I'm going to pull it up here. Oh, oops, Coin L to see what we got going on. I wonder if I need some shorts to get involved in this name, but I'm still long TSLS there. It's starting to pull back towards the volume-weighted average price, but you can see just from a PA standpoint, the pullback is way less orderly than what we got going to the downside. So yeah, I mean, Neil, man, you've been in this game for a long time. That stuff definitely happens. It happens all the time. You can't win them all. All right, we got more coin news here, guys. We tap into VWAP, then I'm going to look for the short here.
So basically what happened here is, I just want to read a little bit more details from the New York Times report. In case you missed it, COIN dropping, to put it mildly, after New York Times reported that the SEC is investigating if the company misrepresented its user numbers in past filings. And apparently, this is actually an old probe. It started under the Biden administration, which means it started at the very minimum as of November 2024. So it's like, I guess it's an older probe, centering on this claim of 100 plus 100 million plus verified users that Coinbase had in their IPO document. So this has to do with Coinbase's IPO. Apparently they stated having over 100 million verified users, but they stopped using the metric in 2023. They also said they're cooperating with the investigation. So A, this sounds like it's been going on for a while. B, it sounds like Coinbase is aware. And C, it'll be interesting to see if this actually impacts their S&P 500 edition, and if so, how. I will continue to keep an update on this story. I will keep you guys posted. And back to you.
Yeah, very valid point, as Joseph was saying. Thank you for that, Adara.
Yeah, very much. So, Shreve, Shreve, I'm looking at the same thing here. We get any form of indecision. I do like this print for a potential short. Our risk profile is now defined, looking for a continuation for that move to the downside. How much lower can it go? A nice little bounce right here in coin. So, yeah, we got to be patient on this one. A rejection of VWAP is kind of the way to go for me. I am short for the individuals who are asking me in the chat. I am short Tesla via TSLS, so that's the inverse, but we are continuing to climb higher, and so is coin, gaining back some of that dump that we've seen, that volatility spike. So be cautious, guys. If you have any form of options contract to the long side, the volatility's in, or if you're looking to buy some, just wait for things to cool off because you're going to be paying IV in those contracts. So just keep that in mind and take that into consideration. But I should fully believe that the market is continuously grinding. This is, okay, so we were talking about micro pullbacks, and this is essentially, these are micro pullbacks, Sharif. You're getting a breath here, micro. You're just getting a single breath in these names and continuing to climb higher and higher. So it is what it is. The bears are yeah, I mean, Ash, you got to be patient on that front. A lot of indecision. I wouldn't want to be going too heavy just yet. You want that thesis to start working before you decide to do so, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Well said, Joseph. Yeah. Well said. Yeah, this coin is kind of retracing to the high side here, so I'm going to leave that one alone. We're involved in AYT, though. I'm happy with this trade, guys. Looking for that next profit taker at 20s. We're long at 03s. We'll see what we get there. I've layered my orders above that $0.25. Here's 20 now on the ask. We're taking out some size, but we've been rejecting this level over and over, so not entirely sure if we get that easy fill through that 20 penny level. I'm talking about AYTU. It's up 62%. Give or take, zigging and zagging right now. Rejecting off 20s again, so a little annoying there, and then it drops into 15. So I won't get too annoyed if we put higher lows, because if we keep rejecting off, very similar or the same levels, but all the while we're putting in higher lows, well, then that usually means that we're going to take that level, whether it's a flat top break or whatever it is. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I'm also involved, obviously, in NVDA and SATL. Let's check the NVDA trade. So let's see NVDL is what I've got. Break-even trade right now. We already got one beak wetter, but this is coming into the 10 EMA. And I'm keeping an eye on the futures as well as keeping an eye on NVDA, okay? And the reason I say that is because we're awfully close to 21,500. We got to 21,529. So if we get into these levels, that 100-point levels on the futures, and we don't clear them with gusto and continue, then I get a little concerned. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I want to see if we lose that 500-point area. We're still above the 10 EMA on both the NQ June contract and NVIDIA on the 5-minute chart for both. So I don't want to be too quick to make a decision on the state of the market or the state of NVIDIA's current price. I want to pack my patience there until we get a decided break of that 10 EMA. Then I'll let go of this trade. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Looking at it, AYTU as well. And let's have a look at our friend SATL. I put a tight stop below this because I'm only in SATL at these levels for a retracement into that 80 penny level. Again, I felt $4.80 on SATL was a flat top break. So if that's the case, it comes back in and tests it. You don't have to do anything, but usually you should be taking that level as a new area of support. We're going with Adara.
Keep an eye here on NVIDIA. Donald Trump apparently commenting here that he thinks their AI project with the UAE will, quote, be special, and that NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang was there. He also said the AI development will be purchased by U.S. companies. It's a massive project bought through the U.S. Looks like he's talking once again. I'm going to turn on that stream. Also, he said he's leaving tomorrow. He's leaving on Friday, but he said his destination is unknown, though he's probably going back to D.C. So maybe more trips for Donald Trump. Interesting comment there from him. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this, turning on that stream, see if there's any more comments from him. Back to you.
That Adara. What do you got over there, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm short coin too, Sharif. I'm looking to add a little bit more into this. I already doubled up the position, but I want this thing to cook to head back towards it. There we go, bang. We just caught that fill. So yeah, I got to monitor this one here, guys. Just putting on that share size to see if we can get that move towards the low of the day. Can we Deontay Wilder this here, guys, and just diamond hand this move back to these lows? I mean, this isn't a positive catalyst whatsoever. No. So I think it can be in the works. So we got to be patient on this. Momentum is the name of this trade, and I'm looking forward to come into play. So let's go. Let's get back towards that low of the day using this. I think CoinL is it 2 or 3x? Sharif, I'll pull it up here. Yeah, it's 2x.
I'm 99% sure, but I'll check it for you. I got it.
Double check.
You can focus.
Yeah.
It's 2.
Oh, let's go.
200%. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, I mean, we're starting to cook up here now, guys. Head back towards that low. This is exactly what we want to see. Yeah, so that's it. 24 in the works. That would be absolutely prime time. Going to be patient, going to hold on to this. If we do decide to turn around, then that may not be the best signal. But yeah, let's see if that momentum can continue it to that downward. I mean, that you've seen the volume step in. So essentially just what the thesis is follow that volume, follow those large engulfing candles. And when you have volatility spikes like this, wait for those pullbacks and look to get involved via the pullback. And then maybe you can set yourself up on a half decent trade. 24 is going to be one of the primary targets and the low a day. Weakness on the tape is exactly what we want to see here, guys. So that's a positive sign right there. Going to be patient and let this trade cook up because we got the ingredients for it, brother.
Bang, I love it, man. Love hearing it. All right, I'm still just involved in those 2 trades right now as AYTU puts in yet another higher low. Okay, so I am kept optimistic about that higher low situation. Again, with that, let's say 2019, generally that area as a key area of resistance, at least intraday, not obviously a daily area of resistance because we've obviously been through it. We've gone as high, I believe, as 245. Here we go with 19s again. The only thing that I lament about, because I have way more shares than I typically do at all with this name, so I don't want to add. But I'm having a conversation with myself in my head here. But that shouldn't be a reason why not to add because this guy, because if I'm observing higher lows and I'm of the bias that this is a flat top breakout, then I should be taking advantage of that and adding on those dips down, especially if they keep putting in higher lows, higher lows. So that's really the only thing where I think I should be doing a little bit better on this one. I think that I added substantially at a good level at that $2 level, which also happened to jive with VWAP. However, I am not executing properly, in my opinion, by not adding on the higher low. So that's kind of like my only criticism here to myself about this one. But we'll see if we can get that print above 20. Now let's see if it's a big boy print. Like, does it zoom up and take out a whole bunch of levels? Because I got a whole bunch of orders waiting there in the low to mid 20s. So if that 20 penny area breaks, well, maybe we can just fill all those prints at the same time. Absolutely, of course we can. Assassino, and you look like you have got a banger on this. Should I hit it? Are we in it?
No, the dollar.
Are we in the club?
No, I'm using CoinL, brother. So I guess from a coin standpoint,
all right.
Absolutely. But CoinL, not just yet, my friend.
All right, no worries there. Just having a look at, there it is. I gotcha. All right, Assassino, are we ready? Okay. New traders, Ozan, listen up. First time. It's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you can analyze and strategize. And then after that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. It's got infinite data, instant trading, and lightning fast market insights. And some call their charts game-changing, Joseph. Predict better with the back testing tool that they've got. You get reliable, real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform, baby, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now, ready, and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Joseph Wilson.
Yeah. Let's cover this, guys. I got out of this trade. It came back to the break even. This squeezed me out, to be honest with you. So I just had to get out. But you guys can see it firsthand. I was super aggressive right here. But now heading back towards these lows. Wow. Yeah, that's the thing about trading some of these leverage products. Oh, wow. Yeah, that would have been. I should have just I should have Deontay Wilder and held it for 24. But yeah, I got really aggressive on that front on this one there, guys. So yeah, that's the thing here. Yeah, wow, Shreve. We had a really good trade on it. I can't complain. I mean, I just took a massive chunk out of my daily losses. Full disclosure, I'm still red. And when I was just kind of just churning shares, looking for this reversion trade, this just wiped out all of those paper cuts and then some. But yeah, I gave up a lot of unrealized on this. I took off exactly 50% through these couple partials here, and then I got stopped out my additional 50%, looking for that move back towards the low of the day. I think there's going to be another opportunity to get involved in this. This could be another breath, a test of just a specific range, and then you can hop back into the shorts because I think this is a really big opportunity to do so. So if we retest this right here, hold it, then I'm going to hop right back in to see what we can get going on that. Pizza Rat, it is what it is, but IBIT always pays. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely, I agree with you on that one. We love IBIT. There's no questioning that. It's been put in an absolute monster day. Now back at 59.15s trading, so we like that. And NVDA's trading well, so we can't be mad, guys. We're in some good, solid positions. I mean, it's been a decent week for me, so I won't complain either on that front, Shreve. So again, one red day. Not much. Oh, I finished Monday red, but it was like literally a couple Timmy's coffees on that front. I climbed back actually too.
No, you did.
Yeah. And then today we climbed back as well too. So cut all my losses in half on the session, and I probably would have had a significantly better day if we held on to Tesla. But that shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? We don't want to go down that path. Okay, I'm gonna get involved in coin one more time here, Sharif. On this pullback.
I'm liking it.
Okay, it rejected me. That's a good rejection. I'll take that one here. But I do believe that we're going to continue this trend. We have to wait for those indecision prints in order for us to tell us to do so. And then if we head back towards that low of the day, we're going to be getting involved on that, Sharif. And maybe if we breach that, but this was a big time spike. This is like an earnings report candle right there, Sharif, on coin. So yeah. Not too pretty for that name. And I'm still long TSLS, which is essentially synthetically short Tesla, guys.
Yeah, good call. I'm just going to do a little TA here on the BTC chart. I just want to remove all these unnecessary.
You like it too, eh? The BTC?
Yeah. I hate how IB throws in these different indicators when you have a crypto or Forex chart. It's like, don't make the decisions for me.
Yeah. Why
I like my charts the way I like them. You don't tell me just because it's not an equity or an ETF that
you have to.
I don't understand why they do that. Somebody's got to let them know, man.
Any of that stuff.
So, Joseph, here's what I see on your friend BTC. I see a bunch of higher lows here.
Yeah.
And we're not necessarily getting any higher highs. And to be fair, we haven't gotten even close to that double top yet. That double top, we got to weasel into about 108, 109, right? We haven't been above 105 for, did we get to 106? What was this?
I think
this is 106.1.
Yeah,
so we got to 106.1. That's not what really interests me, Joseph. What interests me is the higher levels that people are picking it up, higher low levels that people are picking it up on every little move down. And we haven't touched 100,000 since May 8th. What's today? 14? 15?
Okay.
Last time we touched that.
Come back and touch it. Yeah, pulled back and touch it. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So I'm liking our chances here to actually break this out.
Yeah.
Whether or not we get anywhere near.
Dude, my thesis essentially was see this
downtrend. This
downtrend here.
Yep.
Once it cracked, I'm like, oh, okay. We have so many things lining up
Talking about that trend line.
Yeah, that trend line, that downtrend right there.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as that cracked, I'm like, I like our chances here. One, we were consolidating for an extended period of time there, and we've been in a pullback for an extended period of time, a couple months as well too. So when we sat on top of it and broke through this key resistance level right there, I'm like, oh, okay, this is the move for all-time highs for sure.
I agree. I happen to agree with that. Yeah, it's just, how long we consolidate. Because, these flat top breaks, these higher low flat top breaks, they can go on for a week, they can go on for a couple.
I
right?
mean,
So-
but this is what we want to see, Shreve. You can see that we've had multiple stair-step patterns. It's like big move up, consolidation, big move up, consolidation, and we're seeing that displayed right now. So this is what we want in order for us, and this is just my opinion, guys. In order for us to punch through these all-time highs, we want to have that momentum where we don't reject it immediately. So we want to consolidate, accumulate what we need, and then boom, distribute as we continue to climb. And I think, hey, Michael Saylor keeps buying this stuff up, you're going to be paying the price that he wants you to pay for this stuff.
And here's the deal.
It's obviously a hot take.
What's that?
It's obviously a hot take.
Yeah, well, there it is.
But he owns a lot of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Oh God, yeah. So I don't know, man. I'm liking this. How high we get, how aggressive we move up, and how long we stay in that consolidated phase with these higher lows. Your guess is as good as mine. So, well, we'll keep an eye on this. But I'm kept optimistic with the fact that people are buying this at incrementally higher levels every single time. Do you think we need a catalyst to break, to punch through that level, or can we get there organically without that? Do we need a Donald to say, all right, we're throwing more money into that?
The current all-time highs, right? No, I don't think we need a catalyst.
Okay.
To be honest with you, and if we want to continue to climb, I don't think we need, obviously, catalyst will obviously benefit it. Obviously, it could bring it to heights that we could never even imagine. But for this specific move, no, I don't think. I don't think we need a catalyst.
Hot take, baby. I love it. I love hearing it, man.
Yeah.
All right, guys. There was a small cap gapper that I kept my eye on basically all day, and it maintained its status there on the side chart because it was hanging out or close to VWAP. GRYP is the one that I'm talking about. It just pooped the bed, and now, it's lost its dollar level status. So this one is really giving it up here, giving up the ghost, $1.38 high, consolidates at VWAP for a prolonged period of time, and then that flat bottom break through that 108 comes in fast and furious, and now we're sub $1, giving up a lot of the gains here, still up 30% on the day, but really breaking down. So SATL continues to hang out at that 80 penny level, and the reason I'm not getting out here is because I personally see support at 80. We have this area high that we rejected off, dropped all the way down to the $0.50 at VWAP. That's where I got involved, and we made that high into 494. And now we're back testing that 80 penny level. That was my thesis, that we would look to test that flat top break at 80 pennies. Alas, I'm 4 pennies out of the money and not taking any prints. So we'll pack our patience for that one. Anything below 75 pennies stops me out. Here we go with AYTU again. And again, it gets into 20. And again, I don't get filled. So that seller, that short seller, that profit taker, that market maker waiting at $2.20. How long are you going to be there for, brother? We're putting in higher lows here, and we're really screaming flat top break. So get out while you can now, Mr. Short Seller over here, because you just got taken out, baby.
Dang.
It got taken out there, Joseph Wilson. All right, so let's see if we can get some more prints, or this one's going to zig and zag. Typical, true to form, Joseph. It zigs through the level. It doesn't fill me, and right back down in 19s. Is there profit taking here? That's the thing. Right? A lot of people, if I'm seeing that 220 break, a lot of people are seeing it right back above 220. Still not filling 223 though. Let's wet the beak here. What the hell?
Yeah, do it, man.
Yeah, do it, man. All right, guys, we're waiting for these prints. That's what I'm waiting for. All these bad boys here to get taken. Show them what you're looking at, Joseph.
Yeah, pull up the old coin chart here. I waited for that rejection of the volume weighted average price. I'm not as heavy as my initial position, but we're nice. We doubled up our initial one. Thesis starting to work out. Let's go for this pivot low here, guys, right around 24.60. Let's go, just chipping away.
Chip away.
What's a famous scalp? What are you know what I'm talking
What do you
about?
mean? No, I don't.
Someone who scalps statues. Give me
a sculptor.
Sculptor, yeah. What's the famous one? Give me a famous one.
I don't know, Joseph.
All right, never mind.
I don't know. Adara, help us out. Michelangelo says assassino.
I'm not going to go that far. I call myself Michelangelo, but yeah, we're just chipping away here, guys, at these losses on the day. We had a nice move here. Let's go to Adara, guys.
Get it, Adara.
Just keep an eye here on Coin. We have an update from the company's chief legal officer in case you missed it. Coinbase took quite a tumble when New York Times reported that the SEC is looking into whether or not the company misstated its user numbers. This would be, though, back when it did its IPO. It's in 2021 that was basically numbers associated with this IPO filing. Now, why this is an issue now is, of course, because of they're set to join the S&P 500. So if these numbers are incorrect, that could be a big deal. Now the company's chief legal officer coming out and saying that the SEC investigation is a holdout or a holdover from prior administration about a metric we stopped reporting 2.5 years ago. So they're trying to minimize this here entirely. They're just basically saying that this is an old investigation, which was true in the report as well, and it's about a metric we don't use anymore. So Coinbase trying to dismiss this report. Either way, the stock certainly down in the day, and the hack from this morning didn't help either. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. And thank you, Mr. Short Seller on AYTU. You kept us down. You can't keep us down. You can't. Because we saw where you were, brother. You showed your hand. The higher lows were the operative thing. We just took out all the fills up into 230. Now I'm posting at 233. I got filled all the way up into 231 on AYTU. We're long 01s. I had substantially more shares than I ever take on the show. I got to be very honest with you guys, though. I'm negative on the day, and I'm close to getting shut down because of that piece of crap, ASST, and my trade on coin, right?
He's a garbage.
So we will, that's where we were. Right? Yeah. So we're trying to work at it. I'm not going to let that phase me. We're going to continue to work. That's what it is.
No, because when we get knocked down, Sharif, we get right back up.
I'm just saying.
Both of us almost shut down on the day. Both of us almost shut down on the day.
All right, so that's what we're doing right now. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I'm looking for a real curl here. And by real curl, I'm talking about taking out those previous area highs. Now, 252 is that previous area, or that's the high of the day, excuse me. Whether or not we get to that while we're still on the show, there's 12 minutes left here. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm happy that I got substantially most of the position out. I'm still holding decent share size over here. So let's just wet the beak here. What the hell? And then we'll just post at some of these levels over here in the mid-20s in case this one does lose the bid. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on right now on AYTU. Let's see if this one ends up paying. All right, how's my other trade doing? SATL. All right, we're back into 85s. We've got 84s on, so there's nothing to write home about there. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, looking for a bigger move up. Is there any other small cap gapper making notable moves? Possibly. Shout out to Trixie Hobbitry. I like that. Traded AYT with you, Trey. Great trade. Thank you. No, thank you, brother, for watching, obviously, and thank you for the compliment there. And I hope you print up multiple storms. And it's nice to have a fellow small cap gapper trader weasel onto the scene like that. So, guys, KDLY. This one, I don't know what the hell was going on here at $12 with KDLY. You guys were telling me about this one, but look at that. You could not shake that seller at $12 for the life of you. And that should have been, you should have been alive to that fact, because when we got to 12 over here, despite the fact that we got to 12.49, look at those closing prints on the 5, guys. They're all south of 12. So somebody was aggressively profit-taking or shorting at that 12-ish area, okay? And then here, because the volume wasn't what it was over here, they kept you down. They couldn't keep you down over here, so you're able to scalp up into the $0.50, but they obviously got short again or started taking profits again. So for whatever reason, guys, KDLY has a monster seller at $12. I just won't be convinced any different, Joseph. We'll see how this one ends up trading. I haven't had anything on it. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in this coin, man. I think this thing is going to squeeze, and we don't want that. So I'm not going to hold on to this and just dig away what I've gained from it. So if it decides that it wants to act like this, then I'll just hop out of the trade. Nothing, no sweat about that one. But I was looking for the continuation of this weakness. See what I got to note here, guys, is that on this initial pullback right here, the fact that we didn't even go and test those lows, we just rebounded and then came right back up to these highs, rejected VWAP. There might be some strength in this name. Again, we just dumped relatively weak. We're down. So this is 2x. So we're down about 5.5 to 6% here on the day with coin. So a rebound may be almost inevitable. But I would like to see this potentially turn around and head back towards these lows. And that's the game plan here, right? But if it wants to squeeze, we don't want to be in that whatsoever. But here's TSLS. I've been sitting in this one as well too. Small size just to start, looking for the continuation to the downside. But this market is really strong, guys. So This is holding up coin. If the market decided to tank, I believe that coin would most definitely start participating aggressively on that front. But it's holding up relatively strong. So again, if we crack this high, got to get out of this trade. It will cut a lot of these gains in half, but that's fine. To make money, you got to risk money. So yeah, that's the game. I told you I was almost shut down as well too. Cut that in half. So AC Slater to that one. Let's go.
That's what we need. I think we might need one of the, like at least a Saved by the Bell animation.
Yeah, AC Slater.
I second that. I want a Saved by the Bell animation. I'm down. We can have Zach Morris looking mischievous. I don't know.
Adara, don't go anywhere. You're so quick,
I'm back.
bro. Adara, I know you have an eidetic memory, and we all know that about you. Question is, though, do you know the lyrics to the introduction of Saved by the Bell?
I do not know. I've never seen the intro. I mostly know Saved by the Bell through this amazing YouTube series done by Funny or Die called Zach Morris's Trash, where they go through episodes and they just talk about all of the insane antics that Zach Morris does. If I'm being honest with you, Sharif, that's how I've watched the show.
Fair. There's also a movie about the making of there's like a made-for-TV movie, Adara, she's seen it, about all the interactions between Saved by the Bell. Like they were dating each other and then there was beef between them.
Oh,
so
in
like
real life.
Mark Paul Gosselaar was actually dating, what's her name, Lisa Turtle. What's Lisa Turtle's name in real life? Lark Voorhees or something like that. Thank you, yeah. They were actually dating in real life, but I think Tiffany Amber Thiessen, that's my childhood crush, baby. Oh,
Tiffany?
Yeah, they were dating as well, but Lark, anyway, there was a whole bunch of beef, and it shows you like the behind the scenes look, and then that Screech guy, may he rest in peace, Samuel Powers or whatever his real name is, like he got smashed at one publicity event one time,
really?
got drunk as you know what, acted a fool when there were kids and stuff.
Oh, no.
Said Dustin Diamond, thank you, Adara.
I like his name.
Yeah, Dustin Diamond, yeah. So there was a whole bunch of stuff that happened behind the scenes, but there's also one for 90210, Beverly Hills 90210, like the making of it, like and how it happened behind the scenes, how Shannon Doherty like had to have like the first room. Okay, so order of priority is like how your not office, but you know what I mean, like your little room there.
Yeah.
So it's like apparently in show business, and I have no idea if this is true or not, but this is what they were saying in the movie. Like depending on where your name is on the script, like that's how important you are. So if your name is first,
you're top,
and so
you're top dog. She
wanted her name first, and like that ended up becoming a thing.
Do you know what place she was in there?
I think she insisted on being first.
Oh, but you didn't know it.
Yeah, what the hell is that flat top break that's about to happen there? Look at that
coin?
CONL.
Yeah, I know.
Higher,
man.
low, higher, low, higher, low. What does that keep projecting? 25.40.
Yeah.
That seems like a flat top break waiting to happen there, Joseph.
Thing. You think the flat top there? I'm thinking the continuation to the downside.
Show him what I mean.
Yeah. So this is what this is what Sharif's referring to right here. Is just the breaking of this. I mean, he might be right, but there we go. We take another leg down there, guys. Okay. I'm gonna get back right in on this and just use that as my stop. If I end up back exactly where I was, oh no, I wasn't ready.
Joseph, let me cover one here because it's breaking out. Wow. All right, guys, I see you. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin, I put this already on there. I meant to cover it, but Saved by the Bell talk. Come on. WLDS really going here, guys. 41.5%. Small cap gapper. $2.18 above the 10 at EMA, above the volume weighted average price. Wicks into 231. Candle of indecision manifests at 150, and now we're kind of ensconced there by the high and the low.
Wow, that's the second time I've done that today, and I never do that. Yeah, that's the second time I've and again I had this talk with Hal R. That's the second time today with Tesla and now CoinNow that I've exited a trade prematurely. I mean, obviously it's working now in my favor, and you can look back and be like, oh, well, yeah, everything. Hindsight is obviously 20/20, but I mean, yeah, that's the second time today. Usually don't make those mistakes, but maybe I don't want to chase it, but I'm really tempted to do so because I'm looking for that low of the day. But yeah, we missed out on that opportunity.
Yeah, respect that, man.
Yeah.
So WLDS, guys, this one's really going. Be careful with this one. I'm going to give you the information on it. Obviously, it's a small cap gapper, $2.2 million market cap. My platform's telling me 14.5 million share float. I'm just going to double check that with Trade Ideas. WLDS. Trade idea saying south of 1 million. Okay, so this is crazy here. You guys need to hear this. So this is one of those ones where we have over 100% short. So that means there are naked shorts on WLDS. WLDS has 110% short float. To give you the exact number, it's 109.3. Now, I can't verify that accuracy. It could be up to 2 weeks old. We know that the short interest is updated every 14 days. It could be less than that now that we've popped up 40%. A lot of short sellers could have been squeezed out. Make of this what you will. I'm seeing here on trade ideas, 888,000 share float with 109.03% of the float is being borrowed short. If you're wondering how that's possible, there is something called naked shorting. We're not going to go into a lesson on that, but needless to say, it's obviously volatile. It's a lot closer to the high of the day, so trade this carefully right now, but this could be a big boy breakout trade. I'm talking about WLDS. Let's go ahead and load that up on a trading screen so we can get an idea of what the level 2 is. So it's a decent spread here, 1 penny, and there's a good amount of volume coming in. The volume just started coming in, guys. The volume bars just started showing up, let's say 12:30. So it's obviously over an hour deep right now in terms of the breakout, but it's not a pre-market mover. It's not a 9:30. It's a midday mover over here. So keep your eye on this. Here we go. We're getting close to that high of the day. We're about to take out 31s. It's showing 30s right now on the ask. This current candle has a higher low, and now it has a higher high, Joseph. This one is really going 237 high a day. The breakout is on right now on WLDS. Likely to see the $0.50. Nice. Beautiful look right there. Keep your eye out on this one. Rich Buddy. If you naked short, you might end up streaking at the next game. It could be a good or bad thing. You get the money drop, my man. I like that. Adair gave you the oh boy comment at the big boy desk, or in her case, the big girl desk. So shout out to her. We're keeping an eye out on all these guys. WLDS, midday mover here, taking out highs. Fantastic look, Joseph Wolf.
Yeah, Carl Gruen. I don't know if Tesla's going red today. I don't know how much from a percentage metric it's up. But yeah, I'm still sitting in this Coin L short here, guys, going for that low a day. So if we can get that to work, that's going to be real. We're going to be up bigly on that front. So yeah, going to be patient. That's a point move from now. If it does crack these key support levels, I'm going to add and get it even more aggressive on this, because one thing that I'm doing is, I mentioned earlier before, is I'm just trying to follow the volume, right? It may take a little bit more time than what we expected, but we may break down, and I'm going to look to take advantage of that. So that's the name of the game. I'm just a tiger on the prowl right now, waiting for this thing to either break down or it's going to go against me. So going to be cautious on that.
Prowl up, baby.
Prowl up, baby. That's what we're trying to do.
It is.
So yeah, we're just trying to hunt the prey to see. Whoa, no way. Is that oh, I thought that was a legitimate print there. That was scary. That dark pool wind. Wake. I'm like, no way. That's an actual print. That would have been not good whatsoever. But yeah, slowly starting to curl over. Let's see if that can be sustained. I thought we'd have some more continuation relatively quicker than this year, especially off of that news. But as Sharif mentioned, you can see multiple flat top tests right here, rejection of them, and now heading back towards this key support level that we're seeing right at 246.15. So what do you got? What you printing over there too? You got something going on?
No, the Katina man is getting lit up. He just sat back on the desk. The Katina man had a huge position on Apple. It got stopped out and then it ended up going in the direction, something we all suffer from all the time.
I've done it twice. I've done it twice today. So, yeah, I usually don't do that, but that is what it is, guys. I mean, it's 2 o'clock now, so.
It's two. Oh, so we paid
we
them
owe
back
them 2 minutes.
a little bit.
Yeah, we paid them. All right.
We did owe them some money.
Okay,
there.
so we're in debt. Do we want to get out of debt and go to 203 and then issue more debt?
Why did they did 3 minutes?
They did 2.
They did 2.
But see, that's what I'm that type of guy. I credit the creditor. All right, that's the type of individual that I am.
Hold on. I want to announce something.
Announce
that on the Katina man social media, there's been a return
of a baseball bat.
No. Of the walk and talk, my
Oh,
boy.
the walk and talk. He's brought
Katina
that up.
Man just dropped the walk and talk. So if you follow Sean on Instagram, head on over, listen to the walk and
Play
talk.
it
It's one of
live.
my favorite things. You know, I already told you
Play
about
it
that multiple
live.
times.
I want to hear what it says. Play it live.
I'm not at liberty to do that, Joseph.
okay.
It's not my social media, obviously. So
okay.
the Katina Man is going to have to do that if he'd like. But I personally love when he does these. I think he spits real stuff. And so if you're into that kind of thing, head on over, check it out. We just took out another little print there on my friend AYTU, as this one did break above 30. So I've layered the orders there. I've kept my stop in place. I'm going to weasel on over to the green screen in the hopes that all these ones print, because we are curling up on AYTU. It's a hard stair step up, but they're printing nonetheless. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joseph. Send them off.
Yeah, let's go the shorts here, guys. I'm hyper-focused right now, aiming for these key pivots. Let's break through some of these key levels and continue to move to the downside there in Coin.
Peace.
Don't go too far to the downside, Coinbase. Come on, man. So
7%.
You were
Okay.
Coinbase, apparently an old investigation
Okay.
into whether they misstated
Let's go
their
Google
user
these
base
things.
on their IPO. So
Okay.
much to my chagrin, because I never actually sold Coinbase shares, Coinbase dropped $13 on that move and then bounced and is now down 6.5. It's yeah, it's not good for Coinbase. The thing about it, like I was in it too, Joe, the short into VWAP. But the more I thought about it, old investigation about stuff with the IPO, I'm like, is this really is it deserving of this leg down? So I'm not really sure, like completely sure that this should be, like let's bury it like we'll bury UNH. It doesn't feel like that kind of a story, just given the clarification that we got from Adara. So I'm sort of going to leave it at that. But yeah, it's a tale of a lot of different things in this market. Like the Nasdaq's up and strong. Tesla's red but big bounce. Nvidia's a beast, and it went green on the day. But then you've got like AMD, which is down 2%. You've got, all right, UNH actually bounced, but the UNH is down 14%. Coreweave, which was in, we'll get to all of these. Coreweave went absolutely squeezing, like right after we got off the morning show with you guys. Coreweave went to like $72. It's now back into the volume weighted average price. The market looks like it's rolling over, so favoring the shorts. But wow, it's been a lot of crazy round trips here today. No questions asked. So if you're into action, you've definitely found it in the market that we've got going on here. Oh, Coinbase. Like, and they're going into the index tomorrow, the S&P 500 tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Never a dull moment, eh? Like the day before you go into the index.
It's a good thing. Thanks, Sharif. He's not here, but thanks for mentioning that walk and talk, because I just came back. Like I went and grabbed a coffee. I needed to make some change, so I got an actually large steep tea.
Steeped tea. I like
Right, my guy. Diversification.
Yes.
And only to come back here and realize that this happened. So stopped out right there. Would be $1 in the money, and would be a good one. So yeah, patience, virtue, need it now. But here we go. Thankfully, like if I would have got stopped out, my Google stop out was 165.11. It went as high as 165.03. So it's like, I just want to show you, it's exactly, and I mean, thanks, Sharif, for bringing it up, and he's not here, but you go over, it's already getting a lot of likes and views and all that kind of stuff, but it's just right here, and I'm already talking about, here's Sharif. What's up, Sharif? Right there about being patient, right? Being patient and getting into your positions and trying to give a little bit more room to them. Tighter stops, but more room to the downside. So on Google, it is now it's working out absolutely perfectly. Sharif, I appreciate that shout out, my guy. I just showed it on the chat there, so thank you so much for that. This is what teamwork is all about. But yeah, like we had just you're gonna get back another day, like shout out to James Bond, die another day. Well, I'm dying today on this Apple trade, but we're not dead, right?
Another great movie.
Another great Pierce Brosnan movie? No, it's not.
You had to say a Pierce Brosnan movie.
Get my guy going over there. I feel like this is not on right, but anyways, what I'm trying to get at here is like, it's just whatever. It was a big position, and it's just like to come back here could have been the whole week, right? Like that. That's just how I trade. We all trade differently. We all talk about that. But that was a monster position, was enough to whatever, you know. But we got stopped out there, and it's fine. It's just look where it's going now. You know, like to have come back here and seen this downside would have been pretty sweet. But at the end of the day, you make your bed and you lay in it, right? And that was a stop out. And I just want to say, it's like, this is what real trading is about. It's about getting your positions, having your stop. And look, it filled me downside. So we did get some out, then it ripped, and then it tanked. So the market gods, you know, like, this is not about religion, but they will do whatever they want. And it's just a matter of trying to solve that game every single day, right? And then when you do is when you start to ramp up. I think that I've got what it takes to make, you know, this work. So we'll get stopped out there on Apple. We'll go right back into Google, and here it is, man. This is the trade right now. So now it's starting to go downside. That bad luck, like on Apple, will turn itself around, you know, and that stuff won't happen. But then look at what happened on BBAI. Oh, that's nice, Sean. That's great. Right there, the absolute bottom again, you know, and then it rips up. So at some points, it won't hit these levels, and it will continue to do this. This one is kind of my bad because we stopped it out at 350, and it's just, we could have gone, my initial stop was 344. I should have just kept that there, but I wasn't seeing it moving much. So I said to myself, if the most I'm getting is 5 cents, then the most I want to lose is 5 cents. So these are just real-time lessons that those of you that trade, as we all do here every day, know that this happens to all of us all the time, as Joe had just mentioned there. So it just hurts when you're on, like I'm using now way more shares than I normally do. So that's why now it's more like, oh my gosh, like I just cost myself a mortgage payment here, you know, but that's trading.
It just comes down to, at the end of the day, and I actually had this conversation with Joe, the other Joe, Jose, on our algo floor. And we call him Jose, but his real name is Joe. It's a long story. If you haven't heard it, we'll tell it some other time. And on FL today, like there is a trade on the first day. Oh, shoot, I was going to talk about top wicks too, so I have it on AMD just to exemplify the point. But no, I can go to Foot Locker because there's a trade that I've probably done, I want to say, every single time on the first day or second day of a buyout with regards to the risk-free rate, and aggressively shorting the living you-know-what in front of the risk-free rate. And today, I got smoked doing it. That said, if I don't do that, then what's been probably one of the most profitable strategies in 20 years on this floor, it's one of my bread and butter. So like I'm ridiculously active and aggressive in front of it. It didn't work on Locker, but I'll probably be back at it again tomorrow. But when it comes to wick outs, like the same thing happened on, letting a sneeze, AMD, at VWAP, and all of a sudden, like this one's looking relatively weak, but it's been like that for a while. I did reverse long off the volume weighted average price, but then went back to, hey, it broke the trend and the same resistance ended up holding. What are you doing? That's a short and it's relatively weak. The juxtaposition between some of these chip names, and we'll get to it, like this, NVIDIA it's like there's NVIDIA and there's everything else. And when you look at the chips, that much is becoming crystal clear because everyone that keeps saying AMD, they're going to catch up too, and it's a good valuation. It just seems to not matter on days like today, which is most days. Like the market's rolling over, AMD's probably going to get to the lows, NVIDIA might struggle to get to the volume-weighted average price at this point, which it hasn't even touched since 11 o'clock. Let's go to Sharif, because I'm sure we probably just covered some names you guys want to know about.
Hey guys, welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw them, the big boys are here, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to actually get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you gotta be a subscriber in order to talk to us in the chat and engage at all and to vote as well. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look, guys, at all four major averages. all 4 of them in the green, and they're all very similar to each other in terms of percentage up on the day. You have the likes of the NQ up 0.2, likewise with the ES up 1/3%, as well as the Russell 2000 0.4, and up 0.4 as well is the Dow. So good look for all 4 major averages. All of them in the green. All right, here's a look at Coinbase, guys, and it's not a good look. Couple of headlines on this one today. Let's start with the first one. They got hit by a data breach, and the ransom was $20 million, which they refused to pay, instead looking to allocate that money as a bounty to catch the hackers. Also, this came out midday. Coinbase chief legal officer reporting that the SEC investigation is a holdover from a prior administration about a metric that they had stopped reporting about 2.5 years ago. Essentially, they're being investigated right now, and Adair brought that to us midday, helping push this one down, guys, below where it was trading.
Yeah, which was a really good recovery for Coinbase. You know, like it got to 240. Let's go from the outside in here. Coinbase, which has been on a fantastic run. We all know about it's going into the S&P 500 as of Monday morning, which means close tomorrow effectively. And it was breaking out on that news. You're back above the 200, all that major resistance mumbo jumbo. And essentially pulled back into the March high, which is about that 240, which was a good support level, and did what was, I mean, I guess technically still is, a very solid bounce. So coin was trend down, it was kind of bleeding with the rest of the market, and it was on an absolute tear until that news came. And to give you an idea of what I think this chart would look like, you don't know if this is true or not, but this is the chart of Coinbase, this is the chart of Robinhood, and they were doing exactly the same thing up until the point that that news came out. Since then, obviously one's gone down, and Robinhood is heading to the upside and just trending higher. So unfortunately for Coinbase, we'll have to see how this settles down. If you were skittish about the stock before, you probably don't like it anymore now. And if you were considering selling on the addition into the S&P 500, well, I can't see any reason why you wouldn't be even more so with this investigation. It does seem like this is a bit of old news, so I don't want to go doom and gloom on it. VWAP and 248 for now are holding. I scalped it once. I think there's enough uncertainty. There might be better places to go. That I might stay away from this. A Robinhood looks pretty intriguing, however. It's hard to imagine that it's going to buck the trend forever, and Robinhood setting up for a decent reversion trade. Yeah, I'm going to stay away from coin. We took one shot at it, and it didn't really go as far as I would have liked to the downside anyways.
I wasn't here for that news. I had talked about Coinbase. It was one of the picks that I made back in January as a top pick for this year. We only had 3 picks each. I picked Palantir, Coinbase, and the Dow Jones. Thanks to you, NH. But yeah, you can see right here, it's positive for the year. I'm looking at Google right now, and I was just talking about getting tipped out there on Apple. Thankfully, we didn't do that on Google, or I would have came back and not been nice. But there it goes to the downside here, still bleeding lower and lower and lower. I have about 1/3 left of that initial position, and it's big. And this is thanks, Jag, for your kind words, and everybody there in the chat. This is gonna, hopefully this will turn me green, but we just need a little bit more work to be done there, because that Apple getting stopped out there, that basically put me there. And now we're getting back into the downside, and we did have something similar on, actually it's really just Apple. Well, this is fine, it's just position pending. I don't want to say, you know, we're doing well now, but Google's about to break the low of the day right now. So staying short today was the idea. Yes, yes, let's go. This is what it is, man. My brother over there in emotion. You know, we have Mini-Me and Joe. Sharif shows emotion like I do as well. So we all have our things here. But shout out to that. I appreciate Neil's explanation there of the Foot Locker there. Yeah, so, you know, I think that's the best thing that we can do. I noticed on the midday show, they go over a lot of news and they talk about a lot of things like that. I think that that's something that, you know, with this Studio 8 renovation, it's going to be more about the conversation and more about what we're doing here, strategies and building like that, and less about the individual trades. But this run right now, let's join the dollar club right here. So yeah, evicted us on that mortgage payment. What's up, Mike DeRider there on the chat on Apple. But the bank come calling right now, margin not hit as Google right back down into the downside. Probably this trade right here is probably the biggest trade P&L wise for me of the month. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right, about almost being green. All right, here we go. It's a huge move down for Google. Let's go talk about Alibaba.
There's nothing doing there.
Yes, sir. So Alibaba, another very negative name, Sean, down over 8% at one point in the day, down now about, knocking on the door of 8%. So they beat on EPS and sales, but the guide was a little light, guys. They missed on sales, printing about 32.58 billion. The street was looking for a 33.08. A bit of a mixed report. Good for their cloud. Not bad for their online shopping, but they are facing competition from the likes of PDD, JD, and some others.
Yeah, okay, so I think I feel so much better about not being a buyer of Alibaba again when it retook the 50-period moving average. I feel a little bit better about the fact that we sold the second third of it. I sold the second third of it. I say we a lot sometimes. It's just a force of habit. But yeah, not a good look for Alibaba today. Look, I came in looking short. It didn't, when I say it didn't matter, the levels that I was looking for was out and about above 129, like into the half, into 130. Which there was a chance it was going to get there. Like when we were doing the morning show, Alibaba was cruising into those levels for a short, and then it absolutely fell all over itself. So there was no trade. Someone asked if I'm looking for a long this afternoon in Alibaba, not unless it goes 10% down. So I'm sticking with that. I think you got to wait this one out. It would not surprise me if we had to deal with Alibaba pulling back close to $100. That I think is very possible.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, I'm not gonna be touching this one. If it goes 10% down today, we take a shot at it, but that's pretty much it.
Oh, go Google. Wow, it is still dropping like it's hot right now. The NASDAQ is still green. Google, what have you done? I wish this tea took them like 10 more minutes to make, man, because like I would have come in and not gotten out of this, but I was getting out when we saw this, but there is the break downside right now. Oh boy, this is absolutely collapsing. We're now $1.50 in the money. So we were like, woe is me on this Apple trade, which sucks. You know, like, anyways, the amount of shares, like we would have been right there, boom. But it doesn't matter. That was a huge move to the downside there on Apple, but we do not get stopped out there on Google. All right, look, man, FXI, we can always look. I might have to get some more out of Google. Look, I'm just really not that focused on the rundown because I've doing some stuff over here. But FXI, again, down 1.53%. You know, a name that we haven't looked at in a minute, NIO. Could be something. I mean, I saw that was near, well, now it's through the $4, but I thought maybe coming back into $4 today, down 3.5%. You know, NIO does have this shelf in and around here. And some of these stocks, I was like, a lot of this garbage that was tariff day, tariff months, tariff 2 weeks problem, I was thinking about if we could hold something around those levels. So this would be 370. So if that can come in right now, get lower, Google, then that would be real cool. So 370 or change downside there for NIO, a good little dip buy opportunity. Let's see if that gets in there tomorrow possibly. But giddy up, man. I'm pretty happy with what just happened here in the market. Again, it's a tale of two stories, right? Because we wind up down on Apple, but we'll be up more on Google. Just wish we had both. That's all. And again, this kind of a stop out on Apple, just for those of you, like, you know, we're short right here at 212, basically 212 10s, 9s, 8s. For some reason, I was just like, I took too many outs. I got stopped out there. I got stopped out there. So I just kept trying, made money. And then, you know, I just put that stop at 20. It was like right here, right where we wicked that high that came back in at 12 o'clock. Unfortunately, it takes it, and then it does this. Like I said, it's a monster trade. It would probably be the biggest one of the year, maybe P&L-wise. But, you know, unfortunately, we get stopped out. But we don't do that. The gods are, you know, smiling on us with this Google trade because I was 5 cents away from getting stopped out right there as well. So I got to do a little bit better job trying to pick my stops. But here we go, man. Yeah, we're going to be green on the day as soon as we get out of this trade, which is quite the feat for me because we had dug ourselves a hole there, and now we're way out of it. So
ESB, baby.
That was a good one, yeah. And you know,
that's a floor term. It's called gain from the bottom.
Oh, gain from bottom, yeah.
Which is easily ask any trader. Gain from bottom is the most it's the most satisfying thing.
Yeah. The only thing I was going to say too about that is also tomorrow's also another day.
It's Friday.
That was the other thing I was going to say, but it's Friday. But every day
that's the leak.
there are these opportunities in the market. That's the thing. That's why I think this show, what we're doing here, is pretty special, because every day we're showing you, like, whether or not we just talked about Foot Locker, that's a brand new thing today. Coreweave, brand new, that Coinbase story. Like, every day you're sitting here and there's opportunities to make decisions. And it's unlike any other job. A lot of people go to their job, they're pushing brooms around their stocking shelves, whatever you're doing. I have people that just taking phone calls. We all have these jobs, right? It's like, I look forward to it. Sharif nailed it on the head already. Like, we can't get Joe to leave. This guy loves this place.
Well, I'll tell you.
And the thing, and the thing is that it's true. Like, Sharif's like, the thing about it is every day goes by so quick.
I'll tell you a story before I came to real trading. Because I was like, whatever, just taking like odd jobs here and there. And I remember I was doing a job which paid really, really well. And it was, the signs that are on, like the big, massive billboard signs that go up, like ones at the Windsor Bridge, and they flip and they got the panels on them. So the guy owned a business, and he was, I think it was like Grant, whatever signs. And he paid really well. I'm like, yeah, whatever, I'll make some money for the week. And I remember having a discussion with him. I just graduated from Waterloo University, and he's like, yeah, what do you want to do? I'm like, I don't know if I want to work at a bank. And they say, I just hate the nonsense. It's what everyone else does in my program and all that stuff. I have a trail on an AMD at this low. But, and then he said to me, he's like, you know what? It's great, I own my own business and this and that, and that's fantastic, controlling your own destiny, eating what you kill. But like the labor part of this, you like this? He's like, yeah, it's good money, but I don't think I wouldn't want to do this. Like, that's why you A, go to school, but B, more importantly, find something you love. Because I'll tell you right now, like, I've seen you mope around here, like, you don't like the heights, blah, 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 this and that. Find something that you actually enjoy going to every single day, and even more power if you have some control. He's like, he had his own business. I was like, you know what? That really spoke to me. And I think that's when I was more open-minded about doing something like trading, which I hadn't really thought about, to be honest, until you did it. And it does make a difference if you enjoy waking up in the morning to do what you do. It helps if you have a loving family as well, because that makes it so much nicer. And it also helps if you don't get run over by Coreweave.
My kids go, Daddy, did you make money on stocks today? I'm like, I traded some stocks, But all right, poor Sharif is over there waiting. So, all right, Coreweave, Netflix, Bitcoin. We could do all three at once, but let's start with Coreweave. We'll promise to be quick, as my guy probably has. Okay. All right, Sharif, let's go. Coreweave.
All right, guys. Coreweave kind of flat on the day, up now 0.7%. Zigging and zagging there. Look, it was a decent report. They grew substantially year over year. Fantastic looking, whatever metric you're looking at. But what really stands out to me here is the amount of money they're making, revenue per year versus how much you're spending in CapEx. We went through that ad nauseum on the midday show. About $5 billion, give or take, in revenue on the year, with CapEx slated to be, boys, 20 to 23 billion.
Okay, so quickly, we've talked about how much they make $1 billion in revenue, and I think they're guiding for, 1.1, 1.2, something like that. So to spend 20 to 23 billion on CapEx, it's crazy, but they need that kind of growth. And they're growing 400% or some nonsense quarter over quarter. So clearly that's what the market is in love with. I had one trade. I was favoring the short if it lost support underneath. It's hard. It wasn't a fine line. It was around 65. That was level on the daily. So when it lost support, I looked short. It shorted into VWAP. It was one trade. It broke, to the upside. And someone was asking, Neil, are you going to short it again? I'm like, I don't know. Would you short it at the same level after you saw this? My answer was a distinct no. It should have been a long, and maybe the bias got the best of me here. The same bias why I wouldn't want to own this stock is possibly the same reason why I didn't want to go long it after the report. But Coreweave, it's a beast. NVIDIA owns, I forget the exact percentage, so I'm not going to make up a number. NVIDIA owns a pretty solid chunk, and when you have big institutional ownership like this where they're not going to sell, that makes it squeezable because there's less of it. It wasn't that many shares issued, and when they're all tied up and people aren't going to sell them, you get these squeezes to the upside. So should have respected that more and been willing to flip directions on Coreweave. I don't know if I'll trade it this afternoon, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, CRWV. All right, I only have whatever now, 15% left of this Google. I think we could just let it go. We've made it back. We're as happy as but now we need to actually make some money. So let's see if we can do that here this afternoon. All right, Coreweave. Yeah, look, flat, right? Pretty disappointing. You know, yesterday I think the implied move was 13 or 14%, maybe a little bit more than that. And again, it's their first earnings report, so I have no idea how they would have an implied move other than it's calculated through options. So, and I guess everybody was wrong unless you executed out there or out here and actually had a decent move today. But with the lack of liquidity really in the name, you know, the spread right here is 30 cents. Now it's 20 cents, but you know, it is a little tricky to trade. But you know what always remains true, and that is the support and resistance levels. Like that went up there to 72 bucks, and it's easy to see, you know, back when we look at that here again. We got to 72 yesterday, 73. That was the high there today. So if you're looking there, you should be okay. Remember, I got stopped out by 2 cents on Apple. So you probably would have got stopped out here as well because, again, the spread, right? But then look at what happened here. Look at the after, so that's fine. This is this morning, 7:30. That bottom right here was pretty much the bottom off the open as well. So like you had support down there and resistance up here, and even where all of this was bundling, forget about that very top, it's this spot right here. And again, remember I got stopped out of Apple at the same time this was happening. So it's like go short, go short, go short, and then feel like crap when you come back and see this because you got stopped out. But again, just like we were saying before, if you're looking for these levels, be patient, wait for them, start your short up at this level. That therefore, if you are wrong, it's a 40 or 50 cent hit like we had showed there, like I just been talking about for the last half hour, or you have a monster winner all the way down to the downside. So, you know, this is not just preaching here. This is actually, I can show you examples of exactly this. I'm currently in them right now. So Coreweave, great trade, just takes a little bit of monitoring, right? You got to monitor it. Look at Mark there in the background. Yo, watch out, Mark. Right there, there he is. So Studio 8. Being built up right now. Hopefully there is never a Studio 9.
Oh, there will be. It's always...
There will be within 6 months, is my
There's
call.
always something new.
I just realized I'm too shiny.
There's always something new around here. We'll go to get to Netflix very quickly. Another all-time high. Another one.
Ridiculous move here for Netflix. Another day, guys, another all-time high. This is a daily chart on Netflix, not an intraday. I just wanted to show you that breakout there. So almost at $1,200 as it gains about 2.5% on the day, Randy. And here's why. So they've got a couple of tiers now. There's a paid tier and there's an ad tier. Obviously, the ad tier, the more you watch, the more they make because the more commercials that they're playing. And now we've got 94 million users, guys, on the higher margin tier.
All-time high today on Netflix. Now, this is a good one because I didn't get around to selling my Netflix shares, but I would never sell all of them. I should just get that out of the way. I would never sell all of them. The idea was to take a piece off. I was going to decide that on the train, what I wanted to do with it, and it's fine. A little bit of a rejection off the top, but I think that has more to do with what the market did here for Netflix. So what you have is a breakout, new all-time high, and even on dips, 1170-ish, call it 1165, 1170, and it holds the prior high on Netflix. So I think it's, I'm only trimming some because at the end of the day, it's been a really, really good rally in Netflix, and I feel like if there's any, like the rotation back into some of the chip names, and I want to have at least a little bit of cash out there, and I look at what has gained the most for me, and I've already sold a couple times in Eli Lilly, and I have not sold a single share of Netflix, so I'm going to take some off the top there, about 10%, and see where else we can put it. In this particular case, I haven't decided where, so I can't speculate. I did trail out of AMD, so I had that stop out, which stunk, and that stop out, which stunk, and a good long. But we're out of it. Maybe we'll wait for the 116 level again. Keeps bouncing off 114.5. So VWAP has not been the thing. It's been 116 to 116.5. Maybe that changes. We get back in a little bit later on. But only one position left, and we can talk about it next because it'll be Bitcoin. I'm in Mara.
All right, look, I mean, for Netflix, you talk about it all. I already said, like, that move up in Disney has been pretty epic. The streaming wars, I'm still looking at Coreweave. I don't know. I'm not doing anything, really. The streaming wars are far from over, but there's already a champion. It's just there's room for everybody else to make money as well. It really just takes, like, one hit to sort of get that sort of buzz going again. Disney is buzzing, man. I mean, I like the short now in Disney. We made this short call in Starbucks at 115. I'm basically going to make another one right now with Disney. I think we are well extended right here, right now. So, again, do I like the stock? No, not really. Am I an investor in it? Yes. Am I going to get out of it? Probably. But then I got to deploy the cash somewhere. So we'll wait to see what our next decision is. But look, man, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me. I'm probably long Netflix like $100, like it's just Netflix. I've been buying this stock from time. This is not a new position for me. I've never sold any of it. I don't have any ideas to do that. So it's like when you're old like me, you're going to have a lot of prices that are way lower than current market. I mean, you saw that UNH graphic that Adara did. Some dude there from what was it? I think it was 13 years in the middle there, or maybe 23 years, something like that. The stock went up 5,000%. Well, that's basically, if you're a buy and hold trader and a forever long, then, I mean, this is what's going to happen. It's not like this strategy just started right now. This has been here forever. So I'm going to continue to do that with Netflix. I'm not selling it. I have no reason to do that. We're free Netflix for the rest of our life. So we're happy with that one. Let's go Netflix. Keep going to the upside. I have no plans of selling that. So, this thing can go down to $800. It wouldn't matter to me.
Bitcoin, guys, last on the list over here as it remains above 100,000, just right around 103,500. That's the chart of IBIT trading around 58.86. There's really no catalyst today, guys, on Bitcoin. Just remains above that $500,000 level. But as Joseph and I were observing during the midday show, those higher lows seem to be operative at the moment anyway.
There it is. The TVs are coming down. You can't knock out a wall if there's a TV hanging on it. Well, you can, but then your TV's not going to be worth much of anything. I actually have no idea what they're doing with those, because is it going to be part of the new build? I don't think so, because we have some other things that might be going up on the wall that I don't want to spoil. You guys can probably use your imagination here. So as far as Bitcoin goes, obviously strong recovery in IBIT. We didn't quite get to 100K, but if I'm real, I think I probably should have been looking for that reversion long, and I wasn't. I thought we'd get a little bit lower into the next level on BTC today, just given what was happening in the morning, and it didn't happen. I am in Mara now. That was more of a trend break in Mara. Here, I'll show it here. So Mara from the bottom did this. I entered pretty much exactly when it broke the trend, and I'm holding it into VWAP here. A break of VWAP, and we'll see if it can get lower. So that was just a all lunchtime long trend break that we happen to be in here for Mara. But Bitcoin, I still remain bullish. I think we're headed for a test of the all-time high. It's just a matter of when. I kind of thought it would be this weekend. It's seemingly less likely than that. So let's just say we'll do it by Sharif's birthday.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's just a matter of, for IBIT or for BTC or for anything, the real runner of the last little while has been Ethereum. So, we talked about some of these coins and where they've been going lately. Here's coin market cap. We've seen the highest market cap was 351 on the space, so 344 right now. So, we're dipping down a little bit as far as the whole space is concerned right now. And we're giving some back, right? We talked about that epic run in Ethereum. This is almost exactly where I got out of all of the ETH that I had. Bitcoin, I think it's obvious that we're going higher now. But the thing is that if you're a bear on crypto, just go short right now. You're $5,000 away from getting punched out. Like once it breaks 110, you just get out. That's the high, you get out. There's a lot of room to the downside on all of these names, right? Like Solana can easily see 120 again. It was just there. So you're up to 170. It's pulled back from 190 over the last couple of days, right? We saw XRP at 260, now down to 248. So there's a lot of room to go back down in. Same with Cardano, just 84 cents, now down to 78. So, I feel like there has been a bull run. It's easy to say when the bull run's happened. Try to make a call moving forward. That's really what the right thing is. Analyzing charts that have already happened is nice and fun, but where's the play going to actually be, right? That's where the money is. It's not about saying, I wish I did this, I wish I did that. It's about actually doing it, working on timing, and then working on share size. And with no better of a person than I can think of, we have a very important guest that makes calls all the time on this show. And there it is. I'm officially your hype man, Mr. Raider Trader. And there it is. He is back in the building. I do like your hat. I see that it's a Raider Report hat.
Raider Report.
I got a green hat myself. This is the Palantir hat right there.
Now you got to go backwards on it. First of all, appreciate you.
This is Kid Ohio. And then
In Ohio, yes. And that's president of Ohio or
Mayor.
mayor or governor. What? I don't know how does it work in
Well, you can't be the mayor of a state, can you? Like, yeah.
No.
That's what makes it so funny, right?
That is what makes it kind of funny.
Is Ohio a state?
You tell me, my guy. I mean, is Canada north or south of the United States, Raider Trader?
It's east. It's in
Right,
the
correct.
Atlantic.
Correct. That sounds about right. All right, so, hey, look, I was looking over some of your, by the way, Mr. Raider Trader, I was looking over your account, and actually, hold on a second, I was just there. Adara sent it to me. I got to get right back to it. I noticed, I'm going to get it in 1 second here. I noticed that your profile picture there, and here it is. I'm going to call it up right now, because you had told us about your new vehicle, but you never really sent us a picture here, and I'm seeing it right here. Is this what we're talking about? No, you're too young here. How young are you here, by the way?
You can't drive in that.
There it is.
14 years old. No, I'm kidding. So yes, that is my car. There will be a picture shown at the end of this.
Okay.
Seen that in.
Okay.
But there is
it's-
matters to get to. We can't forget that. There is.
There he is.
matters
There he is. All right. I like the shoes. I like everything. Yeah, but this is our show. We'll get to them when we're ready. But yeah, what's up? We do have right here 4,500 followers. So go give this man a follow. It's Andrew Raider. See, that's all I want to do. I just wanted to plug a little bit there for you. So what is this pressing issue? I know you have a date with Miami coming up soon. What's going on with all of that?
So there is some secret sauce going on. Many of you guys do know I am doing a secret project this summer, which will leak its way into some of the conversations throughout the next few months. But I'm excited for it. And it's related to doing a lot of trading. So that's what we're going to be doing this summer. And you guys will be able to see that on my socials once I get down there.
A lot of trading. Is it potentially a trading competition, or we need a little bit more here. We need a little bit more. Give us like a little bit more.
Okay, you guys know I've been a little bit more professional for my age. That's always what I try to strive to do. I have had a dream always of becoming a professional trader. And let's just say this summer, that dream is starting to become a reality. So
nice, buddy. Okay, let's go bang.
We are,
you have the congratulations?
We're hinting at here.
There we go.
All right. Well, yeah, that's always great, man. Neil and I just had this, I don't know if you were listening, but we had this talk about passion and doing something that you're passionate about. You know, I started here and then pulled Neil away from the doldrums of hanging signs, apparently. And now we're trading, doing things that, you know, we really like that. So, but anyways, okay. Congratulations, first of all, down there in Miami. Very nice place to spend your time. I'm sure you'll enjoy that a little bit more than the tough streets of Ohio there. But all right, again, going through some of your socials there, not sure where you are right here, but I feel a little bearish action on some of the calls you posted about the SPY maybe being at a top and things like that. What are we thinking right now? Today on my sticky note, I thought we were getting a little top heavy. The market is pretty flat though right now. Any opinions on what we're talking about here for maybe the next couple weeks? Any seasonality, any trends that you're looking for here in the market?
Yeah, so just a real quick recap. What's been happening over the last few months is actually quite remarkable and something you guys should study. Definitely write down, definitely store this in your kind of database of ideas for the future, because you won't see this very often. What actually happened from the drop of SPY since February is we saw a huge deleveraging action in the markets. Firms, we saw those headlines way back when, Citadel and all those other guys, right? They were having to deleverage their positions because of how quickly they were losing on this drop. Not only was it one of the fastest drops ever, but what was unique about it is the implied volatilities, if you actually go look from February to March, didn't actually go up that much. So a lot of these funds who rely on, hey, I'm going to buy these puts because if the market goes down, I'll get paid this amount. Well, when the market went down, their puts didn't go up that amount, and therefore they had to, instead of saying, hey, I don't want to buy more puts because they're not paying, we have to sell the portfolio altogether. So it created this weird action where the markets actually dumped into Liberation Day without the implied volatilities really going up. And so now the implied volatility spiked, as we know, through Liberation Day. We actually had this period following April 9th where funds were reluctant to actually size back into the market. And now as this market is starting to rally, all of a sudden they were like, oh my gosh, we're behind. And so that's why you saw this rapid and very explosive buying after that period, after April 9th. And so we've been at this unique spot where, believe it or not, if you actually share my screen right now, a massive amount of calls are about to expire in the money. And we know that options expiration dates, the monthly being this Friday, are often massive pivot levels. And so with so many calls expiring in the money, you're going to leave a market maker who's going to be sitting there with a lot of shares in his inventory, and he's going to have to dump them to get back to neutral. And so there's this huge risk right now. And one of the symptoms have shown throughout Google, you guys traded Google today to the short side, but a symptom of what could happen was shown through Google. Right now, you have 0 puts in the money. You have just all calls. And so after this expiration, what's going to happen is you're going to have a market very vulnerable to headlines. And what that means is, if you actually look at this was the headline shown from Bloomberg, that this headline, as you guys know, Google dumped like 10% that one day. But on that one day, the headline was Apple considering or exploring. It wasn't, oh, we're going to do this. It wasn't, oh, we're likely to do this. It was just, we're going to explore it. And we know that that is always just a rumor. That's not something that's actually holds a lot of action. And yet, all of a sudden, Google drops 10% from that. What was that? It was a symptom that we're in a market where there's no puts, and then when bad news hits, you have a market that rushes into puts, spiking implied volatilities, making market makers short, and exacerbating headlines like this. So I warn everyone who's going forward, if you are buying for the long term and expecting a new all-time high, that it's very possible that we see a very ugly and quick sell-off to approach into next week.
Andrew, I'm really, really glad you brought that up because you mentioned Google. We might have seen something similar to that with Coinbase. An old investigation gets cropped up again, and it drops $13. We probably saw it in First Solar when there was a headline on taxes, which most people said was positive for First Solar relative to its peers. The stock dropped, it got destroyed, and then it ripped everybody's faces off once people realized what the headline might have meant. So I think it's a fantastic point. I'm glad you brought to everyone's attention because some of those dips could be opportunities when you see that. I wanted to ask you just. You seem always like plugged in on where rates are going. You're going to be always looking at the higher look and how rates are going to impact the market, especially bond yields. TLT, we're at a triple bottom right now, a volume triple bottom. I know you've been prone to swinging this one or liking to swing sometimes in the treasuries. What do you feel here? Because we've tested this floor a couple of times and it's been pretty good. So when I saw it and you were coming on, I'm like, yeah, I want to get your thoughts on this level, because to most people, if you've been buying this particular dip, it seems like you would just be going right back to it. Have things changed, or is this worth going back into?
I don't think right now it's worth going back into, and there's a few different reasons why. Number one, in case you guys haven't, unless you've been living under the rock with Patrick for the last 3 years, the markets have not wanted bonds. The 60-40 idea that portfolios need to be 60% stocks, 40% bonds has been kind of extinct. Of course, since COVID, bonds have been selling off completely since then. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is the pivotal change that needs to happen to bonds to where you will likely see this dynamic change? There's a behavior, there's a characteristic of this. When is that going to change? When is this symptom going to be removed? Well, not too many Fed meetings ago, we had them confirm that, hey, we're going to stop selling. And so that's going to alleviate a lot of the selling pressure. You've seen a compression of the range, but we need another excuse. And right now, gold is taking a lot of the market's share in that sense, that people looked at, how do we diversify portfolios? And they looked at gold and bonds and said, I would rather own gold, who's at all-time highs, than bonds, who have been selling off the last 4 years. So until this gold tops and until we really start to see that drop, I doubt we will see any interest in TLT. So while I'm not the best macro person to talk to about this, I can tell you that this is something that I have been monitoring, but I have not seen the excuse or the see it moment to where this behavior will likely change.
Yeah, I think, look, great analysis, obviously, and appreciate it for sure. And as a matter of fact, we just saw gold make a turn today, right? So from a technical standpoint, everything held up. And when looking at those two charts, I know most people say, like, you want to be buying the thing that is strong, holding trend and buying the high, as opposed to maybe picking that low. But there's a name, speaking of lows, I think there's a name Sean wants to ask you about to get your thoughts on, because one particular stock, unless you've been living under a rock like Patrick, which I had to, I didn't remember that right away. I should have. My wife is a big fan of SpongeBob. But I didn't get it either at first.
No, I didn't even realize my mic was hot. I was like, who the hell is Patrick? over there.
We
There
keep
it is.
it
Yeah,
real. We
exactly.
keep it real around here. Everybody.
I don't know. I'm learning more about Pokemon and stuff like that. Okay, so I did want to ask you just real quickly, Andrew, because it's a hot topic in our chat, especially because I know you play options as well. But there's a few names here that have been dancing around lately, and one is UNH. So I don't know if you had any opinions on this or what you were thinking, but I'm actually going to call up here. Here's a gold chart, by the way, bouncing beautifully off the 50-period moving average. But here's UNH. I'm going to go back over to like a weekly chart. We're back at some levels right now, and I know we had a new CEO coming through there as well, and the big changes that are happening, sweeping changes for healthcare in the United States, as we all talk about the differences there. And then some of the now lawsuits and whatnot. You know, stocks, Andrew, don't fall like this for no reason. So it's almost not even worth talking about why it's all the way down. The question is that when do we finally buy this dip, or do we? You know, I just wondering, in your experience and what you've looked at, is there any sort of thing that we're looking for here, either any indicators or anything on a daily, weekly, monthly chart or something like that, that may say maybe the bottom's in? I mean, I think we might be getting one today. We have that huge bottom wick down there at 250, all the way back up to 275. Maybe we can use that as a bottom. Any thoughts here? Because we've been chasing this stock all the way, and people now looking to think about going long. So what's your opinion on an XLV or a UNH in this space, where healthcare right now might be a good spot that we can get some, you know, alpha or whatever back into this market?
Yeah, I actually think UNH and Hum, a lot of you guys have to remember that a core principle of the market is actually momentum. And when trends stop, if you actually look at gold and MSTR, when trends capitulate is when you see the most positioning and the highest option implied volatility across the board. Gold on that kind of later April period, it topped because of the highest, if you actually go look, the highest open interest positioning in history was the top of gold. And so same thing with MSTR in that sense. So this chart right here, what this shows is just, it's through bar chart. And what it shows is kind of the positioning of UNH. And then you could also go look at something like, for example, Hum, HUM is the alternative. But I'm actually thinking next week, Hum is going to be a great sympathy trade to UNH. UNH's options are far too expensive. And I think Hum with less news will be the safer play to play the sympathy. So next week, I would say next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, I would be looking for a rebound trade in Hum. Specifically, I do not want to trade UNH.
Right, yeah, I mean, that was great. I mean, we haven't even talked about Humana here at all. So that's
holding lows. Humana is
great look there. Yeah, sometimes it's just like whatever the sector is. That's why I brought up XLV as well. Anything going on? We talked about some robotics with you before. Any sort of movement over there? I haven't looked at that space yet either. So anything you're thinking about right now as far as ETFs or what that next little look might be? We've talked a little bit about the bonds now and about some of this healthcare. Anything else grabbing your attention? What a great move back in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, so actually one position I am long right now is actually LOY. I entered this morning, LOY and also IBB. I actually think that as you see this market start to slow down into OPEX, and if we do start to see a little bit of selling pressure into next week, I think the names that are kind of more beaten down but still have big imbalances. If you actually look at LOY, I don't have the chart up, but if you actually look at LOY, there was this big put order I was tracking for the 745 strike. And this big put created an imbalance into the low, and you saw the markets gap down. LOY hit that 720 huge put wall, bounced first part of the week, dipped back down, and now it's starting to bounce again. So LOY and then IBB, of course, those two positions are ones that I'm currently long in. And I think that playing the kind of lagger catch-up trade is going to be nice as the markets pin into expiration. But again, I think next week, shorting positions, I saw your chat actually mention a few of them. Uber, I think I really like Uber to the downside. What's really important, I do want to do a warning to you guys, is that in this market condition, if you are looking to short, don't try to catch the top. Just try to catch the right side of the V. The most profitable trade from myself, long, even short, has been the right side of the V. You wait for a weak open or a strong close. That's it. You're not trying to catch necessarily I want to short this and swing hoping for a gap down. No, it's wait for that weak gap down and then short the open, because what's going to happen in this environment, guys, is if the markets have a weak open, you will see implied volatility spike, and that's going to give you the easiest shorting trade you can imagine, because market makers and big funds are going to start selling off the open. And that's really the thesis of what you want to do. So wait for that weak open, don't necessarily get baited into a weak close. And that's really important because you need to wait for those gap downs in the market to really confirm that. So what I define as a weak open in this market is at least 0.6% gap down or more. That's going to be a very layup trade in my opinion, and the one you guys should be watching for in the next week.
Okay, yeah, that's it's funny because I had just rotated out of some Google 2 days ago and into Eli Lilly, so that was a good one. And then today I actually wrote down Uber short, and we had that trade on earlier today. So yeah, I think we're aligned on some of those ideas. All right, anything else on your mind, Neil?
No, you covered it all, but you always seem to have a surprise for us. And I know you have some things coming, which you've already done. So if that was the surprise, fair enough. I do want to appreciate you supporting our Toronto Maple Leafs. You notice how we're all color coding in the blue, and I know obviously as a non-Canadian, you're not from
wondering
Toronto.
what sport we're talking
you
about.
doing that, I think, is fantastic. So I want to appreciate you doing that. And what else do you have for us, if anything?
Yeah, so I love blue and I love the Columbus Blue Jackets. But as far as specifically with,
No, that's good, man. Yeah.
what I
we'll
would
support
recommend,
it.
guys, into next week, I do have a trade idea. It's one that's developing. It's one that might not go as planned, but I do have some confidence in. And it's going to be next week. I believe the best risk reward is going to be shorting the market. Now, this is going to be a very tricky trade for a lot of you guys. There's going to be timing involved and things like that. But May, historically, is a crappy month to expect big returns. I know we've had a crazy start to May, but May, in general, is not a month where you expect a spectacular finish to the month. That's where you expect late June to July, that big rally. So what I would anticipate into this next kind of moving period right here is don't bet on an all-time high this month. I wouldn't. I would say that would come June and July. So that's just based off of seasonal trends. And so what I would do here is into this next week, wait for that 0.6% gap down or more, or around there. And then what you want to do is jump into the names that were the furthest extended. If you look at Uber and, Netflix, those two are extremely strong into that high. And so I believe that those will be the ones that actually pull it first. So what happens, and if you guys don't know, the trend leaders get sold off the most off the top. And then after that downtrend establishes, it's actually the laggers that get sold off the most. So I initially think Uber will get the pull first. And then after that, looking into those other names. But that's my trade for there. Of course, I'm actually going to be more active on Twitter now. I've been busy with all this secret top mission stuff. But this right here, since you guys are showing it, is the beautiful car. Okay, so some people said it's the Widowmaker last night, or the last time. Listen, black tinted windows around, tons of local Ohio princesses that flood my car everywhere I go. So I have to have tinted windows. Secondly, it is a 5.0 2019, supercharged. It makes 720 to the wheel, long tube headers. I have a nice exhaust on there as well. So nice 5-spoke wheels too. Let's say it's my baby. Listen, it's not a Lamborghini, but if you pull up in a 2012 Gallardo, I'm smoking you. So doesn't matter the badge. Just don't pull up in an SVJ or anything like that, or I'm going home. But yeah, anyway.
Very impressive ride there, and we again, congratulations on it. That's part of what it is, right? You get that dream car, like you make the money, and you got to reward yourself. So, congratulations, that's pretty sick, man. We do like that, and Andrew visited us here, so we know this guy personally, and I want to say a big congratulations to you for that, and just make sure you always wear your seatbelt. That's the other thing.
And I don't speed at all. I only go up to the speed at the fastest point I can, right? So if it's 75, I might slow down to 0 on the highway and get really quick up to 75, but I don't speed, guys. So.
Real quick. Yeah. So
I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that for everybody out there. We're all about.
Well, especially with all those ladies in Ohio, I just want to make sure he has as many in the car as there are seatbelts. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Unfortunately, it's only a 2-seater. I deleted the back seats to save weight because I'm a skinny guy, and that just makes it faster. But listen, guys,
right. Faster for a guy that doesn't speed, right?
Yeah.
If I could, I would have a Greyhound
first of all.
bus. But anyway.
All right, thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's cap. Everyone knows. Let's be real. Everyone has speeded sometime as long as you're driving safe, and I don't advocate it, all that kind of good stuff. But we appreciate it. And it is a fantastic whip.
Your foot gets a little heavy on the gas. So
yeah, man.
You don't even realize it every now and then.
I mean, who's calling my phone? You got to get over there, man. Is it Stacy? Who knows who's calling? You got to get ready for that.
They're calling me.
All right. Oh, Rob, here we go. Oh, by the way, we're redoing this whole studio, Andrew. So the next time you come to visit us, it's going to be completely, all those computers that you saw behind us are all gone. We're opening up this whole place. Yes, sir. It's going to be a big, big change. So we're excited for that. We'd love to have you back doing that. But keep us up to date, man. We'll be following
by
you.
Christmas?
Yeah. Oh yeah, by the fall, my guy.
We're gonna do a
now.
December or October visit then again. I think
There we go. Let's go.
I think that's what's gonna go down.
More than welcome to come over. Andrew, thank you so much. We'll follow you on social. I'm sure you'll have an update as we go through this. But is there an announcement expected in the next few weeks? What are we looking for this announcement that you're doing as far as becoming this professional trader? When does that all hit for you?
When I talk to their compliance, which I haven't done yet. So
Okay. So we'll get. So this may or may not be happening after all. But we'll.
Compliance is we love compliance.
Yeah. Shout out to our compliance officer. What's going on, my guy?
Always the best people in the firm.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Andrew.
yeah,
Take care.
see you guys in court or whenever compliance.
Well, you won't see me in court, but all right. See you, my guy. All right, bye.
Bye.
Yeah. No, I got people to handle my core business. You know what I'm saying? But
Compliance is great. I remember when we first started out.
yeah. No, but that's the beauty about working here. We do have lawyers and everything on there, and the thing about it is of course we're not talking about anything. But that's the thing. If you're going to become a professional trader, obviously there's some vetting that has to happen there. And if you're managing other people's money, especially in the United States, there are certain, Series 7, whatever you need to grab. Right?
Real talk. You want if you're trading at a prop firm or whatever, you want your broker, you want your firm to have a strong compliance department. Straight up, because you know what? You want to be able to trade tomorrow, and you want to be able to get paid out. And I'm not look, Sean and I have known a lot of other traders and a lot of other firms, so we don't name names or anything like that. But trust me, you don't want to be on the side of it.
We out here naming names, baby.
No, we've known traders that have been moved to other firms, and when those firms go under, sometimes you don't get that last payout and they got money out. It happens. So a strong compliance department matters.
Oh, no, it's the most important.
Yeah, you want to know about your firm. That's why I respect real trading. And to be real, you could say that. Of course, you're going to say that about the firm you're at. Well, you know what? Get paid every single time, and we don't have those issues. So we appreciate them. Shout out to them for sure. Shout out to Andrew. It's always fun to have him on there. But don't anybody that tells me that you don't speed, you shouldn't do it. And you should always drive safe. But come on, man. We all know that's cap. Sometimes the lead foot happens. As long as you're safe and with the flow of traffic, you're good to go. The flow of traffic right now seems to be stalling on the NASDAQ, and it's stalling at not exactly the volume. It's cooler if I could say it's stalling in VWAP, but it's not. But it's coming relatively close. So every time we keep bouncing, I'm only left in MAR, which just bounced off VWAP. So I just took some out of VWAP. We're going to hang on to the last 15% and see if it absolutely flushes. Maybe we get a reload. I do want to get back into AMD if we can. It was trying to come back up. Can't seem to get to VWAP itself. Maybe this prior support here, 115.30, looks like it could be a bit of a thing. We're almost into power hour. And at the market, trying to stay green, just barely the NASDAQ by a hair.
All right, just real quickly, we talked about some prop trading, so let's go figure out who's making the money. All right, well, here it is, man. This is Real Trading, and if you are part of our floor here, you'd be part of this. And Real Trading has over 300 offices. I have to double check these numbers. It's been a minute. And over 3,000 traders worldwide. So this is called Trader Information Portal. We have the calendars on here. That's our training mode, LMS, market guides. And this is what we're talking about when we're trader alerts. So anything changing in fees. SEC fee just changed again. So, all these things are posted up here, no problem, every day here at Real Trading. So shout out to the transparency here. And this is what we're talking about here. These are the top 10. It doesn't show top, it just says offices and everything. It doesn't show losers. So everyone's always asking, well, how much did the biggest loser put on? I don't know, but we do have risk controls here. So, nobody's stop loss is $34,000. So someone probably with a stop of maybe, 10,000 or something. I have no idea. I'm just throwing out numbers. I have no idea. But right there, $34,000. Congratulations to whoever that was yesterday on the NASDAQ. And then these are the markets that were traded. So something's going on. I'm not, it's been a while now that we've seen only a lot of North American markets. So I don't know if Europe right now is just kind of slowed down a little bit for us here, but all NASDAQ, and it's not even, It's still impressive. Don't get me wrong. Like, you know, 4-figure day is always a good day, but you know, normally they're a little bit higher than this. So NASDAQ, a lot of NASDAQ traders. I would say maybe a Tesla or a Palantir. You know, this is why I stay with these names, because this is what's going on. There's the Chicago, the CME right here as well. So, you know, we could trade all kinds of futures here, including E-minis. So that would be Chicago CME as well. Then all NASDAQ, like not one NYSE name on here. Like,
why that's weird to me?
So that's strange, right?
Why that's weird to me is like, if you look at the
was there a
trading,
rebalance?
the last month, like NASDAQ was average profit daily per trader, like NASDAQ was like 7th. Now some of that's because more traders on it, but you always see like other markets. There's always a couple of European markets out there. Surprised not to see the, well, actually I'm not that surprised not to see the New York.
Here we go.
The NYSE has not been as good in a general sense for a while now. Let's be real. So
yeah, no, but it's just the names. Like I just feel like I'm sitting here trading. So are you. It's like, you know, no, but I just mean like, don't you look somewhere else? And this is the thing where people are very focused on individual names, right?
Anecdotally, the only New York stocks that I've traded, I have a long list. BKS,
right,
Foot Locker, and UNH. Everything else is NASDAQ.
So how many symbols? So 3 New York
That's
symbols.
even including deals.
Right. Yeah.
Out of like half the stuff I do is deals, but it's still out of like 15. And if you take out the deal stuff, almost nothing. UNH is a special case, Dow stock, but like tech stocks, they're all now NASDAQ. To the point where I actually accidentally will throw up, if a tech stock's on the New York, I'll get it wrong every time I type it in.
It's you have Uber over there. I mean, there are some New York, some of the bank stocks. Obviously, we're talking about tech.
Yeah, Uber.
Shopify switched over into the NASDAQ. So, yeah, I've traded today 2 New York names. I've only traded 5 names. So I traded BBAI and Uber, along with the futures, Google.
In the New York.
Yep, and Apple. So you might want to buy Big Bear AI for when it does flip over to the NASDAQ.
It's not going to stay in there.
All right, what's up, Adara?
Here is our earnings and events calendar for May 16th. That's tomorrow. You can check these out every day on X at TTV Research. I post them around this time of day as we start Power Hour. And in case you're wondering, yeah, no earnings tomorrow, at least no major earnings. But 10 a.m., we do have a pretty key economic data point that is going to be the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. We know this can and has moved the market as of late. We also know the Fed is watching these inflation expectations pretty closely. So keep an eye on that print, both the consumer sentiment and the inflationary aspect of the number. This is the calendar, and again, you can check all of these out on X at TTV Research. I post frequently throughout the day, be it market updates or just cool infographics. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. Day trader cut. Why is it that many public companies prefer to be listed on the NASDAQ than New York? It's when did that shift happen? It was a few years ago.
I don't know if that is true or not.
It feels anecdotally true. I don't know. I don't have the exact stats on. I'm sure actually someone at our firm probably could answer that question better than we could. Well, anecdotally, it seems very true to us just based on what we look at every single day.
Yeah.
That's about.
We could find out like how many names, but so I think the thing is too is there's listing fees and there's all these different things that go along with that, right? And then exposure and things like that. And I don't know, like why a Big Bear AI would choose New York instead of NASDAQ. Who knows? But yeah. And what was eToro? That must have been a NASDAQ name, right? Yeah, eToro. Let's have a check what that's doing today. Coreweave, also a NASDAQ name. So I mean, that would make sense, right? SMCI, I thought Reddit might have been New York.
Reddit picked New York.
Yeah, Reddit was New York. Yeah. They read it and they forget it. But yeah, eToro today down 4% again. This is one of those names. I don't know enough about this platform or anything like that, but another one that IPO yesterday near the lows again. I mean, that low of $61. I don't know what was up with. Yeah. What are we happy about over there, Joe?
Coin is dropping again.
Yeah. Where are you in that position? Okay, man, Joe Money over here is in Coinbase. Let's go have a quick look at that one. But I was just gonna say, like eToro, that's just another example of nice little wick. Oh, that's why you got to catch that, my guy. You got to have bids right down there. You got to have bids down there. Yeah. So anyway, this is what's going to happen on Studio 8. Like we're going to have more talks like this. So when I see Joey Money over here, and then he's like, what have I done? It is about putting bids where you don't think orders can go because, oh no. That's okay. At least you didn't get stopped at the high of Apple. But yeah, okay. Well, get back in. Joe, this is the thing.
You can get the
What are you
same
doing? What are you doing
position.
putting your hands on your head, man? So the thing is that if you flatten by accident, you know what flatten does? It just gets you at a current market price.
Yes. Well, spread could get you on.
Well, okay, on Coinbase,
On
yes.
Coinbase, the spread. The problem with it,
What is
that's
the
the
spread
annoying
on
thing on a stock.
Coinbase?
Like
Oh, yeah.
right now, it's about.
But you would hit a dark
It's
pool.
about 30, 40 cents, but you can probably get a lot of dark pool midpoints in there. That's a frustrating thing. It happens to you on most stocks. You can get right back in at the same price if you wanted to. But yeah, coin could be a little bit different. Some people have mentioned UNH was headed back down. It's oddly enough, UNH real strong, sort of, but it looks like it's coming right back in here. Maybe VWAP will be a hold. This could be, I mean, I hesitate to say it, but this could be the start of something on UNH. I meant to go to the weekly chart. Where is it? Oh, my E-signal chart's here. Could be the start of something. It didn't quite get to the 240 level we're kind of highlighting. And remember, we're just guessing at price levels. I don't intend on swinging into this thing until something obvious happens. Like Andrew said, catch the right side of the V. I firmly believe that when bottom picking. I would rather miss the bottom by a lot to have a higher percentage shot at getting a win than anything else. Because otherwise, Fabian, this isn't even a falling knife. This is something else. Like, remember the scene in Dr. Strangelove? That's what's happening right now. Great movie, by the way. And you're just riding the bomb down the whole way. It's kind of, if you've never seen Dr. Strangelove, it's worth watching. Let's go to, I believe we're going to Adara.
Coinbase did have that little drop. It made back some of it, but not all of it. It's still trading within this range, though. Basically, what happened here for COIN is that I'm seeing news here on X. Apparently, the Coinbase hackers had access to customer data since January. To be clear, this just came out today. So apparently, they've had access to this data for roughly 4 months. We'll have to wait for the details on that, but certainly not a great look when you combine this catalyst, the hacking catalyst from earlier today, and the fact that apparently the SEC has been investigating the company's, I guess, misstating of user metrics for quite a while now. Also, apparently, I'm seeing this as well, the White House putting out here that Occidental, ExxonMobil, and EOG are partnering with ADNOC, the expanded oil and natural gas production valued at $60 billion. Keep an eye on XOM and OXY, not really moving here yet. Back to you.
There for that. Yeah, I mean, look, that's a tricky one there. Tough road to hoe. You guys saw me put that in the chat before. Shout out to Raider Trader, the guys in the chat, if you want to ask them any questions. Get in there. You have to be a sub to get into the chat. Okay, again, just real quickly here, one more time as we talk some stock. I think Coinbase there at VWAP, I mean, with this news especially, looks to be a pretty juicy trade. If we can get into that area to be short again. But remember, stocks, they don't price in news that's already happened. That's already in the name, right? So you have to be very, very careful and say, like, okay, that story's out there. We have an advantage because Adara is scouring through, all of the sources and trying to get us, the most up-to-date information as far as this stuff is concerned. But just watch out. That was probably that big drop there. We've already seen this happen midday. So remember, a lot of this stuff is baked in. Not to say that we have to be scared to trade this, because we're not. It's just, let's wait to see where this action is, and then maybe even a tomorrow trade. It's funny that we talked about that. I was talking about Coinbase coming back in where we'd think about getting long. So now what's the catalyst to get back in there? How about fraud again? Like, that's just crazy. And it's not that, maybe it's not fraud. That's probably too harsh of a term. But, overstating or understating or misstating user metrics, especially when people are looking at that, right? It's like if all of a sudden you found out that, Instagram didn't have 6 billion daily active users, or I think it's 3 billion or something like that, and it was like more like 2 billion, I mean, that's part of it. And we saw that with Twitter, especially when Elon was looking at that company and bought it. He had talked about all of the robo accounts and everything like that, right? Bumping up some of those numbers. So we got to watch out for that. Obviously, Coinbase is going to be very, very heavily valued on their user base and what's been going on with the company. So yeah, again, just watch out, be careful, tread lightly on Coinbase. The story's obviously not done yet. And thanks for bringing it to us, Adara. And thank you to everybody for continuously coming back and hearing these stories from us. So, all right. And speak of the devil, another one story here from Miss A.
White House is putting out these fact sheets here. That's usually what they do after there's some kind of announcement or deal. We know Donald Trump has been making several this week. They put out a fact sheet kind of summarizing some of the aspects of what went down or what happened. They do the same with executive orders. And I bring this up because a handful of publicly traded companies are getting name dropped in these fact sheets, for lack of a better term. I mentioned earlier we had that oil deal with XOM, EOG, and Occidental. But we also here have a couple other companies being named. Amazon Web Services and UAE Cybersecurity Council, not cancel, apparently launching a sovereign cloud launchpad. So Amazon teaming up here with the UAE Cybersecurity Council. Keep an eye on AMZN. Also keep an eye on RTX. RTX, or formerly known as Raytheon, here at day's highs, continuing strong. They're partnering with the Emirates Global Aluminum and UAE's Tawazun Council on gallium critical mineral projects. So RTX and AMZN on watch along with these oil plays. Back to you.
All right, we just got filled Google now, $2. That's coming back down as well. We'll look for some more trades as we go. I'm sort of just still doing this one. I want to find a setup. We now are into Power Hour. I saw.
It was a setup.
Yeah, you want to talk about that? Yeah.
Someone just asked, are you short? Well, I'm muted. Someone just asked if I'm short AMD. Missed the curl. You can see where the topping tails were. I was kind of thinking it would go a little bit tighter into 115, like the 30s. It ended up curling at 25s when it cancel that. When it came back and failed to 25s, I tried to jump into it and didn't catch the move. So looks like this one's headed lower. I am looking. One of the other names the other name that I was looking at was a potential flat bottom on SMCI. I'm just hesitant. Like when it's relatively strong, I'm not as much of a fan of it on SMCI. Like to me, you've missed the top of this move, and you're just kind of hoping that the floodgates open up on the futures if you take the short through the low. So yeah, it might be AMD on some kind of a pop to the upside, but I'm going to keep hunting. Like a name that I tried today that actually didn't work, but I had pretty tight stops on, which ended up working out for me, was Micron. But again, this one is relatively strong. What I liked about it was simply, hey, as strong as it was, I wanted to look for that reversion off of the high. But it is still at those highs. It's so different when you're trying to short something for the market curl. And then when the market does the curl and it's still up there, do I love shorting it as much? And the answer is no. Like I'd rather something which is following it. So I might try to get into AMD if we can get some kind of a higher low. Another NASDAQ stock, obviously. Might be running out of time. It's only 311. I could also reload Mara, but that's not moving because IBIT's not moving as much. Like Mara I'm bouncing off VWAP syndrome as well. So until that breaks through, either it has to give me a shot at a better price or show me some follow through through the low of the day. So I'm still kind of looking for some ideas. KK14, when will Marvell get out of the doghouse? I don't know, maybe after they report, which they shouldn't have yet. MRVL earnings. I'm actually not, off the top of my head, I don't remember. My guess is, I think we have not got, did we get the report already from Marvell?
They're either really early or really late.
They're usually closer to NVIDIA's report.
I will find out.
Like, yeah, there it is. 29th of May.
Yeah, 14 days. The day after, actually. Good call. Day after.
Well, the only reason I remember that is when I missed NVIDIA earnings in Paris, I also missed Marvell. That's the only reason I always remember that. So I think I'll be missing that one too. But yeah, that's when they get out of the doghouse. It's not cool when the chip names have rallied so much and they haven't gone. But keep in mind, this still looks like a good curl. Like if I was, this is not a stock I was buying dips on, but if this is one that I would have, I'd be in it. If I wanted to buy dips on Marvell, I'd probably have bought this consolidation that we're in right now. The regain of the 50-period moving average. If it's a tight stop, then you give it to, like I guess this close here under the 50, which is about $60. If you want to be more loose, you can give it to like 54. You play it into earnings. Like that's the kind of thing I'd be more interested in. It's a flat 200-period moving average, but slightly down sloping. So I think you take it to resistance on a play like that. But the earnings in 2 weeks, so we'll see. They're going to have some good growth. They got beaten up so badly, you'd like it to catch up somewhat, the way NVIDIA has gone to the upside. Urban Trader, AYTU. I haven't looked at this today. I know Sharif was all over this small cap. But I have not looked at it until literally this moment right here. That looks pretty strong. Volume's kind of meh, but it's good on the day at 50 million. And when you zoom it out, hey, it's at a decent level. Yeah, that's that's a chop zone. I was kind of thinking, well, if you're breaking out there, but then you look at all of that chop between 240 and 250, which would explain why we're stalling at 240 and 250. So yeah, this is more, it's dip buys into the level, not buy the highs into overhead resistance, which always seems to be the case. Bring it up at that high of the day. So yeah, that's not going to be one for me. You'd love to have something a little bit on the VWAP, 215, 210, something like that. So just going to hang on to Mara. AMD's creeping up, so we might get a shot at this again at 115 quarter.
Yeah, there's Adara should probably check this out. MSOS with the marijuana space moving. Thank you for everybody in the chat there talking about this. Yeah, huge move up right now for this name. I mean, it's 7%. I shouldn't say huge, but there is a move up right now in UN and UNH as well. But right here, right now. So we'll have to wait to see what the story is on MSOS. You know, you got to be careful as we wait to hear what is going on right now in the marijuana space. But yeah, big move up there. Probably just more talk. Probably, I don't know if that's Speaker Eric Trump. Okay, it says Bitcoin accumulation is a race to the top. Okay, that's nice. Not really seeing too much else here on the news side of it, but there goes MSOS. And if we're going to think about where it was going to stop, I mean, it has a lot of upside to go. You know, the last time we got a little bit of, you know, excitement here, a couple good green candles to the top, and it was 340 or so where we kind of came to that stop. So we'll wait to see if that is going to hit again there, 340 or change for MSOS, but right now up 8% and trying to go. So I do hear that we do have something. Let's go find out what Adara's up to again.
What we have here is some confusion here on social media. I checked Marijuana Moment. I've talked about Marijuana Moment a lot. They are this website that, as you can guess by the name, they cover cannabis-related news stories. A lot of the times, I would say about 90 to 95% of the time, when we get a move in these cannabis names, it's because of something posted here on Marijuana Moment. I'm not seeing anything relevant. Their most recent post seems to be about New Hampshire senators approving a psilocybin decriminalization bill. But that, like, they don't actually have times when they posted things. I know it was posted today, but I don't know what time. So what I'm trying to tell you here is MSOS, just a lot of confusion here on X, a lot of people pumping the ticker. Even then, we haven't had any action on X for about a minute, which for MSOS is significant. Back to you.
Just scan some of the individual names and came to the sudden realization that Tilray is at 44 cents.
Yep.
And then was surprised to know that, hey, you know what, Neil? It's been under 50 cents for the last month and a half. Like, it broke 50 cents a while ago. Yikes. Yeah, but it's not. That's not going. CGC, I wanted to see if there was an individual name that was doing outstanding volume in the space, but the answer to that ended up being a resounding no. So probably not going to happen there. Yeah, Shane, we can always take a quick look at UNH. I think when I say I think it's made some kind of a temporary bottom, I still hold the same rule. Like, hold a level for a couple of days and then break the next one is always a rule that I tend to like. There was a good opportunity for the trend reversal. Like, it didn't work for me on DKS, but it did work almost in a VWAP here on UNH, right? Like, it trended down. It happened right at $250. So like the 250 did a false break. So you had both the bottoming tail candle and you had a trend break from the open. There's your trend line. So that happened at the same time, and then it played into the volume weighted average price. I don't like that trade past the VWAP. That's just something that I've looked at over the time that it's gone. Sometimes you get an extension, but most of the time when it extends over, then really you can just be longing it above VWAP anyways. And the times it fails under VWAP, it ends up making a fresh low too often. So I like to get out on the way up. But UNH only 11% down, which is good for them. Chewy's breaking out apparently. There was some chatter about GameStop having a good day because they bought ETH apparently in addition to Bitcoin. GameStop did. Chewy not really doing much of anything either. So yeah, not anything crazy. And I'm not seeing anything popping off on any of the scanners either. That's the disappointing thing. But the market is trending down. So I do still want to short the pop in AMD if we can. Ooh, I might get the reload in Mara. I mean, it's still like 10 cents.
Yeah, so we're $2 in the money now plus on Google, and it just wicked down to 85 or 80s. Sorry, so I'm bidding 85s right now. Rate just stopped on us again, but we'll probably get that fill. So we're bidding 85s right now. We have less than 10%. They have way left. We have like 5% left, if probably about that right. Now, as we cleared out a lot down here at 162 and change. So we'll wait to see if we do get that fill. All right, tonight on the recap show, get ready, Bears versus Bulls. If you do have any questions or anything like that, we're going to do a Q&A. So Adara and I, if there are any questions, more important that you give them to Adara. Look, Adara used to be on the show all midday with Sharif, right? And so if you do have any questions for her, it's been a minute, get ready to ask those. We'll do some Q&A. We'll still do our normal recap show, but a little bit light on earnings. In fact, I don't know if there's any. So we'll do some Q&A on the recap show tonight. So
get ready to interrogate Sean and I. Also, we do have earnings, AMAT at 4, and then 4:05 we have TTWO, and then Kava at 4:10.
Oh, okay, TTWO, so Take-Two Interactive
Kava.
there as well. In Kava, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, what am I talking about? We do have some kind of earnings, but yeah, get ready. Put your questions there in the chat, and then if Bears versus Bulls sees anything that he likes, or Adara maybe as well, then we'll try to clip those and then get them, for you at some point during the recap show. So, even like, oh, what's your favorite animal? I don't know. You have a favorite animal? Mine's a polar bear. Or a hawk, like a hawk eagle, like a sort of like a top dog bird.
I thought we kind of discussed it before. I've always been impressed by tigers. Like
Okay, yeah, I think we did.
They're just like they're beasts. We might have gone over that one. I
like tigers. I'm definitely a tiger guy.
Apparently, we've got breaking news.
Look at Meta crashing.
About Meta here, guys. So Wall Street Journal reporting that Meta is going to be delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model called Behemoth. So leading to a bit of a behemoth drop, if you will, in META after the Wall Street Journal reports the company is going to be delaying the rollout of its flagship AI model. Back to you.
Says Equius, the hawk-eagle combination. No, but no, I was just saying a hawk or an eagle.
Oh,
not both of those combined.
Well, if you can combine it, then I want a liger.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can't just do this.
Shazar said the same thing.
Tiger Global is now out of 3 million shares of Uber Technologies. That's just hitting the wire now as well. To me, that means it should be up, but we'll wait to see what happens.
They've covered it all.
Yeah, if they covered it all. So I don't know when that story hit, but we just got that right now. So let's go back over to Meta. Yeah, look, man, delaying rollouts of things, obviously pretty important there. But remember, delaying the rollout. So, yeah, I mean, I just think that if you like it, then you buy it anyways. So it's a nice downside move here. Look, as long only and long forever, I just want stocks to get cheaper prices, but just not too much. We did sell some Palantir there at 130.50 or 130.30, something like that, in between there 2 days ago when it topped out. It got right back into 134, 135 yesterday. But at some point, this rally back that we've had in many of these names is a selling opportunity, whether or not you are long only or holding forever or going to give these shares to your kids, whatever. If you sold right here and bought back right here, then you're giving more shares to your kids and having more money in your portfolio. But those decisions are hard. Often when you sell, it's very hard to pick the tops or the bottoms of anything. So I think it's important to just, sometimes sit back and breathe a little bit. Like, that's a good story. There it comes right back into where it was 2 days ago. So it's not like the end of the world here for Meta. You had that huge gap right there. This gap may get filled. That's when you would start to worry if you're long up here somewhere. But I still think there's some upside there in Meta. We obviously like the stock, but wow, Adara, great call. She brought it to us at 646, 645, just gave you $3 or $4 to the downside. And my guy is absolutely cranking right now to the downside. So good day overall now, as there goes Google, man. And again, this is what we do as traders. We making calls. I have tons of these fills because I just quite frankly have tons of shares. So that's why I'm doing this, and I never know where to get out. I just need to do better on that. I wish that they set the minimum out for higher, so then I wouldn't have all of these, but it is what it is. So that's something that I have to change mentally for myself. We can get in and out of like 1 share, 2 shares, 5 shares. Like, that's not something like, if it was 10 shares, 30 shares, 50 shares, 100 share minimum, then obviously I wouldn't have all of these outs. Because if I have 1,000 shares there and every one of these is 100 shares, then I'd be long now, right? So still short right now on Google as we come way back in right now. So yeah, let's see, man. Maybe this Meta thing is affecting many more stocks. So we're going to go to Neil, then we'll come back and maybe look at the Mag 7 in general, because stocks are heading lower here.
Yeah, I set the break for SMCI. If it breaks that 44, I'm taking that flat bottom break for sure. And it'll happen any second now. But you know what? For anyone out there, we've talked about it time and time again. If you want the top tier odds, then you want ProfitX, because it gives you not just that, it gives you total control of your betting game. ProfitX brings you peer-to-peer picking. It's open API access, so you can automate. It's cost-efficient trading of your plays all in one spot. You're day trading your favorite sports, like hockey, basketball, whatever you want. Maybe you want to play the PGA Championship this weekend. And it's a diverse prediction options. Don't just place your picks. You want to exchange them. ProfitX is a smarter and faster way to play. And you can use the code TraderTV to get the sign-up offer of just of 2% cash back up to $300. Scan the QR code out in front of you. Shout out to ProfitX. And we've learned our lesson, not going to, until tomorrow. Tomorrow, this is what happened last time. If you put on the line the day before, you didn't get as much odds and there wasn't as much action. But right now, the Leafs for the next game, which is, of course, do or die. You're getting plus 200. I wish it wasn't do or die, but it is. That's where we're at right now. Unfortunately, you can't really do anything about it, but the boys are going to rally. I'm pretty confident about that. I think cancel that. So obviously AMD reload, which we didn't get. Now you're pressing low of the day. That's the reason I'm not going to punch the low here, but I wanted something that can catch up. And now that the market's losing the volume weighted average price, there's the break in SMCI. I just got 99s in. First stop, it probably has to break the volume weighted average price. Like, it takes them out there, see if it can't be a reload underneath, and then look for either 42.8, 43. Those would be the next levels of interest for this name. So the NASDAQ just broke the volume weighted average price. Looks like we're headed lower almost instantly. Let's throw a bit out there. My stop's going to the prior bar high, as you can see. I use a 3-minute chart. Just in case anyone wants to know. So I'm going to bid in front of the 80s, and then we'll see if we can't get a consolidation under the volume-weighted average price. At 3:30, we're going to check out some of them imbalances. And remember, tomorrow, Coinbase and Shop. Because Coinbase is so big, I always forget the other one. Are going into the index. Sometimes you can get action that's expected at the end of the week. There could be some numbers the day before as well. So as quick as you like, we get VWAP. I want a continuation underneath as well. Ooh, Meta's looking bad.
Ooh.
Maybe it does matter.
Oh, God. Yeah, Google turning around as well, man, at $2.50. Now going lower, but we don't have too many shares left. Yeah, good call out there in the chat. Someone talked about gold. I was thinking about, actually, I was like, you know what, we missed a lot of this move higher in the market, right? I mean, not really, but, you know, didn't buy the lows per se. I was thinking about the same thing for gold, and I wanted to come in today because I couldn't remember what the 50-period moving average was on my way in today. And I wanted to look at it, and I was like, you know what, I'll think about buying some GLD because I'm only in right here on this break, like this break right here. So it's like 257, 258, something like that is where I'm long, and it's such a small part. Like, even when I buy gold, I'm not going to put this even at 2% of my portfolio. I just want to hold some because it's coming back in there, and I thought just as and more like looking at it as a stock, like not even looking at it as like, oh my God, I want to hold gold to hedge all the longs that I have in the Mag 7 or anything. It's just like I'm looking at this just like something else, right? Like an ETF, like something I want to buy. And I mean, it's coming back into the 50-period moving average. It's really respected it for a while. So if I hide the symbol right now and I look at this and I just say, okay, this actually is a pretty healthy stock, right? And it's gold, so I know that. But nice move to the upside there, topping out, hitting the 50-period moving average. Whenever you hit this and bounce off of it, especially like we're doing today, its next move is higher, right? I mean, it could retake this. Like, this move does not get to the 50 period, then we go higher, we do not break it. Now we get down to the 50 period, see if there's actually buyers, which there might be down here at 290, and now get bumped back up. And it's not like the market's helping this out, it's helping it right now, but we were positive pretty much like this whole day we've been trending higher. The NASDAQ rate now is just dropping down. Like, the NASDAQ was trending higher all day until we got to 1230 and then woof to the downside, right? Anyways, I do like that trade. All right, Apple's trying to bounce. So it looks like holding on to Google was actually the better trade than holding on to Apple. So this rate now is a monster trade for me. P&L wise, maybe the most, but I'm trying to keep on adding to that. So I hope like this might be my biggest trade on the show. I'm hoping tomorrow I can have a bigger one and then the next day even a bigger one. So yeah, this is a good one there for Google all the way down. You know, looking back, why did we do it like that? So I feel like now I'm just going to switch it up and just stop getting out so many times, even though I'm just getting out small. We're going to just try to hold and get out at key levels rather than doing this, right? But that's the problem. Maybe I should hide the P&L, then I wouldn't have to worry about it. All right, so you said AMAT after hours. So let's have a quick look at Applied Materials. Again, a name that we never really look at. Flat on the day, so that's nice. A little bit stronger than the market. We've seen a nice rebound in AMAT, right? And now that I look at this and open it up, you do have some nice upside plays still to come. We're knocking on heaven's door here at the 200 period moving average, and that's dangerous because with earnings, that's sort of a level that you want to see generally above it, then the fall back into it for earnings. So right now we've already had a pretty monstrous move in the last week heading up for AMAT. So I would be worried about this call. And I don't know enough about the business as much as I should to make any calls like this, but just looking at the chart, 50 period up to the 200, and now thinking about it, I would be a little careful there. And plus, good earnings always haven't meant, that the stock hence has a huge opportunity to move higher, right? I mean, we've seen Cisco today have that huge move higher off of, again, right? We talk about bouncing off that 50 period moving average. The 200's all the way down here. So we're going opposite. We've already bounced off the 200. Cisco now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Forget about that. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 straight up days with a little decision candle here at the 50 period moving average.
It's a bullish decision candle, if anything.
Because it closed, it didn't cover that.
If you're gonna
I'm not even sure that should be group red.
If you're going to have, it doesn't look like it should be, but if you're going to have a red candle, you want it to look like that with the wick underneath.
And now you're all the way up here. So again, the last time we were this far away from the 200 period moving average, this happened, right? So just be careful. We're at some highs now on Cisco, but again, there's another name that reported kind of out of nowhere in our world. Obviously, you guys that own Cisco would know about this, but that's like, I didn't know Cisco was going crazy like this. And then the other name was Kava. I don't know if you saw McDonald's.
I take, I put it in the chat, Lamb over AMAT. And even the price action will.
That's not tonight, is it?
No. They're just. I mean, they're in the same space. Where the guys that make the machines that make chips. So like they're integral. Not quite the same as ASML because ASML has a very, very particular thing that they sell. Which although they're going to get some competition at some point, but Lamb looks much better than AMAT. Great run the last couple of days for Lamb, but hey, we've seen with all that run in SMH at all, it makes a lot of sense. But I prefer them for sure. Coin, I'm going to get to Coin quick little second, but we just had a nice hold, I guess, if you're looking bullish on SMCI. So took that leg out. At this point, the market's already bouncing. It's a good chance if we break through VWAP, then this is going to come right back in. So the stop moves to break even once you get to first support. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Oops, I canceled the Mara stop, which doesn't really matter because that's not being threatened, but I'll pull that back in a quick little second. And I wanted to show Coinbase. I looked over briefly. I didn't know if Joe was still over there, but he took off. But Coinbase rolling back to the low of the day. So it ends up, Coin could end up retesting this low. I don't know if it's a chase, but to the point of, we were talking about with Sean and with Joe, if you ever keystroke out of something, if nothing has changed, that's the key thing. If nothing has changed, you can always jump right back in. If you keystroke out because, say, you heard a news story and it spooked you out, well, the story might have meant something changed. So you don't necessarily want to automatically punch in. I've been through that boat before where I've heard news and then punched out. In the moment, it was a bad decision. You never get that, Phil. Never get that, Phil.
I get that, Phil, but when I'm short and then it punches me out.
No, so the thing is, when a stock like this, which Mara 1 cent up there, like it goes to 70, just because you're sitting at 69 or 69.5, just because you see prints at 70 doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get filled. I like to use the midpoint, but if it breaks to the level, you're sure to get filled. But I missed that fill. That's why I said my stop doesn't matter on Mara, that I just cancel it because I never got the reload. So I'm just going to wait for 1540, see what happens at the end of the day. But that's just how it is. And yeah, keep in mind, of course, like if you accidentally, it's not just if you accidentally get out of something, if you accidentally get into something, it's equally important to just don't even worry about it. If you didn't mean to be in, just get out.
Yes.
There's nothing worse than, hey, you know what? Well, now that I'm in this, might as well manage the position that I had no intention of getting. And it happens. I've clicked on the wrong level 2 trading multiple stocks and punched into the wrong. I thought I had clicked on the level 2 to the new stock and I was punching into the old one. And it sucks, but the best you can do is simply get out of it. There's nothing you can do about it. It happens so many times over 20 years, but holding the position is the worst thing that you can do. So it looks like we're trying to bounce off VWAP. As I said, Going to wait 1540. I'm contemplating just getting out if we break VWAP at 15.6 on Mara. And AMD, at this point, like, I think we've missed it. There's a chance it could come back into 115, but it's a much different trade shorting it after a bottom like this, which I'm not entirely likely to do. I think right now you might be looking for something that could be a bounce long. And my first two places I look in the afternoon would be NVIDIA or Tesla.
All right, yeah, I mean, I like both those names.
Well, Tesla might look a little bit stronger. Check the imbalances.
On Tesla? Yeah, well, those imbalances won't be out yet.
No, any early looks.
Oh, okay.
I said I would do it at 3:30.
There'll be no early looks on NASDAQ.
No, I won't, but New York is.
Oh, yeah, New York. Yeah.
Remember, it's also MSCI at the end of the month. That'll happen, but the big index ones are the bigger ones, CNQ, Pfizer. I feel like that's there the last couple of days. So nothing too big, but you never know. You could see like UNH. I'd be interested to see if Foot Locker's up there for a potential trade because it's done such ridiculous volume. If I see Foot Locker there, I think there could be a trade. Target's in there. No Walmart, which oddly enough we didn't look at once today. Walmart reported and we didn't really talk about them. Right, stops in. What is Walmart doing? This is for me, curiosity-wise. Hey, good bounce on Walmart here. They went down after earnings, despite the fact that it was pretty solid report. They don't seem to care. Ooh, that looks bad. It looks better on the 15-minute chart. Then you can get a better sense of where it was really trading, which was 93, 99, and then right back in the middle to do nothing. That kind of sucks for Walmart. It's good that it bounced back. It's bad that it can't follow through. I don't think I've changed my opinion on Walmart. I still want to wait for one of the moving averages to make my next move.
All right, those of you wondering what's going on with Meta, first of all, Meta is delaying the release of its behemoth AI model due to concerns about its capabilities. Meta is contemplating management changes to its AI product group due to the performance of Llama 4 teams. So that's what dropped this down. The keyword is delaying the release of its behemoth AI model due to concerns about its capabilities. So not happy with the way it's working out, and obviously getting rid of those in charge of it is a good step for Meta. I think it's actually a positive story, to be honest with you, as time is always on our side here, so we'll wait to see what that means. I mean, changing up the management because something's not working, progressive move.
Usually a good thing.
But I do like scanning e-signal, and shout out to Ozen and everybody else that has done this. Make sure you do scan that e-signal code right now. Grab your first month for free to join us. I use e-signal every single day. I stay back late. I look at charts. I look at the mistakes I made. I use the tick replay that they have. Every single, even procured, self-made indicators that are already in there from other traders, these watch lists, wide array of tools, also being able to hook up to over 50 plus brokers, obviously really huge for that as well. And plus over 500 symbols of data at once. I mean, that's huge, right? So whether or not you're looking at New York names, NASDAQ names, anything in Europe, all entitlements that you can get there over at eSignal. So a big shout out to our friends over there at eSignal. That's Yeti is not them. Yours, you have the ICE one there for Intercontinental Exchange that owns eSignal and NYSE, and I think over 17 different markets worldwide. So join them and get the power of charting in your hands, kind of like the power of Grayskull a little bit. But all right, so as we continue to go on here today, there goes Meta, nice little downside move, of course, right now happening off of 646. I don't know, I say of course, but I have no idea where this name's gonna go right now, but it is trying to go upside now, and UNH is another one of those runners right now. Oh, one thing I forgot to do, make sure that you do hit us up in chat right now, because both Adair and I will be doing a little bit of a Q&A after hours. Adair is clapping as we speak, so we like that. Ask us anything. There's already questions about trading with Adair. I've already got some. Bears vs. Bulls has sent out some to me, so if they are in there, get those going. Tonight's recap show starts at 4 o'clock. We do have a few earnings names to go through, so we'll go over those, and any questions related to pretty much anything, we will do it. Hopefully they're more trade related than anything else, but personal ones are fun to do as well. Yeah, UNH 275, so if you thought there was some sort of a wall or something at 250, 275 is another one of those key levels, right? I mean, trading the quarters, the next level after that would be 3 bills. So nice little bounce there from that bottom. Again, we know the investigation, new CEO, change of the way operations are working now over there in the United States with healthcare. UNH continues to go down. I feel like a safer play, though, of course, would be an XLV. We talked about this also with Raider Trader. He went with Humana, another, I guess, healthcare provider, insurance name. They're coming into play. So there go. Again, as you can tell, I don't really know that much about the space, but there's XLV as well. So again, taking out some risk right now. Right, we're hearing more about the Coinbase hackers. They've had customer data since January. That's hitting our, yep, exactly. That's hitting our ear now, and Dara's already reported that. So anyways, XLV, look at the healthcare ETF. Wow, absolutely crushed right now. So 242 now for Coinbase. So off of its lows a little bit, but yeah, man. Like I said, that news was here. You had an opportunity to short this name around 245, 247. Those are big dog trades that I like to make, but did not make this one, as there goes Coinbase all the way to the downside there again. So I thought, were you just in AMD or no? Like, nothing's really happening for me.
I was in AMD for, like, that was
a hot minute, yeah.
We got out of AMD, and that's the one I missed the re-entry into. We did get into I almost said our good friend, SoFi, SMCI. It basically played into VWAP, but then VWAP held. So if I'm taking, remember, this was not like an A+ setup on a trend break is like that short, or you can make a strong argument for, you make an argument for that, which I think is a weak short, because what kind of trend line is that? It's nonsense. But we took it on the flat bottom break with the idea that if it lost VWAP, it could really accelerate for us, but it didn't. So it basically played 99 into I got something at 77 or something like that. So about like 20 pennies. And then I moved the stop to break even. I ended up getting out pretty much exactly at 44.01. So, no big follow through, but it ends up a winning trade. I just got out of Mara, as you can probably, there you go. It did update. Zach got through VWAP. So that was a trend. That's a better trend break because you get a steeper move where you get in and you've got room for it to rally. Those we prefer, but there was nothing exactly like that this afternoon that really set up in a perfect way today. PMAX said they made money on SMCI. If you were long,
beautiful.
Like, look at that V. The V shape on this is impressive. And I know we don't always look at the higher time frame. Okay, yes, fine. I was looking for a short this afternoon. We got in and out of, but SMCI is still in the midst of a breakout right now. All it did is consolidate above the next resistance level. That's all that happened. And as a matter of fact, not only did it do that, it dipped into it and held that 42. So it's still in a bullish run. And until 42 or that area breaks, I think you're still looking pretty constructive. The shorts are not out of the, they're not off the hook because we went down 2.5% on SMCI. Like, this breakout just started 2 days ago for these guys. And it doesn't necessarily matter what the earnings are for them because, and I have to go to my e-signal chart because this will be a little bit better. Ours isn't split adjusted here at Real Trading. The reason why the shorts are not out of the water is this hasn't even on a monthly chart, it hasn't put a dent until you break 50. And if I go back to a more reasonable looking chart like let's go to a weekly chart there so you can actually see some levels a bit better, then you get an idea of what might happen. Just on a break of 50, I think 55 into 60 is very, very reasonable. So it's almost like the second inning here for MSCI. I'm hoping it can break 50, and that can be a trade we're looking at maybe next week. But for now, you're trading off the 42 level, I suppose, is your long support.
All right, Tesla. Everyone's excited about Tesla. Almost green. Let's see if we can get to green there today. Yeah, good bounce, obviously, now happening. Not really market related, I don't think, because the market's not really having this kind of a move. But at the end of the day, it's up to the 200 period moving average, and that's where it stopped again. I mean, there's reasons why I have this on the chart, but it doesn't mean that it works all the time. I mean, here it just cut like a knife, and then again, and then again. But right there gives you some kind of an idea. And like I said, man, always looking for that edge to try to get in and out at certain levels. And the 200 period would be a decent one, 343. So that's right where we are right now. Let's see if Tesla wants to work it. We've made some really great Tesla trades late in the day, but normally it's off of some kind of levels that we've seen, like barcoding and then a break off of it. It would kind of be like that Coinbase trade. But right now, I'm not really seeing anything unless we take out that top. So I feel like if you've been in this name, I still think, like Andrew, like we wrote down right on here today. I mean, I don't talk to this kid, to be honest with you. There it is right here. NASDAQ feeling heavy at these levels. I mean, that's exactly what I wrote down there today. And NASDAQ, yeah, looks to be feeling pretty heavy right now. Wasn't feeling that way earlier, though. I mean, the NASDAQ did have a nice move. Here's the NASDAQ open. I'm completely dead wrong, right? I mean, the NASDAQ's going to be sort of up from where we were here at the open. So tomorrow, I'm probably going to be bearish again. I mean, let's see where we open up tomorrow into the... at the open, and then we'll trade it accordingly off of that. Noticing that my best trades are definitely happening later on in the day when we do have more defined ins and outs. So I think we'll wait and be a little bit more cautious on tomorrow's trading early, because wow, did we make a shnikey amount of trades there today, especially on that Google, where that was a really good one. Robinhood, man, I turned over and I said to Joe, no worries, man, we should be buying some more. And that was basically right when we threw to them at 11 o'clock. That's just a fluke. I wasn't calling along or anything like that. I was just thinking that Robinhood had gotten beat up, and this is another name. If you want to talk about longer term trades, I do like a Robinhood. It's just, you have to let it settle down now. It's had such an epic run. They were down on their report and now back upside. So let's just give it back to the 50-period moving average. It was only 7 days ago you had it at $47, $48. That should have been, again, Twitter fingers turns into buying shares fingers, and we should have done that right there at 46, 48. So we'll figure that all out, and if Robinhood comes back down, I do like that play, and I don't know, wow, okay, I didn't realize JP Morgan got this high today, especially off the jump there. What? 270. Okay. This is a name that I am pretty heavily invested. I think it might be my largest position in the swing account, and it's not even a swing account. I just call it that. I've really never swung anything out of it. Just our TFSA tax-free. So here in Canada, you could put like $6 or $7 grand a year. It keeps on changing. It goes up 5% every year or something like that. That's why I don't. You can put that in and then invest it at your will and do whatever you want. You just can't go short anything. But you can now use levered ETFs that are short.
Well, I don't think you could. I don't think they let you go in OTC, which is.
Oh no, they don't let you go in OTC. No, because I wanted to buy Fannie Mae.
Yeah, like there are some restrictions. I think the same thing came up because remember there was that story. A while back
I know. I told Mateo that I want to get Fannie Mae, and I went to buy some at like $1, and it didn't.
Yeah, and I called him like, oh, why? It's silly. Like it's not. Anyways. I don't think the OTC, it's a bad reputation, but there's certainly instruments in there that if you know what you're doing, it's perfectly reasonable for you to want to be able to grab. We have 3 minutes to the imbalances, but let's go to Adara first.
Just be aware here, PFE and mRNA on watch, as well as any vaccine providers. Take a look at AstraZeneca as well. Wall Street Journal reporting that the Health and Human Services Department of the U.S., or the HHS, is going to stop recommending routine COVID shots for children and pregnant women. So, of course, these vaccine providers on this lack of recommendation actually falling to the downside again. This is just reported by Wall Street Journal. This has, I repeat, not been confirmed. Here is mRNA, again, PFE, AZ, and 2 other names to watch with this catalyst. Back to you.
This the other day, like TELUS Business is calling me again. Like I told them, anyways.
You told them to call you back, but did they call you back after when you?
No, but I mean, I even gave them time. Remember, I was like, "Oh, I'm on the air," and they just, anyways,
that's bad.
They don't care what the hell's on the air even mean to have these people, anyways. I'm not going to answer it. No, they don't know that I do this. They have no idea.
No, I'm saying, but if you say that in general, people know what you mean. This is a 52-week low test by Moderna, by the way, when you zoom it out. And I just wanted to answer a question. Someone asked me what's the difference between range, like a stock trading in a range, and a stock consolidating. Time frame. That's all. On the daily chart, SMCI is consolidating, at least for the time being, above its prior resistance. So like on a higher time frame, it's consolidating. But if you go to the 15-minute, you would say it's trading inside of a range. So it just has to do with time frame, and that's all. As far as Moderna is going, that stock is just falling. So it's not consolidating, it's just dropping. This kind of thing is a short till it's not. But that's a potential.
Uh-oh, flat bottom?
Yes. At 20, okay, it might, when you're looking at the line on the chart, it might not be exactly $23. I'd have to go pull up what the 52-week low is. It looks to me like it's $23. That's certainly going to be in play tomorrow. Thank you, Adara, for the headline. They can't seem to get out of their own way, no questions asked. So, yeah, I don't think I will be taking, AMD, even if it gets there, even if it gets back to the 115 to 115 quarter, there's only 1 minute till the imbalances. So that's going to be a no-go for me. It's a good thing we got it of SMCI. If all you can take is 20 pennies, and take it, because ultimately it's not giving you anything more than that. Still hanging around that $44 level. Ebb and flow portfolio, I don't think there's a single answer to what time frame would you use on a small account. Would you day trade it or swing trade it? Everyone has to find their own groove for trading. If you're under PDT, which is something we don't have to deal with, then I can understand why you gravitate towards swing trading. You have a limited amount of trades. But the time frame is part of developing a trading plan. Like I like 3-minute, 15-minute daily chart, and I like to find levels on the higher time frame charts and execute on the 3-minute. But that's just what works for me, and I've gone through all different kinds of things. I've tried all kinds of different indicators as well until you settle on the things that work for you. So for me to sit there and tell you what time frame you should be looking at would be utter nonsense, because I'm not sitting here knowing how every single trading strategy is going to be optimized and what is going to work for somebody else. So you do have to experiment. That's why, look, we talk about eSignal, but that's another perfect reason why having a good platform allows you to backtest multiple strategies, find what execution strategies work for you, what levels end up being better for you, on which time frames help you find them, is all part of your trading journey. So that's the best answer I can give you. NVIDIA, $4 million to the buy side. Apple, $2.9 million buy. Amazon, $1.8 buy. AMD, $1.3 million buy. Intel, $1.2 million buy. Microsoft, a buy of $1 million. Google, a buy of $1 million. Palantir, a buy of $1 million. That's actually kind of big for Palantir. Although I'm reminded that it does way more volume these days, so maybe it's not. So that's all over $1 million. It's going to be a couple of billion on the overall market here. 3.4 billion, thank you, Adara, for the overall market. 2.5 billion for the NASDAQ to the buy side. The Dow is about $1 billion. And the Mag 7 alone, 1.3 billion. So all buy imbalances right there at the end. So they're not gigantic enough that they can't flip. But yeah, when the market's going to the downside, obviously profit taking comes in the other direction. I didn't look at Palantir once today. Wow, what a reversion Palantir was. Palantir does this, and I don't actually trade Palantir for this, but it's very good at doing trend reverses. Like really.
Palantir is good at everything. Yeah, to your point, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Look for whatever it is. I don't, trend reverses and all that. You guys know what I look at. But yeah, Palantir, definitely a name that we haven't traded today. And I was wearing the hat there with Mr. Raider Trader. All right, so we talked about, how light we were in this trade, and that's because we don't have very many shares at all on Google. We actually just got some out right there just before this happened. I might as well just punch out. I have really no need to be in this anymore. So I'm just going to bid it out there and just continue on with the day on Google. So there we go. We're going to be out in just a couple of seconds. Netflix was a name that Raider Trader was calling, I guess, for a downside play there. So we'll see if that does happen. He's calling for that in the next little while. And again, just because it's been so well loved, we could see what happens with Netflix heading into the next couple weeks. See if it does give it up. There it is, man. Ends the trade. I know we had that huge trade on Palantir a little while ago that I was calling, potentially the #1 P&L name, but I'm pretty sure that just on Google right there for me, that was probably the biggest trade that I've had in a very long time P&L wise. Just one position there all the way in. And the good thing is that we were still in a lot of this. Even though I have all of these outs, it's just stupid. Like, I wish I could mark like where the bigger share size outs are. So I'm going to do a better job over the next little while talking about that. I'm always telling you if this is a good big position or not, the units and this and kind of stuff like that. So if you want me to keep doing that, I will. But I'm going to start doing it now on the outs to tell you, what's good on that. So because I do get a lot of questions about that. So, and I know even Sharif's today, he was in AUYT or something like that. And he's like, I have more shares on this than I normally do, right? And so I think that's important, right? Because if you judge all of the trades with the same share size, you're screwed, right? Because like Neil said, he traded 15 names today, right? Not every position is he going to have the same amount of shares on. So you got to judge, again, what's the best kind of strategy for you and what works out, right? I'm a Mag 7, big cap kind of roller. So I'm going to try to do that. I do take probably the most shares in everything here, but that doesn't mean that they're the most profitable. Like here on Big Bear AI, boom, boom, downside. Neil's already talked about Foot Locker, things that, he likes to do with his specialty and things like that. So everybody focuses where they need to focus. And I think at the end of the day, that's what matters. And then having a great time. We talked about that with Raider Trader. Why would you want to do something that you don't enjoy? And if trading has become frustrating, the best thing, Joe gave that advice, and I think we all agree with this too, is just like take a break, right? I go regardless every day. trying to go over to the gym during the middle of the day because, quite frankly, like, there's no other time. So I try to do that. It gets my mind away from this, and then I don't have to listen to everything, and I can just sort of regroup and come back all fresh like right now. So I think there's different strategies for different folks, right? And just find out what works best for you. But ASST, see, there's another one, right? Like another name that you don't see us doing, but if it's your...
Well, it just broke the high.
That's why, okay, so you had it up. I just saw people in the chat like talking about it. And again, if that's your bread, then please butter it. But all right, let's go. I'm gonna actually head over to the desk quickly and come back. I just want to,
make sure
I
it's set up over
I haven't
there.
loaded anything.
Got to lock and load for that as well. But on that topic, and we'll add some more to that as well when it comes to trading, hey, everyone talks about this as traders, that if you want to grow, you got to risk more. That's how it used to be, according to our friends over at Trade the Pool, because they're going to change it. And they're going to do it by paying a one-time evaluation fee that starts at just $47. That's your total risk, and you get a real shot at trading up to $200,000 in company capital. You don't need a large deposit, and you don't need years of experience. This is a limited risk trading platform built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line. Just small skin in the game, and you're trading with real capital. Scan the Trade the Pool QR code that you see right in front of you now and get 10% off to start your journey. Link should be in the description as well. So before I get to what I was going to say, 355 just hit. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you. Shout out to Tuesday Scalf. The best day you've ever had. Some people saying UNH was a good call. You just have to wait for the right moment. But I wanted to point out, NVIDIA paired off a little bit there, half, but Apple stayed at pretty much the same bit it was before. Amazon was $1 million before, it's still $1 million now. Intel was $1 million before, it's still $1 million now. So some of these paired off, but Apple did not. They're not big imbalances, but they're big enough that if you were in the trade, you might want to hold on a little bit longer. That's the only reason I wanted to point that one out. But I think the other thing you have to consider, and this is why when I was talking about the lesson of the day, when you're taking certain trades, like some things are apples to apples, and so like UNH, good, but then bad, and I hesitate to say bad because the outcome was bad on Dick's Sporting Goods, right? But if I'm trading multiple names and taking like a one shot at a mean reversion, right? Like I'm only trading it the one time. That's why I'll trade more symbols because it's a specific setup. When you have something bad, if this had been a losing trade, what matters to me is what you win on that setup versus what you risked on it, right? So at the end of the day, just make sure that you're not losing more than you can make back. If you're trying to be positive, that's what you want to be able to do. And I can tell you, over time, that's the thing that ends up mattering. There are very few strategies, and I'm not saying there aren't, but there are very, very few strategies that I've ever seen over in 20 years where your losing day can be 3-4x, right? And it would take a long time to explain how some of those work, but they usually involve like market making, trading things with tiny spreads, like that kind of a thing. But outside of that, if you're trading momentum, you need to make sure that, if when a bad trade hits, you can make more on the other trade, which just means holding it a little bit more and having a reasonable stop level. So you're always playing apples to apples. It was a good momentum day today, obviously. Everybody, when you look at it, because there were so many, I guess, V-shaped recoveries, so many breakouts. Well, I'm going to go to Tesla for a quick little second because I didn't trade Tesla today, but it is worth noting it's going to close. It's going to close in the red, but it's going to close pretty bullish relative to everything else at 343. Unfortunately, we didn't get a shot at that 350 level, but you know what? We also didn't break down under support. So 350 on Tesla is still very much a thing. And we're not out of the woods just yet. Only 2 minutes to go here today, so obviously it's not going to be a 350 breakout, but the shorts are still not off the hook. We talked about this with SMCI. Tesla is, as far as I'm also concerned, is in a consolidation at the high. So it's a consolidation off the top until, I wouldn't even say 335. I think you almost have to break underneath 330, and then I'm convinced we're no longer in this consolidative top where you can go ahead and buy the dips in the morning as long as it's not destroying you at the levels. I think you got to be patient with those types of dip buys, and then we get a 350 break at some point. Just trading, Hood is rolling. I guess you could have just maybe bought Robinhood when the Coinbase news hit, but that's hindsight, right? Like when the Coinbase news hits, you go to Coinbase. You're not really thinking about Robinhood in the moment, but this is the candle when Coinbase's news hit. it dipped because some algos aren't very smart. And all that ends up happening is news hits the space. It's negative specifically to Coinbase, but they drop the bid on everything that's in the space out of risk because they don't know in the moment. It's like, well, it hit Coinbase, news hit Coinbase on the wire, and it's negative. So let's drop the bid just in case so we don't get locked up. When it's only Coinbase's story, it gets bid right back up, holds that low. And if you were looking at Robinhood instead, you would have found yourself a good long. I like Robinhood more than I like Coinbase. That's why I keep talking about it. I don't like where Robinhood is at. If I sell Coinbase, I feel as if I'm not getting into Robinhood right away. So I might back off on that for a couple of days just to see how things settle on Coin. Because that news story, while obviously not good, it's still something that started under the last administration, which means it's a bit of old news. But we do have the closing bell. Remember, everybody, as we go to Adara to ring the bell, get your questions in for Sean and Adara for the market recap. So after we ring it in 2 and 1, that all of our viewers have the opportunity to get their questions, yes, whatever they might be, trading related, not trading related, hopefully trading related. But keep in mind, everybody, if you want to ask some questions, you probably need to be in the chat because it's a fantastic community, and that's the way we communicate around here in Trader TV Live. So hit that subscribe. It is a subs-only chat. Make sure you hit the subscribe button so you can get in there. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, who keeps it together, and a fantastic moderator, keeping our community nice and tight and making sure that everybody has a good time in here because that's what it's all about. We never want people to feel excluded from our great trading community. And the Nasdaq's going to end up closing in the green, but barely so. ES outperforming the Nasdaq here today. Oh, and the last thing I meant to check at the close. Remember, we had that story on Meta. Meta's going to close pretty much, adjacent to the lows, not exactly at the lows, but pretty close to the lows here from Meta, down 2.5%. That will get recapped for sure. I want to thank Fabian, Andre, and the ones and twos. I want to thank, of course, always Ramin. I can see she's already working on some more social media stuff. Big shout out to the Midday Boys. We got Joey Options and Sharif as well. And as always, you don't have to do anything. All you got to do is sit back and relax. Oh, we do have some earnings to get to. We're going to have AMAT. That's a biggie. Obviously, I've already said I like Lamb more than I like AMAT, but that's going to be a big one after the bell here today, guys. So do watch out for them. You've also got TTWO. I believe there's someone else, but Twilio's going to be out there as well. So there's some earnings to get to, but the more important thing is get your questions in for the Q&A for Sean and Adara, everybody. I want to also thank Raider Trader, Andrew Raider, for popping on through and giving you guys some fantastic ideas like he always does. But for now, sit back, relax. Your market recap starts now.
All right, thank you, Neil. Yeah, what a wild day today. Darren and I will be recapping all of it for you. We just went over some Coinbase stuff as well. What a massive move today in many names. This is the Dow Jones. I just wanted to see where that closed, up 0.65 right there today. MSOS holding for it as well. The Qs goes out not near the highs, but only 0.16. So that's green. So like that one. Let's have a quick look at the SPY. How did we do today? I'm going to go down to a little bit of a higher time frame here. Go to a 5-minute chart just to see. So it's the SPY and the Dow today leading us higher. So congratulations to everybody. I don't need this hat on. Congratulations to everybody today that was long off the jump, man. What a great move that was. We did have Dick's Sporting Goods and Foot Locker married today. Dick's down near the bottom of the day where we get that close. Maybe they don't like this purchase. It's $24 cash and or stock. There's something about that. There's Foot Locker right there, up 85% today. What a move that had. Thank you so much for joining. If you do have any questions or comments for Adara and myself, put them in the chat. We have it up right now. Thank you so much to David, who right now just hits it. I've got the chat open right there. 5 Trader TV Live gifted memberships. And again, that's going to get you these fun little emojis in front of it and behind your name, things like that. So thank you so much for all of that. It looks like they're claimed up there. Thank you, David, for doing that, and for everybody to continue to support the show. And all these funds, man, just going right back into not hopefully, but a bigger and better studio. We're going to have that talking more and more throughout the next couple of months. That should be a lot of fun. Gold, quite the reversal day today. for GLD, starting to pick up on that side as well. Gold there, look at this move all day. Really does not stop. Gold's had a little bit of a rough ride over the last couple days, starting to get, come on GLD, starting to get back down to the downside from 310 back down in on the daily. Is that going to happen? Yeah, for us right there. I really like this level. So I'm thinking tonight we'll put some bids down here in and around $2.90. We'll see if we can get that bid going. $2.90, $2.91 for GLD. What a nice reversal. UNH actually today, Adara, and you know the stories, obviously, as we all do here. UNH today, Wall Street Journal reports that the DOJ is also investigating the stock for fraud. So, you know, we've had some missteps here. Earnings was this day. That was a problem. They cut guidance. They didn't even give guidance, UNH, and that's going to be a problem. That's always like, uh-oh, why can't we guide? But again, the healthcare system changing. We had HUM, isn't that what Humana was?
Humana,
yeah. So that was a name also that Raider talked about. Their earnings also breaking lower. So, you know, we have to watch out for all of this, man, because this sector keeps on ticking. XLV, I think, is the safest way to play it back here in the healthcare spider ETF. So that name continues to go. We had some fun stuff with Coinbase near the end of the day as well. Nice little red candle there. Remember, addition into the S&P 500 tomorrow, so that should be fun. First day trading, I guess, will be Monday in the S&P 500. So we'll see if that can hold. Right now, it's holding on by the skin of its teeth right there at 240.
We have earnings too.
We did have it. Yeah, okay, let's go. Which one did we just get? Did we
have,
get?
We should have AMAT right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going down.
We should also have TTWO. Sorry about that, guys.
All right, no good. We'll get over those in just a couple minutes. There goes AMAT to the downside. So we talked about, again, still a semi-name, right? AMAT nicely moving down. Machinery and manufacturing of these chips. Again, so AMAT downside, not good right now, giving up a little bit of it. But again, when we look at the daily chart, AMAT was already at the 200 period. And oh boy, when I was asked about this, I said, watch out. We're at that 200 period moving average for AMAT off this nice move. Maybe the next move is down, but whether or not it continues and holds, I don't know. But there goes AMAT downside right now. What are the numbers?
I have AMAT and I have TTWO. I'll go TTWO first because I have it up right now. Apparently, net bookings up 17% year over year to 1.58 billion. I had issues with my computer. I can't find my notes here, but I'm seeing, I guess, net loss here 3.73 billion, revenue of 1.58 billion. Sean, that is pretty staggering. And then they guided losses here. Wait, no, this is what they reported. They reported losses of 21 cents per share. Sorry, $21.08 per share. So massive loss per share here by TTWO. They're guiding Q1 revenue between 1.35 and 1.4 billion, losses between 78 cents and 65 cents. So this is not, it's kind of mixed.
But the story about TTWO, Adara, is, of course, is that it is a video game maker and they have the biggest franchise around, but they keep delaying it.
Yes, they cannot get it.
And that's Grand Theft Auto. So right now, I don't know if someone's grand thefting their, their AI or whatever, but they can't get it done until May of 26. That's the rumor. That's not the rumor. That's what they posted out. So they can't guide anything.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's wild because the last I almost said TTWO. The last GTA came out when I was in middle school.
Right. It was 13 years ago.
I was 13. When the last one came out. Yeah. And now I am an adult and we are here and we're still waiting on the next one. So
no, exactly. So that was 13 years ago. We talked about that. Take-Two Interactive, not having a great day, but who really cares about that? Because if you, we all do, especially if you have options, but look at the movement this has had, man. This is at, and I'm going to guess, all-time highs right now for Take-Two. So, So if you think that, this GTA is going to be something, you might just want to buy the dips, right? I mean, again, you see that $1 billion number? Wait till they guide next year, Q2 to 3, when they finally release GTA. Then you're going to see a number. I don't even know, man. Even my kid was asking me, he's like, Dad, Take-Two can charge whatever they want for Grand Theft Auto. I'm like, what does that mean? I'm gonna buy it for you then? I was like, no, we have to stop out there. But that's just how excited, especially the kids, like you mentioned there, are getting about that. And look, he's 13, man. He shouldn't be playing Grand Theft Auto, I feel like, anyways. But
I mean, people were when I was 13 and it came out, people were playing it.
Yeah. I saw some of the graphics on this. It does look pretty okay. All right, so let's go. Let's go find out what AMAT's doing. So AMAT, again, nice little downside push. We're gonna go over to a 1 minute chart just to see how dramatic it exactly is. Wow. All right, let's go to a 5 minute just just to see where this is in relationship to today. So we give up where we started today at 172, back down into 169. The move doesn't seem that dramatic to me, but let's go ask Adara, what were those numbers like?
Yeah, so here are the numbers. Revenue up 7% year over year, 7.1 billion versus estimates of 7.12 billion. They just missed. Adjusted earnings, $2.39 per share versus estimates of $2.31 per share. It's a beat. It's up 14% year over year. Their adjusted gross margin is just slightly larger here, so 49.2% versus 47.5% last year. They're guiding revenue here between 6.7 billion to 7.7 billion. The midpoint here is 7.2 billion, so that is basically in line with estimates. Adjusted EPS guide also in line with estimates. Adjusted gross margin, they're seeing it basically the same. Yeah, this applied materials here, guidance a little bit mixed, miss on revenue, beat on EPS. Kava, I do not have, guys. If I have Kava, I will let you know promptly. I do not have Kava, but they're not expecting them until like a couple seconds anyway.
Yeah, Kava's an interesting one because it's kind of stuck in the middle right here of $100. So we'll see in between the 200 period and the 50 period moving average, of course, is Kava. So we talked about some of the deal news today with Foot Locker, Dick's Sporting Goods, right? WBA, Walgreens is another name that is being bought out as well. So you'll see this is what we expect now from Foot Locker, just very, very slow pace up to that buyout price, which is $24. They're going to get, looked at and identified by the regulators, and they'll figure out if they're going to accept this buyout, which they probably will. I don't see why a sporting goods store can't buy a shoe or a shoe store. So there it is, man. Foot Locker. I believe that deal gets done. Nicely congratulated to everybody there in Foot Locker. It's a nice move higher right there. So AMAT, Take Two, and Kava is what we're looking for. All right, but the day was not one to be forgotten for NVIDIA. Nice move, holding these highs. Feels like we're getting back to all-time highs at some point with NVIDIA. If we're going to look over at a 5-minute chart again, had its highs there at 136. Very similar to what.
Now.
Very similar. Okay, we'll look at Kava in a minute. Very similar to what we got to yesterday in the after hours, 136. So let's have a look at that later on tomorrow. If we do break and hold above 136, I think that's sort of the jumping spot right there. Lows, we could get a little bit lower. Remember, any kind of news. Trump is he still in Saudi Arabia?
He said he was leaving, but he doesn't know where he's going. So I don't know what that means, but he said maybe DC, destination unknown. So
well, that's always positive.
That's not the Middle East. Sometime soon. Does he know? No, that doesn't sound like it.
I like how he was saying that yesterday. He was talking about how his planes aren't as good as the Saudi or the Qatar planes there, and he wanted to improve, I think, Air Force One. So
yeah,
we'll see.
But it's also a Boeing, so
yeah,
it's
exactly.
like the same planes.
All right, there goes Kava, man. A nice move to the downside here for Kava. So we continue to push a little bit here. $94 is that bottom right here for CAVA. Looking at the daily chart, we said there could be a little bit of trouble, but again, we don't have it here, but I think the space is okay. We've seen McDonald's. We'll wait to see their numbers. Look at McDonald's today, nicely done. I mean, almost near the days or the all-time highs for MCD as well. But Kava, a relatively new entrant into this world, we could see if it has like a CMG flavor to it, whereby if you look over here on the monthly for CMG, it took a while for it to finally get going. It actually retested back, back into some of these lows, like that's $5. Obviously it's split adjusted, but there it is all the way up to 60 and back in right now. Look at what Kava's doing here. Again, I don't know if they're equal or not, but Kava basing out there, $41 for their IPO, as high as 150, now back into 95. So let's go over some of those numbers. There's Kava on the daily, $95. If we break this down into a minute chart, you'll see a nice push down in here for Kava. There it goes, down into $94. So it seems like it's not that bad, dropping from 100 down into 95. Remember, we're looking for a good guide, Adara. So we are going to go over some Q&A. If there is anything, Bears vs. Bulls has messaged me a little bit. Adara has a bunch as well, but you have a bunch of news.
Yeah, I mean, just like 13 apps are coming out
here,
right?
Okay, good. Let's see what they're doing.
Pershing Square got out of Nike. They added Uber. We knew they added Uber. They cut their Alphabet by 16%, and then they boosted something. So they cut their Alphabet C shares by 16%, and they boosted their A shares by 11%. Shout out to Bill Ackman for making that more complicated than it needed to be. But shout out to his tweets, which do the same thing. But Starboard here, slashing its Pfizer stake by 50%. So Starboard selling half its Pfizer. They increased their Autodesk by almost 100%, Sean. They increased their Autodesk by a cool 93%. And ADSK does not care, to put it lightly. So Berkshire dissolved its stake in NU. It also also dissolved its stake in C. And then what else you got? I mean, Berkshire added to a lot of his stuff. People want to know as well about SPCE, so I'm going to go over those. Jam Losi asking about SPE. So we have Space, that would be Virgin Galactic. Q2, smaller than expected loss per share. So they beat on both metrics here. $2.38 loss per share versus a $2.55 loss expected. So they beat. Sales, 461,000 versus 285,700 expected. I have Kava as well. There's another one people are asking about. I think I put it in the chat. But yeah, there's quite a few out right now. Here is Kava, C-A-V-A. Guys, remind me which ones you're looking for while I'm here looking, because it's easier for me to remember when it's like right in front of me and we're talking about it. So adjusted earnings of 22 cents per share above estimates of 14 cents per share.
Nice.
That's a healthy beat.
Yeah.
Sales, 331.83 million versus estimates of 326.88 million. We do not have it here, but I went to New York with my friends, I guess last year, and my one friend really wanted to go to Kava because we were there, and my other friend was like, we're not in New York for you to eat Kava. So I've never been to Kava. But shout out to CAVA. People keep sending us questions, keep sending us earnings tickers. There was another one someone was asking about that I don't remember, and I might have put it in the chat. And Cooler people were asking about. It's not out yet. I checked. Playboy Group apparently out. I'll go over TTWO again because it's been a while. Sorry for the rapid fire, but these markets move quickly, and so we have to move just as quickly. Yeah, so their adjusted earnings. So I mentioned losses. Their adjusted earnings, they still missed though. $1.08 per share versus $1.10 expected. Sales, $1.58 billion versus estimates of $1.55 billion. Now my rant is over. Sorry about that, Sean. Back to you.
Yeah, that's okay. It's not much of a rant, though. Those are good information. I do want to ask Neil about his SPCE because I remember that he was involved in this because he was like, I'm going to buy the stock because he wants to go into space. Well, the only thing that you did was went into basically the depths of hell if you had held this stock. Again, almost going the opposite way of space right now. This is what happens when an IPO don't go right. Don't go right. Yeah, that's proper English, maybe. There it is. Like, it never even got going. Like, space, this is, I mean, I don't know, unless I'm just on the wrong sort of, no, so that is right. So, space there, IPOs at, again, this is going to be, I guess, adjusted. This is probably reverse split a couple times. $200. It makes that move up to $1,000 before falling all the way back in. And remember, this is not, these are all adjusted. But there it goes. Again, a great IPO. And that's why I said I want to ask Neil about this. Where exactly did we get in or get out of this? Because it never traded at $1,000. These are all corrected due to adjusted and splits. So as we look at space right here, whether or not it's a final frontier or not, it might be a decent long if this name could ever get going. And there it is right here with earnings today. SPCE with a nice move up here on the 1 minute chart from $3.40 up to $4. Let's give it 15%. Probably something that we'll look at tomorrow morning as, again, this could be one of those names. What is the short float on this, you may ask, or at least I'm asking? Check 32%. So right there, Space and Virgin Galactic. I saw a lot of people in the chat say they forgot this stock even existed. Yeah, me too. We haven't talked about this in a while. So Space, nice upside tick right there, right now, getting higher. We heard about Uber. We heard about ADSK, by the way. Again, another automation play. Starting to tick a little bit up on some of that news there. But again, 13F filings don't really mean too much other than what's already happened. So those buys have already taken place. So it's interesting to see for, where some of these funds are committed their capital to. IBM, I think, this is a name that I bought, again, like way back when. I really like this name. I think it was one of Neil's picks. It's a great pick. I mean, we really like IBM now taking out the highs and going higher right now. Again, a big AI play. We remember Watson with Jeopardy. That was probably 25 years ago or so. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I should chat GPT that, but this continues to work. Look at them on earnings day, right? So they had earnings, they dropped right into the 200 period moving average. This is all after tariffs, right? So there's the drop down into the 200 on tariffs. There's the drop down into the 200 on earnings. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyways, you get the idea. 20 or so days after, nice upside play, and now taking out the highs. So, hey man, this is a breakout long. If Michael Noss was on here, Neil always says, I'm not a chartered market technician, you don't have to be. This looks like a nice breakout right there, heading back higher to that upside. Plus you get the sloping 50 period moving average, and you get the 200, obviously, as you take highs, starting to go upside as well. So IBM, have that on watch. If you're looking for calls or option plays, I think IBM, does have some juice to it. Look for a higher highs now on this name, especially as we continue to talk AI and the market rebounds. I mean, you're at all-time highs now of IBM. What about when the NASDAQ and some of these other names continue to get to their all-time highs? I think IBM does have a lot of room to run. Okay, we said that we would talk about some Q&As.
Apparently too.
Which?
Before we
More
get to Q&A,
quantum
let's
names?
go to QUBT. I didn't realize they reported. Sorry about that, guys. They reported adjusted earnings of 11 cents per share versus the estimate of a 7-cent loss. So unexpected profit is always good. These sales, though, Sean, they're not great. It's not a nuclear leak.
Not even making money, are they?
$39,000 versus estimates of $100,000. That means they missed by so much. They only made 40% of what we were
$39,000 of
expecting.
sales?
Yeah, $39,000 versus $100,000 expected, Sean. They made like 40%, not even of what we were looking for. That's not great. And then people also want Cooler. Cooler, I was expecting at when was this? That was supposed to be 4:30. Oh, it's actually out though. Let me see. Revenue up 40% to 2.45 million. I don't have anything compared to estimates, but I'll just read you guys the numbers I'm seeing. And then product sales up 88.7%. Doesn't look like a bad report, but I'm not seeing the estimate. Oh, their gross margin really contracted 8% this year compared to 29% on a year-over-year basis. So
I don't even know that company.
Really rough gross margin.
What
Someone
are
asking
they?
about Sobo as well, SOBO, Southbow. I do not have Southbow. So guys, keep asking me. I'll try my very best. But now I think, are we ready for Q&A? Sorry for the
I never even heard of
there.
Cooler. Carbon fiber name there. I don't know anything.
It's a small cap. Sometimes it moves.
Yeah, QUBT, interesting name there. Let's see if there's any movement there. I don't even know if what the deal is with quantum. QBT, as we know, that's a quantum name, and that's not moving too much on any of that either. So, all right, it's Trader Talk. Adair and I. All right, we got a couple questions here today from Bears vs. Bulls that I found out right now. All right, so I'll just answer some of them. I just realized I'm not even logged into the chat. I got to refresh the chat to get logged in. So I'm going to refresh the channel and then get there. And then I'll try to, I know it is a big fail because I came up here and prepared, but I forgot to actually log in. So now it still says subscribers only mode. So I don't know what's going on. But all right, I'll just talk about the questions and then you guys can hear them and you'll figure it out. So someone gets an answer, gets a question here, sends it to Bears vs. Bulls and in the chat. And it goes, so again, put your questions in the chat if you do have any right here. Whoopsie, what happened? Right here, right now. I hate that shake. I got to disable that. Maybe that should be a question. How do you disable the shake option? I think it's pretty easy though. All right, do we have options right now? And they would love to see us trade options. We do have Joe that talks options all the time, as that's kind of what he's been brought on. I mean, he's a great trader for us here as well, just getting his sort of feet wet on the prop floor. I think he's probably been here maybe a year, maybe a little bit less than that.
Just around.
But his experience is more on the option side of things. But no, we do not have options attached to the accounts that we trade here. Real Trading does not offer those options. If and when they do, then yeah, we will trade them and we'll be able to talk about that. And I think, you know, you can look at our trades here as 0-day options because we do have to be flat at the end of every day. So scalping in and out of stock would be similar to that. Obviously, if you're trading options though, you're only gonna have so many contracts that you're gonna be able to float around there. So yeah, but 0-day options, we are out. And Adira was even asking me there, she realized that she had a couple shares left in Coinbase, and it was after 4 o'clock. And I said, don't panic, we can punch out. But generally speaking, 4:15. So if you guys are asking about how we trade around here, 4:15, we have to be pretty much flat out of all of our positions. So thank you again. That was K-Pow with those questions as well. So yeah, I would just say 0-day is more similar to how we trade. And I think Joe puts on, he talks about his trades, I think pretty much weeklies. So I think that that's what he's using, Friday expirations, things like that for Joe. But that would be a great question for tomorrow. So I do want to say thank you for that as well. So that was K-Pow. All right, so there it is. Another one from Local Yokel there asking about options. No, we don't have those yet. All right, here's a good question. And I can answer this. KK14 says, why doesn't Adara trade live anymore? And so the thing is that, I mean, you do.
Yeah, I still trade real money. I just do not trade on the midday desk. I trade here in the news desk in between news stories, which if that sounds chaotic, I mean, maybe I chose it. And I think too, I've said, I think I'm able to give the news more accurately and I guess more efficiently, more quickly when I have my screens up when I'm trading because you're more invested, right? You know what's happening. You're more aware of it. You're more on the pulse. Because I can have all my news screens up and that's fine and that's good. But if you're not paying attention to what the market's doing, if you're not interested in it, then I do not think, at least in my experience, I feel like I'm not as able to be on the ball with it, and I'm not as quick to notice it. So that is, I still do trade live with real money. I just trade from up here. And sometimes I show my trades on the show. Sometimes I'll drop them in the chat. Sharif will be like, you'll call me out and I'll drop a trade. But yeah, that's the extent I do still trade live. And I'm very grateful to be here every day.
Yeah, I think if there's a lot of interest in that, then, we can sort of throw to Adara a little bit more often and see, what her positions are and how that goes. So yeah, thanks for asking. And again, and I think it was been a great decision to keep Adara, keep you, obviously, that's a great decision, but keep you on this news desk because of what's been happening in the market. We never know. And it's great to have Adara. It's sort of what you do, I feel like best, is make sure that everything has been legitimized and things like that. So thanks for always looking up and having our back when we have questions about news. Okay, there it is, man. Joe helps a lot with lunchtime, so that's great. So that's another reason there. Joe is fantastic. Joe and Sharif, a great combination, especially if you're into the gym. Okay, so that was good. What are we looking at for long generational holds and why? So that's a great question there from Local Yokel again, coming into play. So for me, I really think if you're talking about generational holds, I hate to say the same things over and over again, but I do think that especially if you're starting an account right now and you're a little bit of a younger age, you should be starting to buy indexes. I think it's very important that you put a little bit of money into the S&P 500, maybe even the NASDAQ, just to start with, but then right. And then if you're looking for generational holds, like when you're talking about generation, you're looking for decade-long plays. I still think you want to buy the top companies basically sector-wide. And that's what some of these indexes will give you, right? Like buy the best name in healthcare, buy the best name in quantum, which may be Google, maybe it's Rigetti, right? There are going to be plays that you're going to look back, and I look at a play like a Palantir, and we can come over here, and I bought this on when it first came public, right there. It was a direct list, and this wasn't even here. It was even earlier than this, but it came out at $9, right? And right now it's 128. That's no splits, nothing like that. So right there, you're getting a 10-plus bagger just holding this for 3-4 years. Let me find out when this exactly came through. And this is it's not like a humble brag or anything like that, because it did come back in here in February of 23. So again, go through the ebbs and flows, but again, an AI name that has that next move. So right now, what I'm thinking about is what's the next play. I do like what Raider Trader was talking about with robotics. So I think it's ARKB. Is that no, that's the Bitcoin one. ARKQ. Yeah, that's the robotics ETF right here. So what I would do, again, look at this, nice move up on this as well, right? So robotics has been a thing for a minute, but if you thought about this back in 19, well then right now it's a $32 name, back up to $80 now. So there's plays like that you can look at, and you could dig a little bit deeper and find out which name is the largest holding in this robotics ETF and maybe start digging around from there. But I also do like healthcare. I think healthcare, Adara, although UNH has been getting smoked, I'm not sure that's the right name. Yeah. But, buying ETFs in spaces that you believe in should work out in the long term, as long as that generational trend continues. I actually still like Meta down here. Yeah. Any names that would get you going? You're obviously a lot younger than I.
Right now, like going forward? Or?
Yeah, like if you were to put in $5,000 into a company right now that you can hold for 20 years, is there a name that maybe I haven't discussed or something that you're thinking about?
Honestly, I'm trying to think through my 3 picks for the Jimmy Carter day. They were Lilly, UNH, and Boeing. So 2 of those, right. I'm going to say right now, not at these levels. Eli Lilly, I like, but the weekly, as I mentioned yesterday on the show, there are some lower highs. Yeah. So honestly, I would like to do some more review, but Boeing, I do not dislike here. We talked about that 200 breakout. It's doing nicely. If it continues to fly and not have any corporate dramas, if Kelly can, keep riding the ship or riding the plane, as it were, then I think Boeing I'm cool with.
All right.
But that's my take. Again, if I did more research, I might have a different answer, but right now I'm cool with it.
Actually, just looking at Eli Lilly here, because there is some talk there on the chat, I actually think this is a great opportunity to step in and buy. I've already bought it off this level. I do think when you're talking about game changers, Novo Nordisk does not have the goods, Eli Lilly does, and right now that could be a play for sure. And then you want to look at drug pipelines, right? Like what's in store for Merck, because Merck is down here as well. So they're not as well, but differently than Eli Lilly. So this could be a good buy. Look at the weekly here on Merck. You go back all the way to September of 21. So down 4 years from now, Merck down near these lows. Wow, we're getting on time. Man, I talk way too much. Okay, Cristobal says, hey, yo, what will Studio 8 look like, and will we have more hosts? All right, kind of a fun question there. We haven't exactly decided what the format will be for sure, but the important thing is it's basically going to have all four of us on at the same time. So it's going to have Joe, Sharif, myself, Neil. Maybe we'll include Obi. Adara's going to be obviously a key part on the news desk, but we'll be closer together and more conversational.
Yeah.
So that's the idea behind Studio 8, where Joe can be talking about something, I can hop right on with him, Sharif, so on and so forth, taking breaks for whatever we want to do. But it's going to be more conversational, more of a roundtable type discussion. I love how Sharif goes over news in the middle of the day as well, like top stories. So while I'm hitting the bangs or whatever, and we're actively trading, we can slow it down a little bit with some story time and things like that about current news. So we're getting that all figured out, and I want to say be patient. It will be the biggest and the best trading show on YouTube in the world, period. So get ready for some really cool looks like that. We are very, very excited with that as well. All right, was there any questions that maybe you had seen? Because I'm just going through some of the Bears versus Bulls one. They're all very, very similar. So
yeah, there was a super chat here.
Okay.
I don't really know how to answer this one. I think this person might have asked the same thing in the midday, if I remember this correctly. But thank you to Alfredo Perez for the $5 super chat. Best way to get over a heartbreak. One day she loves you, and the next she's over me and ready to move on. Would love your advice, Sean and Adara. Crying emoji and a different crying emoji. First, I'm very sorry to hear about your breakup. Second, Joe's advice was go to the gym. So my advice is going to be, do things that make you happy.
I feel like this dude's a little deeper than the gym right now.
Yeah, I was thinking too.
You know.
That's what I said at the time. But yeah, I think honestly, just give yourself time, talk to people you care about, and stay positive.
First of all, my guy, how old are you, Alfredo Perez, right now? And I only say that because there's many fish in the ocean.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, like, at certain points, it will feel like, oh my God, I'm never going to find a significant other that I feel, the same kind of way about. You will, all right? There's a lot out there, and just honestly, just keep your head up, man. Get over it as fast as you can, but take your time, like whatever it takes for you. There's not a certain amount of time that you have to worry about. I mean, makeups to breakups, right? Go listen to that Method Man song right there, makeups to breakups, and you'll get over it real quick. I may play that on the way home. I've been lucky enough to be married to my wife since 2011, nice. And been with her for 5 years before that. So definitely, our love burns bright every single day. So I'm lucky enough to be able to find that. But I just think that, you know what? If she's that hard to get over, or he is that hard to get over, that means you probably picked a good one to begin with, right? And I think that, if it means that much to you, you will find somebody else. So protect your neck. I just saw someone there in the chat. But shout out to Wu-Tang Clan and everybody. Oh, all right, I got something for you after. All right. Do we want to become the 51st state?
I'm going to politely decline. I'm going to maybe say the same thing Carney said, where some buildings and some countries are just not for sale. I've been joking for years though that the province I'm from, Manitoba, is already a state. So I feel like I'm already part of the states. I don't want to become a state.
A lot of viewers wouldn't know this, but I feel like Alberta and BC and some of these more Western provinces are going to try to leave Canada anyways, coming up very, very soon.
That's true.
They're not too happy with all the power that Ontario has, which is where we are here in Toronto. So we got to be careful with that. Ontario is the capital. Ottawa is located here as well. Mm-hmm. A lot of the money that's made out west is transferred over to some of the poorer parts of the country with provincial transfers. We actually talked about that with O'Leary a little bit as well. So that's starting to affect some provinces here in Canada. Okay, man, we got to wrap it up. We got to get out of here. We're going to do more of this, right? I mean, Adara and I are on here every other day.
Thank you guys for your questions.
We'll be doing that. But yeah, good one there. All right, thank you so much for watching. Bears vs. Bulls, thank you so much as well. I got to go pick up a hitting net. I actually found it on Marketplace.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so my daughter's new bat came in. So while my kid's at chess tonight, we're going to go find a park for an hour, and she's going to hit. I'm going to throw to her, so we'll see if my arm lasts it all. But we always do this. So we tease this a little bit here. This is Wu-Tang. Who's your favorite member?
Oh, I got to go ODB.
ODB, okay.
I like Method
Rest
Man,
in
but
peace.
I'm going to go ODB. R.I.P. ODB.
Yeah. Ask me.
Okay, who would you go with of Wu-Tang?
Raekwon.
That's a really.
I love
really
Raekwon.
Good, there's no wrong answer to that.
No,
question.
there isn't really. You God kills it on some of those tracks as well. But shout out to Wu-Tang Financial.
I saw Method Man live once at TIFF. Not rapping, but weirdly he was at TIFF in a movie, and I was like, He and Yachty were both there, and I was like, oh my gosh, I did not expect either of you to be here. But yeah, shout out to.
So about 25 years ago at the docks, which is downtown, I saw Method Man and Redman perform.
No.
Basically in their prime. And then 3 years ago, or maybe it was 2 years ago, when Wu-Tang came back.
Yes.
I went to see Wu-Tang there as well. But I think some of them couldn't cross the border.
That makes
So I didn't see them all there right now. Jizza and Rizza, people in the chat as well. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Thank you so much to Fabian, and thank you to Bears vs. Bulls and everybody that joined us. Tomorrow's another day. It's 8:30 and it's Friday. So join us then. We'll be on the recap show again. I think it's Neil tomorrow, but join us all live at 8:30 with our whole teams around. Thanks so much for joining us again. Go enjoy your Thursday night. You know.
do.
And hey, if you recently had a breakup, just have a makeup and you'll be fine. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.
See you guys. Bye.
We found the best trading show on the planet. So what
Now
are you going to
what?
do now?
Oh, yeah.
Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.